afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order at this time. May I have roll call?
Carlson.
Here.
Kurtat.
Here.
Clendenin. Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
He just said he was here.
Okay, I see him. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Mr. Shelby, I know that 2 council members are going to be virtual this evening.
If they can, I see one council member. Okay. Council member Clendenin, can you hear me? And can we hear you? Most important.
I can hear you, yes, I can.
Okay, great. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll wait till Councilman Vieira, unless you just want to take the motion now, to include both council members, to permit both council members, Clendenin and Vieira, from participating remotely tonight.
Can I get a motion? We have a motion from Councilmember Hertag. Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Mr. Shelby?
A reminder to the council members, and I'll have to repeat this when Councilmember Vieira comes on, please make sure that when you vote, that your microphone is on and it's properly recorded by the clerk. Also, that if you cannot be seen, then you will be assumed to have not been present. So as difficult as that might be, just know for quasi-judicial matters, it requires you to be present to be able to render your decision. Thank you.
Yes?
I had a little hard time hearing Alan, so I don't know if that's something we should fix now.
Maybe.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2,
A
1.
little bit louder would be helpful.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 3,
Not
2, 1.
you.
I can yell at you.
All right, if CTTV can raise the volume on Councilmember Clendenin. All right, thank you. Would you like to go through housekeeping?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All right, same time as development coordination. Our housekeeping items tonight are, start with agenda item number 10, REZ 2447. This is a missed notice and cannot be heard. Please remove it from the agenda.
What number was that again?
Well, say it again?
10.
Number
10, all right, we have a motion to remove item number 10
Second.
from Councilmember Hertag, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Agenda item number 11, REZ 2455. This has been requested to be withdrawn. Please remove it from the agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda to withdraw item 11, second from Councilmember Hertag. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
All right. Agenda item number 12, REZ 2490 is a missed notice and cannot be heard. Please remove it from the agenda.
Do we have a motion? Motion from Councilmember Hertag, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And that was for number 12, and then 13?
All right. Agenda item number 13, REZ 24102 is a missed notice and cannot be heard. Please remove it from the agenda.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hertag, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Anything else?
Then, just as a reminder, agenda items number 1 and agenda item number 2 will be opened together. Once you close the hearing, you will vote on agenda item number 1 and then 2. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, motions first. You want to do that?
Huh?
You want to open did you open the hearings?
Not yet. May I have a motion to open all public hearings? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hertag. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, Ms. Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kate Wells with the Legal Department. Wanted to take a moment to make a statement with regard to the pending litigation and City Council's authority to consider these types of applications. It's not something my office intends to do at the beginning of every hearing, but with a lot of the questions that we've been asked, with articles that we have seen recently, we thought it might be worthwhile one last time to make a statement. So as I have previously advised City Council, and consistent with the City Attorney's representations to City Council at the beginning of its meeting on Thursday, December 5th, it is the city's position that City Council may continue to hear and make decisions on applications for rezoning. As you know, the court's order in Liberty Hospitality versus the City of Tampa, wherein Judge Moe questioned City Council's authority to make quasi-judicial decisions, is under review by the 2nd District Court of Appeals. Until the 2nd DCA rules on the appropriateness of Judge Moe's decision, the court's ruling is not final. And in a hearing on December 3rd, in a separate but related matter involving Liberty Hospitality, Judge Moe reiterated that her decision as a circuit court judge is never binding on anyone other than the parties to the case. With respect to the precedential value or impact of her decision on others that are not parties to the case, she said, and I quote, "It certainly occurred to me that, if I were a land use lawyer and I got a hold of this opinion, that I might, think that, I wonder if this could apply to my clients, and it certainly crossed my mind. But I just have to reject that." To reinforce this point, in an order issued more recently on November 25th in the Onyx and East litigation, the court recognized City Council's authority to conduct quasi-judicial hearings by noting that the petitioner, Onyx and East, had the right to seek review of City Council's decision through a writ of certiorari, but did not. Two different circuit court judges, two different opinions regarding City Council's authority to act in a quasi-judicial manner. And until the second DCA acts upon the matter before it, the Office of the City Attorney will continue to advise City Council that it may continue to hear and make decisions on applications for rezoning. With all that said, each applicant and land use practitioner must independently decide how to proceed on behalf of their clients. If an applicant wishes to continue their application to a future date when there may be less uncertainty, the city would not object to a request for continuance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, yes,
If you could just recognize Councilman Vieira is now.
yes. Councilman Vieira is online. Sir, can you hear us?
And could we hear him?
Please unmute yourself, sir. No, we cannot. All right.
Just a reminder again, Councilmember Vieira, in order to be counting as participating, you have to be visible on screen, just so you know that when you're not visible, the presumption is that you are not participating in the hearing. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 1.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
maybe you ought to ask those, anyone after that reading, if anyone wants to withdraw to a later date in the beginning.
Mr. Shelby, Councilmember brought up a point. Does anybody, to ask if anybody wants to withdraw or do anything at this point after what was
It's
said?
council's pleasure if you want to make that request. Is there anybody, based on representations made by the city attorney's office, does anybody wish to address a request to withdraw their case? And a reminder, council, and a reminder to the public tonight, with regard to quasi-judicial matters, I do want to remind council and the public of the rule. It states, no request for a continuance by the applicant or petitioner shall be granted at a quasi-judicial public hearing after the applicant petitioner has completed its initial presentation, unless upon determination by city council that it is necessary for purposes of procedural due process. So I just want to bring that to the public's attention and remind council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Sammons, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the clerk to share.
Not yet.
Please.
Yeah, well, we're discussing that. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for the purposes of the fact that you're hearing them both together and to speed things along, we could swear in all the witnesses at this time.
All right, if there's anybody that's going to speak on anything this evening, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony that you are about to provide is true and nothing but the truth?
And, Mr. Chairman, I haven't used this in a while, but because there might be lengthy people coming in at the end of the meeting, I'm just going to place a reminder up there that when you do come up, please do just, when you state your name, just also remind, and for the record, that you have been sworn. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sammons, number 1.
All right. Ross Sammons Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 23-30. The applicant is Cowboys and Pirates LLC. The property address is 702 West Columbus Drive. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate the alley lying north of Amelia Avenue, south of Columbus Drive, east of Glenwood Drive, and west of North Boulevard. This application was filed on September 11, 2023. The applicant's reason for the application is associated with rezoning and area development. This alley was created by subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 4,464 square feet. This is an aerial view of proposed vacating in yellow. Applicant's properties in red. This is plat of Ridgewood Park. Their alley in question here. Right-of-way and mapping atlas sheet showing proposed vacating in red, the alley, again Columbus and Boulevard, North Boulevard. This is an image of the alley looking north from Amelia Avenue. And an image of the alley looking south from Columbus Drive. Staff has no objections to this vacating request. Easement reservations are required by wastewater, TECO, and TECO Peoples Gas. Special conditions, natural resources, comply with Chapter 27 regarding tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees and vacated areas. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. All right, what's next? Yes, ma'am? Please state your name.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAF. I've been sworn in and I'm representing the applicant. So staff did do a good job of presenting our request. What we want to do is vacate this right-of-way here. And also, during the review, there was no objections from any reviewing agencies. The wastewater department made some comments and in discussion with the engineer about how to address some of those lines that needed to be redesigned. And it just so happens that it's really affecting phase one, and that is already under review and construction plan. So that's being addressed during that time. Now, the reason why, overall, why we're requesting this is because you're going to hear next a rezoning to a unified site plan. And this was just to make the site better, to design it and to provide better fluidity with the transportation and, just to allow us to be more flexible with the design to make it a better design. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner? I see no one. Is there anything further for this? If not, I'll ask for public comment. You're good? Okay. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number one? Item number one.
And Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, that is for the public, that is just the vacate.
The vacating, not the rezoning. This is just for the vacating of the alley. If there's anybody here from the public, come on up, sir.
You're going to vote on them both at the same time? We can wait.
We're going to take these as separate votes.
But what will happen, Mr. Chairman, just so the public knows, is we will hear number one, and then we will hear number two, then we will close both at the time, and then take the votes consecutively. Take the vacation first, and then the rezoning.
Let's just do it separately and allow for double the public comment. All right, if you want to speak on
Counselor?
item number one.
Is that,
I don't,
Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good evening, Megan Etu, address 2509 North Glenwood Drive. I'm also the treasurer of the Ridgewood Park Civic Association, so I've been part of these conversations. My personal property is adjacent to this, not the vacation, but the property itself, and I have some issues with regards. First and
I'm
foremost.
sorry, if we can, forgive me.
Yes, sir.
This is a council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, is it council's pleasure to just take public comment on the vacate at this point? So if you're here to speak on things related to the rezoning, then you'll have that opportunity
Okay.
when item number two comes up.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how you guys want to play this out, but the vacation of this area is concerning to us as a Ridgewood Park Civic Association because of the overall site plan.
Well, with regard to the vacation and council's criteria to be able to weigh that issue, if you want to speak to that, this would be the time to do that. So anything that relates to the vacate, you can talk about it now, and you'll have the 3 minutes
Okay.
on the rezoning when item number 2 is taken. That's
Okay.
that's council's direction.
Okay, we did meet with the developer as the Ridgewood Park Civic Association on, I believe it was, the 21st. And through that conversation, the only reason we met with them is because we did receive the rezoning and also the vacation of this alley. And during that meeting, it was news to us that they wanted to actually change the site plan and use this vacation of the alley, which will actually change the circulation of the site itself. It also changes some of the property owners along those areas, housing in that area. So we were a little taken off guard by that. Our best interest is to look out for our neighbors and the site itself and the circulation of that site. So we have some concerns, and I guess we can address that at the rezoning component. So those are my statements at this time. I do want to make a note that for the rezoning and for the vacation, that my personal information that I was sent to you all was not included in the agenda packet for both this item and the other item. And I did bring that to everyone's attention today in an email and earlier this week. So I don't know if you have that information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm just thinking to myself, and I'm thinking that they gotta understand that these two, although they're separate, they're both up for something that's gonna happen there possibly. And if you have any thought of your mind of not having the alley closed, I don't know if that alley's being used, I assume it is, but, and garbage is being picked up there, I assume that again, I'm making an assumption on my part. But if you feel, because one is based on the other one, and the other one's based with each other, and two of them make a component of one. So if you have any doubt in your mind about any one of them, you better speak about the alley, and you have two of them, you have hearing 1 and hearing 2. And I'm not saying we haven't heard all the facts of it yet, but I don't want somebody to say, well, I got left out because I forgot to speak about the alley. But Chairman, again, I'm just saying if you want to speak on both subjects, they're separated, they're not united.
Okay. Yes, sir, come on up, please state your name.
Hi, my name's Tony Monk. I live at 2507 North Glenwood Drive with my wife. Same house. It makes the marriage a lot more convenient. I just wanted to take this opportunity, since our information that we sent wasn't included in the packet, but then the developer's response was included in the packet. That seemed kind of unfair. So we've made hard copies, just so you have it for the record.
If I could inquire, sir, if you don't mind, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, when you say included in the packet, do you mean on the city's
The
web?
city's website and the agenda packet.
In
So our correspondence was not included in that full packet, so we assumed that this council never received it. And we outlined our concerns in that. So it addresses the vacation and the rezoning.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on the vacating of the alley? Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
My name is Nick Carter. I live at 2204 North Glenwood Drive. I have been sworn in. Glenwood Drive is obviously within Ridgewood Park. I'm here as a resident, a property owner, and also the vice president of the Ridgewood Park Civic Association. I think myself and my family chose to live in Ridgewood Park because of its proximity to downtown. We know it's an area that is going through a lot of regeneration, and with that we expect to see development, both residential and commercial. Some of that will be good, some of that will be bad. Our expectation is that the city council, the elected officials, will protect us from things that are blatantly bad. In terms of our association, we are not an anti-development association. We're very supportive of good development. In terms of this particular development, the association met with the developer, the initial plans. We walked through with the developer and we were supportive of them. However, this next iteration of the plans, with the vacation of the alley behind Glenwood Drive, is just simply something that the association and the residents cannot support. The alleyway itself is narrow. It was not intended for commercial vehicle traffic. There's going to be significant noise and pollution from the vehicles. there's obviously a devaluation of property for those houses as well. The houses were there before the planned development. As I've said, we are definitely not anti-development. Certainly there are some waivers being requested on here, and the association, has no issue with any of those waivers. It's really the use of the alleyway where we have the issue. In terms of our residents to back onto the alleyway, like most of us in Florida, we spend a lot of time in their rear yards. It's one of the great things about this community. We have the weather to do that. And if you could put yourself in their shoes, and you've got commercial vehicle traffic running behind your house, I would ask you the question, would you like that? I would suspect the answer is no, in which case we would expect fully that this application is denied. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Wait, we have one more person coming up. Yes?
In the meantime, I just wanted to make sure that both council members Clendenin and Vieira know that the packet we got was actually emailed to us. So we did receive it. So we don't have something that you don't.
Yep, I know it.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. You'd think in the last couple of weeks that when they got the continuance, they might have cleared this up with the neighborhood. I don't know, because that was an accidental continuance, because everybody knows that you're not supposed to have a continuance after you present. So, and that's okay, but I would like to point out that you have neighbors here who are saying they want the alleyway to stay open. And for the developer to spend $573, because I seriously doubt it's changed since I had to file a vacation for an alleyway, and then they get a whole bunch of extra square footage for free, and the neighbors get nothing? I support the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Were you going to say something? No? All right. Anybody else? If not, you'll have rebuttal, ma'am. Applicant? Sir, please state your name.
Council members, good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn in. We're not unsympathetic by any means to any neighbor's objection to what we're asking for. I just want to point out very clearly, so that we're all on the same page with this, that this is what we're asking to vacate. This is the only parcel that would be directly adjacent or affected by that vacating. I mean, I can't speak to traffic circulation in general in the neighborhood, what the closing of that alley would do to that, but I can tell you I've driven that site probably 24 times, and no one uses that alley. It is overgrown, it's disused. I believe that our developer, our client coming in, making the improvements he would actually better the situation for everyone. Thank you.
Let me ask you, sir, if this were not to get approved, vacated, would it affect the development? Because it's under construction, or part of it is, or, because this is something that's coming
It would
forward.
not be helpful. I won't say it's fatal, but it would not be helpful. The land at the alley, how it's contemplated into our development, it's integral right now. We think it makes sense vacating it. It makes sense for bringing the project together, because the reason we are here together tonight is to unify two different site plans. So if this were denied, I'll leave it at that. It is essential to our design.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else? Mr. Shaw.
Yes, counsel, and to inform the public that the clerk has verified that the emails that were provided are on base. So I just want to thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I might as well take the opportunity now to ask City Council to receive and file all of the ex parte communications that have been available for public inspection in City Council's in the system. Thank you.
We have motion to receive and file from Councilmember Miranda, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
And a reminder, Council, moving forward, if you have had any verbal ex parte communications, please disclose them prior to the start of each hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. If there's nothing else, can I get a motion to close? This is just to close.
Motion to close.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Clendenin. What do you say?
I just said motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Councilman Vieira, was that your voice?
Yes, I guys, I'm sorry, we've had problems.
No, you're
with
good. We can hear you now.
Whatever, thank God, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Brian.
Yes, sir. Thanks for being here. virtually. All right, we have closed the public hearing. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read item number 1?
I skipped.
Councilmember Henderson.
File number VAC 2330, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes?
We're going to hear the rezoning. Is that not the case? You're going to take them, you chose not to. You're going to hear them totally separately. Forgive me, Councilman, for interrupting.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
File number VAC 2330, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway, right-of-way located north of Amelia Avenue, south of Columbus Drive, east of Glenwood Drive, and west of North Boulevard within the plat of Ridgewood Park subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin.
And Mr. Chair, may I speak to this before we vote?
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to explain my vote to folks from the neighborhoods that are concerned on why I'm going to vote the way I'm voting. As many of you all know, I've been a major advocate of the streetcar expansion, and our goal is to expand the streetcar up Florida and then wrap it around the Amelia Columbus intersection and come back down Tampa Street. It's going to end up being a major benefit to the community and a transportation corridor. In order to facilitate and support that type of infrastructure improvement, we need to have these types of mixed-use developments and the increased density along these corridors. So anybody that's generally within a full city block of these transportation corridors could probably expect over the coming years to experience this type of change in those neighborhoods in that block. And I know some of that change is painful, but I think in the end, the added benefit of having this type of infrastructure within walking distance will enhance your property values and enhance your quality of life, where you'll be able to literally live car-free and be able to transition through Tampa Heights, downtown Tampa, Channelside, Water Street, into Ybor City, along with the high-speed train that will ultimately come into Ybor City and be able to get connected to the streetcar. I think you guys are poised to be in a really exciting area of the city of Tampa, along with the extension of the Riverwalk on the west side. The great things are coming to the neighborhood, and I think in the end, you guys are going to benefit. And so I'm going to support this vacation.
Thank you very much. Anything else? If not, we have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Let's take a roll call vote.
Carlson?
No.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
And Maniscalco?
No.
Motion carried with Carlson, Miranda, and Maniscalco voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 2, which is now the rezoning, which will give the audience the opportunity to speak on this item. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 2 is RAZ 2512, a request to rezone 702 West Columbus Drive, 2502 and 2504 North Boulevard, and folio number 183355.005 from residential single-family 50, commercial general, and plan development to plan development for storefront residential, all commercial neighborhood uses. And then I just would like to provide one clarification that this case has not been continued before. And with that, I'll turn this over to Emily with the Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff, and I have been sworn in. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. It's also located within the coastal planning area, specifically Evacuation Zone B. The subject site is here, and the surrounding area has a mix of uses, commercial uses, mostly along West Columbus, and single-family detached moving further south and west of the subject site. They're detached single-family homes in a park, and vacant parcels are to the west of the site, and attached, single-family uses, multifamily, are to the east, along with commercial uses. Again, the subject site is here outlined in purple. The dark brown color here is the residential 35 future land use designation, which also is present to the east of the subject site. The remaining part of the subject site is under the community mixed use 35 designation, which is present along West Columbus Drive. And finally, the like orangish color is the residential 10 designation. Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the density and intensity anticipated under the residential 35 and the community mixed use 35 designations. Due to the subject site being within a half-mile of the Tampa Heights Urban Village, which is directly across the street, and the site is also over 1 acre, the site is eligible to use Land Use Policy 5.1.6. This policy allows lands divided by more than one plan category to proportionally weigh the floor area ratio throughout the entire site, and permitted uses within each land use plan category can be considered anywhere on the site through an approved PD zoning. Per General Note 16, the applicant is utilizing the blending policy, and they've indicated a blended FAR of 0.95 on the site plan. While the Ridgewood Park neighborhood is primarily developed with single-family detached uses, the request supports policy direction that seeks to provide a transition from higher density to lower density single-family areas. The PD proposes 3 buildings varying in height from 2 stories to 4 stories. The highest structure is along West Columbus Drive, an arterial roadway and a transit emphasis corridor, and it steps down to the western and southern structures, meeting the policy direction that promotes development that is sensitive to adjacent uses to minimize impacts to the surrounding area. Additionally, the request will be developed within the existing block and lot configuration. There is an alley to the west that it will be 1 point of vehicular access, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan policy, land use policy 4.4.6. The comprehensive plan additionally promotes pedestrian safety and encourages commercial development that enhances the city of Tampa's character and ambiance. Commercial development is encouraged to connect building entrances to public rights-of-way and provide sidewalks. The PD proposes 5-foot sidewalks and shade trees along North Boulevard and West Columbus Drive. The proposed rezoning supports comprehensive plans policies related to housing the city's population, as the comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land. The PD zoning would allow for development that is comparable and compatible with the anticipated development pattern under the residential 35 and CMU 35 designations, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Before we get started, I do have a revised revision sheet that I would like to provide council and the clerk with. I'll also put one in the overhead real quick, just for the benefit of council members Vieira and Clendenin. And I also have an extra copy if anyone on the staff or any of the public would like to review it. And Councilman and Clendenin and Vieira, if you've been able to see this long enough, just let me know, or if you'd like me to leave it up for longer, I can leave it up for longer before I get started.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we will get started with an aerial view of the subject site. So you can see the subject site outlined here in red along Columbus Drive, North Boulevard, and West Amelia. West and south of the subject site, you have a mix of RS50 and RS60 zoning. As Emily mentioned, you have single-family detached homes here. To the north, you have single-family detached homes as well. You have a pocket of commercial general zoning here along Columbus Drive and North Boulevard. Once you cross over North Boulevard, you're in the Tampa Heights overlay. Within this portion, you have a mixture of RM16, RM12, and RM18 zoning districts. So it's a mix of multifamily, single-family attached, single-family semi-detached and detached homes. It's quite a mix of uses over here. And then as you go farther south, where you see this RO, that should actually say PDA. It's the same PDA that you see over here. That's the Heights mixed-use development that is on either side of North Boulevard. So that's just to give you a quick orientation of the surrounding area. So here is the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 3 structures, 1, 2, and 3. That is a total of 52,550 square feet of space. That includes 37 units and 11,550 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. The commercial spaces are located along Columbus Drive on the bottom floors of these buildings, and then along North Boulevard for Building 1 and Building 2. Building 1 is proposed to be 39 feet or 2 stories, and it includes 2,250 square feet of retail on the first floor, and then it includes 8 residential units on the second floor. A similar version of this was approved under PD REZ 2330, and there are a few differences with this, so I would like to show the site plan that was approved for that, just to point out those few differences to clarify for council that while this is acting as phase 2, there are some minor differences between the site plan and the other site plan. So this is the old site plan that was approved for the site originally. So just to walk you through the changes that are different, I highlighted them on here. So one of the first changes is that this front setback along North Boulevard was originally proposed to be 5 feet. It is now proposed to be 13 feet under the site plan that you're voting on today. The sidewalk along North Boulevard was originally proposed to be 6 feet, is now proposed to be 5 feet. The retail on the first floor has decreased by 210 square feet. And then additionally, you guys did approve this alley to be vacated on the rear. So now there will not be any parking off the rear of the alley, and solid waste has been located to another part of the site. And then these residential accessory uses, which is just storage, has been relocated from here to the southern part of the site. So I just wanted to go through those changes real quick so that you could get a visual on what the differences are between this one and the new one before you today. So here is the site plan again, so you can kind of see those residential accessory uses were moved here. The alley has now been vacated, and then the solid waste has been relocated to this portion of the subject site. Let's see here. So we'll move on to Building 2. Building 2 is proposed to be 63 feet or 4 stories, and it includes 7,200 square feet of retail on the first floor and 21 residential units on floors 2 through 4. And then Building 3, which is proposed here off of West Columbus Drive and then the alley, is proposed to be 39 feet or 2 stories, and it includes 2,100 square feet of retail on the first floor and 8 residential units on the second floor. 83 parking spaces are required and 63 parking spaces are being provided. Access to the site is being provided from West Amelia Avenue here, North Boulevard here, and then from the alley off West Columbus to the site there. I would like to point out that the applicant has done a really good job at activating the street front along the corner of North Boulevard and West Columbus Drive with the 13-foot setbacks and proposed dining or seating area with the applicants. And then they've also proposed a pedestrian promenade here in the vacated alley along West Columbus Drive, which helps encourage the pedestrian activity and activates the street front. So I'll go through the elevations now. So here are the elevations for Building 1. This is your east elevation, and this is your west elevation. This is the south elevation for Building 1, and the north elevation for Building 1. This is the north elevation for Building 2, and this is the south elevation for Building 2. Here's your west elevation and east elevation for Building 2. And then lastly, moving to Building 3, this is your east elevation, your west elevation, south, and north elevation. I'll walk you through some pictures of the site real quick. The site is a little big, so I do kind of have a decent amount of photos to provide you all with. So this is looking east on Amelia Avenue. So you have North Boulevard here, this is Amelia, this is the alley that's been vacated, and this is phase one that's currently under construction. This is looking south, so we were looking east before on Amelia, now we're looking south on Amelia across from the alley. You can see some of the single-family homes in the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. This is looking north, this is the vacated alley, single-family home, and then phase one that's currently under construction. This is looking north on the vacated alley. Columbus Drive is up here. Here's the subject site. This is looking south directly across from the subject site. So this is the corner of North Boulevard and West Amelia Avenue. So directly behind this photo is the subject site. This is looking south on North Boulevard at the intersection of West Amelia and North Boulevard. So it's looking towards the Heights mixed-use development. And then this is the north direction along at the intersection of West Amelia and North Boulevard. You can see some of the new construction in the area and then the site that's currently under construction. This is looking east across the way at the intersection. So this is Tampa Heights overlay on this side of North Boulevard. This is looking south on North Boulevard. So you can have the subject site here. And then this is the intersection of Amelia and North Boulevard down to the south. And you can see some of that new construction that's happened in Tampa Heights. This is looking east across North Boulevard. You have West Columbus Drive here. This is a brewery at the intersection there. This is looking north at the intersection of Columbus Drive and North Boulevard. So this is North Boulevard here. This is West Columbus Drive. This is looking west on Columbus Drive. Subject site is here, and you can see it goes on down. This is looking south down the alley that was just vacated. So you have the subject site on either side of the alley there. We're moving farther west along Columbus Drive. We're getting closer to the alley that's going to be used as access. The subject site is right here. So this is looking southwest down the alley that goes into Ridgewood Park from West Columbus Drive. So this is the alley that will be used for access. You have a new single-family home that's being constructed here off of the alley that they're using to load from. And as we're moving farther south down the alley, this is the subject site here. You have single-family detached homes here. So this is, we've came all the way down to the end of the alley where it goes from Columbus Drive to West Amelia that was not vacated. So you have the single-family homes off of the, West Amelia there. And then now we're looking back up north, that alley that will be used. So the subject site is at the end of this alley, and that's where Columbus Drive is. So I'll put the site plan back up. Development Review and Compliance staff found the request inconsistent. See the findings from Natural Resources and Transportation. Development Coordination did find the request consistent, though. While the development proposes multiple natural resource waivers, the applicant has proposed to accommodate all the required trees on site and meet the required green space. Additionally, while there are single-family detached homes located west and south of the subject site, the applicant has designed the site in a way that minimizes the impact of these homes and encourages walkability in an area of the city that has seen significant redevelopment and that is also within close proximity to the central business district. Notwithstanding staff's findings of inconsistency, should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the staff report and the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the revised revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the inconsistent findings. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Applicant?
Good evening. For the record, Isabel Albert representing the applicant. I have been sworn in, 1000 North Ashley Drive. I'm going to go through these quickly because staff did a really good job, but you know the location of the site. This is the future land use that staff discussed. This is the zoning, and this is the location of the first. Can you zoom out a little bit? Oh, sorry. No, the other way. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. And this is the location of phase one that was approved. Again, just a request. Staff did a good job explaining. The idea here, when we started, we had the phase one here. And then later, the applicant was able to purchase these two lots and this is the vision that they had. They wanted the buildings up front with the parking behind it. And then because we had this little area here, he's envisioning like a promenade. And this is not just for the residents, but this is for the whole neighborhood. It's the area with seatings and plants and everything. That's his vision here. We first came in September 2023. Very similar plan, but we had an access here, an access here, and an access here. We went through DRC comments, and one of the comments that we received was from solid waste. And solid waste had some concerns about maneuvering throughout the site with all these tight corners. And we looked at it, and unfortunately, we were going over a couple of spaces and curb cuts. And so we were already starting to redesign the internal to make that work. But at the same time, the phase one is under review and construction. And we received pretty harsh news from TECO saying that we had to be 16 feet from their lines. And unfortunately, we have 3 poles in front of our property. This is on North Boulevard. Remember, we are at 5 feet setback. Now we have to push an additional all the way to 13 feet. By doing that, obviously, it has a dominoes effect. It's not the news that we wanted to hear. So this domino effect was we had to move building 1 and 2 to the safety setback from the lines. And then by doing that, it moved building 3. But also by doing that, building 2 and 3, this distance in between was reduced, which affected the radius, access radius. So obviously we could not use that anymore for solid waste. And they already had some concerns from the beginning. And so there's a public right-of-way here, and they were able to use that as their access for for their trucks. And this is designed as a one-way in, and the access is going to be one-way in, out. There's no out, it's only to enter in. And then we had to redesign the internal drive to do this change. But at the end of the day, when we looked at this, it kind of turned out to be a good setback because we are now able to provide this nicer, ambiance along the street. This is the rendering of the vision and the elevations that you have with, now we're able to provide an area out front that he originally wanted. And then we have those residential on top. We looked, before Thanksgiving, I received an email and a call from Ms. Alderman, Kathy Alderman, who's the president of the association. And she was like, hey, I saw this, and can we meet with the rest of the association? So we met with the rest of the association, and there's one individual that you heard had some concerns about the access to there. Tried to explain the reasoning why we had to do that. We received the letter of opposition from the association, and we tried to respond to all the items that were depicted, and I can go through them very quickly. But we did look at another way to access the site. So I asked my coworkers, can you do me a vehicle tracking analysis of what would happen if we enter from North Boulevard? So he provided this, and then he showed me, and I failed to tell him that, I'm sorry, but this here is actually a building, and it's the underground parking, and it only has clearance of 14 feet, and solid waste needs 16 feet. So we couldn't do that. So he tried from the north, tried going up here, and he could not make it work, again, with this tight turn. We're going into these parking area. And I explained, I said, we're very limited. This paving area is what we can use for the solid waste, a safe way for them to maneuver around in and out of the site. And it does show from the traffic analysis that is the best way to enter the site and exit out here. Again, this is a one-way in and only an entrance here. But with all the movements of the site moving, there's obviously going to be some waivers. And so, we have buffer to buffer, used to use waivers, we're required to have a 15-foot buffer, and we were providing 8 feet here, here, and then smaller here. This is where the storage is. And then the buildings over here and the VUA area. We also have a waiver to the birth from 2 to 0. That was the one concern that the association raised, and we were able to regroup as a team, and we said, okay, well, you know what? We can just do box trucks, because those locales we see are pretty small, so they're not the big delivery trucks, they're like the smaller box trucks. We're committed to that. No unloading within the alley or any of the public street. All of it has to be internally, and internally we're going to have dedicated space for loading, unloading during off-peak hours. We spoke with staff about this. Some of these cannot be entered as conditions, but I'm saying this on the record, that this is what we're committed to. We're also requesting waivers to parking. Now, the City of Tampa, as well as the ITE, they don't have a calculation for mixed use such as this. However, thank God the ULI has, this is Urban Land Institute, they came up with a manual to specifically calculate what's needed in this kind of scenario. And it came up with 62 spaces would be needed at your peak and busiest time with the residential and the retail. And our site provides 63 spaces. This brings us to staff finding. Although staff finding could not find it supportable because of the landscaping and traffic, but they did find that this is a compatible development. It's a good location for it. It's on 2 major boulevards, and Planning Commission had 5 pages of policies on how we do meet all those policies. And, you know, the policy direction for the transition, we purposely had the buildings along the front, the highest one at the corner, and then going down, transitioning down to lower development. We also have the policy direction to utilize the alley, which is what we're doing. We're going to improve this alley. And then we also have policies for mixed-use development, which is encouraged on mixed-use corridors. And then Sam did go through the changes to site plan, although this is something that we would present a second hearing, but we did go through that. We did address all of these. And this, you know, addresses all the comments that we received. We met with staff to make sure that we were answering and providing the information they wanted on the site plan, and they agreed that this is that it meets what they were requesting. Although there is some opposition, but there's also some support. We have Domain Home here. They're under construction. They're building a house. They are heavily invested in this area. This is not their first home in the area, but they do love the fact that we have this development here at the corner. And they also supported the improvements to the alley. We also have Neo Homes over here. They are, we had discussions with them, and they informed us that.
Can you move it up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. This is Neo Homes here. They have someone that they're really discussing closely to build a home there, and that person reached out to us, and they said, you know, we had some discussions, and the only ick they had was this 1 foot we were doing here. And so we worked with him, redesigned it, and then just, that's right, we could do this. So then we increased the buffer to 8 feet and then moved this over. Sort of like a redesign, discussion with us, and we were able to accommodate them. And also another great support is the Tampa Heights Association. And I think, and I left this as the last one, it is the perfect quote of how I see this development and how we envision this development. And we were very excited to see that they do agree, and they saw what we're looking for, which is a solid example for smart, mid-sized, mixed use. It has ample ground floor retail. It provides multifamily, which they not in the neighborhood. It has that step-down effect. And then, so yeah, I thought that was a great one. I'm here if you have any questions. This concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, Mr. Malloy or I are available.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Just one question. Are any of the 37 units set aside for affordable housing?
No. That was not in our discussions. but it's not something that I will not bring back to the table to the client.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 2? Yes, sir, please state your name.
Tony Monk. I live at 2507 North Glenwood Drive. I have been sworn in, and I am a landscape architect, an urban designer, and a certified arborist. And the first 15 years of my career were in land development. So we're very familiar with this type of stuff, and we generally support everything they're doing there. What Councilmember Clendenin said, what the Heights people said, which that quote may have been from a year ago. And we wrote a letter of support a year ago, and I convinced my neighbors to support this. Went to our meetings and said, y'all, we gotta support this. It's the right kind of thing that we need. At that time, this connection didn't exist. And so our house is right here. I drew my little archery. That connection didn't exist. That's the thing that we had the most heartburn about. We think that the site could be reasonably redesigned. It's not a technical issue that prevents it from being redesigned. It's a time and money issue. You would have to redesign buildings. You would have to reconfigure your site. They say unforeseen conditions. There's a difference between unforeseen and unknowable. Nobody hid the TICO lines. Like, your consultants should have known that there's an offset from a TICO power line, that you can't build a 3 or 4 story building up next to a TICO line. You should know that you need to have a garbage truck come through. And so if it weren't for this vacation and rezoning, we wouldn't even have known this, and we would have woken up one day with a whole bunch of cars coming and going behind our house. We're generally supportive. We just don't like the idea of all the people who are going to come here and enjoy this place, and the 37 residents taking the most convenient way to get in here, I mean, literally right behind our house. We said yes in my backyard a year ago, and we got the rug pulled out from under us. And we only get 3 minutes, and so we need your help. I think that the suburban style land development code doesn't really have the tools to deliver a good design, but the PD does. And we can both protect the neighbors' quality of life and have good urban infill development. But in order to do that, we need the support from this council. And we think we can work with the developer. We want whatever concession we come to be specific and enforceable and tied to the plan and the rezoning, so that it's not just a vague promise that we're gonna take the utmost care, as they said about our concerns with the impacts to trees, to off-site trees. We think we can get there, like really positively we can get there. All we gotta do is work through this connection onto the alley, find another way to circulate through the site, and you'll have the support of the immediate neighbors, and I'll go again and get the neighborhood. I'll try to convince my neighbors to support this, and we can have a positive outcome. So we hope that you'll give us time to have that positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Good evening, Megan Etu, 2507 North Glenwood Drive. I've been sworn in. You've heard me before. This is currently right in my backyard. My backyard is an extension of my home. I do spend time in that area. My question is, how is the developer going to, based on this drawing, going to enforce the one-way into the alley for garbage only? How does one enforce that? I see residents, retail people coming in through that way. There'll be constant vehicle noise, pollution, traffic safety issues, things of that nature. We have other neighbors that haven't been addressed. They've sent letters that have access alley garages. How is that going to impact them as people are flowing up and down this alley to enter to the development? They've written letters as well. So I have concerns for my neighbors to the south that have alley access garages. They are not being taken in consideration. Also, what about the noise pollution, traffic, lighting, safety, quality of life concerns? This is a hardship for me personally, but also as I represent this, the Ridgewood Park Association. So how are we going to enforce this is my question. How do you enforce an alley that's supposed to be two-way? It's a public alley, and the developer's saying it's just going to go one way. How do you enforce it just for garbage? Is there a sign? Is there a gate? Is someone letting them in every morning? Or how many times are they coming? What does this noise look like? And there's also impact to a tree that's on our property that's a grand live oak. Now, our neighborhood association and myself included and my husband are concerned about the tree loss in our neighborhood, and we started a tree initiative and working with the developers on that and trying to work with the city and keep Tampa Bay beautiful. The impact of driving a garbage truck or multiple vehicles over that area now will impact the roots, therefore possibly decaying that tree. That's an impact on my hardship and my neighborhood and my property value. So I just want to know how this is going to be enforced if you do approve this tonight. And maybe put some type of, I don't understand how this can happen and be enforced. I just don't understand. So I'd like to see some type of revision to this area. We can work with them. But I just know that my neighbors will be impacted highly by this, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this rezoning? Yes, sir, come on up and please state your name.
My name is Nick Carter, 2204 North Glenwood Drive. I have been sworn in. I'm here in my capacity as an officer of the Ridgewood Park Civic Association, as well as a resident and property owner. We've talked about the noise, the light pollution. Again, we are not anti-development. We supported this development at the outset. I'm surprised the developer didn't put up a letter here from our association supporting it, but that was based on the original design. And it's fabulous that Domain Homes are supporting it. They don't live in our neighborhood. They have a profit motive. It's fantastic that Neo Homes support it with an apparent potential buyer. Once again, that's not a current resident, that's a developer that also has a profit motive. Again, we live in this neighborhood, we expect a quality of life. Tico poles have already been there. It's just bad design, it's bad traffic flow. They have access from Amelia Avenue, they have access from North Boulevard. We just heard if we raise a building 2 feet, the garbage trucks can go through. But the developer is unwilling to address this, but would rather say to our neighbors, our association members, sorry guys, our bad, but now we're going to put vehicular traffic on the alleyway that was not designed for that. Again, we expect our city leaders to look out for the interests of the residents of the city of Tampa and the residents of Ridgewood Park. We are more than happy to work with the developer to come to a resolution that meets everyone's wants here. I think this development is going to be fantastic and I fully support it, not the access through the alley. It wasn't designed for that and we ask that you deny that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to? Yes, ma'am. Please say your name.
Sandy Sanchez. I have not been sworn in.
If anybody has not been sworn in but is going to speak this evening, please stand, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Yes. Obviously, I had not planned to speak. However, I was here when this was first presented, and I saw the enthusiasm of the neighborhood at that time for this project because they thought it would be an asset to their community. What you're trying to do with that alley is making it a liability instead of an asset. Once you turn that into strictly a road, is what you're actually making it, is a road, you take away the potential of that alley being walkable, being able to be used by the neighborhood. They're fighting for the quality of life. This is a lovely neighborhood that has a wonderful butterfly farm. Children go to visit it. It's just a very nice neighborhood, and they're trying to grasp and keep hold of their quality of life. So I ask you to, until they can change it to make it work and not use that alley, I ask you to deny this petition.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hello, I'm Lacey Butel. I'm here on behalf of Domain Homes and just want to provide our support for the multi-use development and also the improved alleyway. We think it's going to be a great addition to also the Heights but neighbors and other visitors that come to Tampa Bay as well. We have several homes that are being built in that area, in that neighborhood, and we are in support of the multi-use project.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to rebuttal. There's nobody registered to speak. Rebuttal, applicant.
Good evening again, Council. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, and I have been sworn. We hear the neighbors. We understand their concern about the alley access. We've engaged, I think, as much as we can about this point, and fundamentally, it comes down to that alley is a public right-of-way. And I'm not saying that we have the right to put an arrow there and make it our driveway, but I think it's certainly worth consideration that it's an existing right-of-way. It's meant for access, for the benefit of everyone around it. You'll see on this, my client's property is the benefit of the alley for this. There's 3 single-family homes here that do abut the alley, and I cannot say that a traffic truck that wasn't previously going down that alley is going to go down that alley when this is developed. But the way we see it, the way we contemplate it, the way that we truly intend to structure this development is that alley be one way and refuse only. Whether we have to do it by signage, by tenant restrictions, which you guys can't contemplate, but it's something we're willing to do, we're gonna make sure that happens. And again, I'd like to point out, public right-of-way, there's nothing to say that a trash truck couldn't be using that alley today. That's what South Tampa is. Trash trucks run behind houses in the alleyways. To that point, again, we understand there's a give and take here. We feel like we've given as much as we can on this one. Very humbly ask for your support, and Ms. Albert's got some more for you. Thank you.
It's not, Isabel Albert, again, for the record, it's not like we just decided to do this and move it because we felt like it. We went around and around and looked at everything. And to redesign the site, really, is we'd have to do is flip everything over. You put the buildings in the back and the parking in the front. That is not what the client wants, and that is not what the community wants. They want a nice, walkable, pedestrian, mixed-use development. It's going to be bringing a lot to the community, but safety-wise, the solid waste has to, that's the only access they can do. We've tried. It's not like we haven't looked at other options, but we have. And with that, I conclude our rebuttal.
So let me ask you, what can be done between first and second reading regarding that access? Mr. Malloy mentioned signage, whatever was, possible to do. What promise, guarantee, having heard some of the residents that are living right there, what can we do moving forward?
I think that's really, so we did meet with staff, and there's things that we can include and things that we can't. And I think I would be more comfortable having staff explain what we can or can't do legally on this. Oh, yeah.
I can just run through them. Yeah, perfect.
Take off those arrows in the alley, because the alley's two-way.
Mr.
Yeah, I'll clarify.
No, I'm just listening, and the alley has been brought up by both sides various times, and I'm not trying to explain why I voted the way I did, but let me just give you a comparison. If there's an alley to be vacated, on both sides is residential. This party wants it, the whole block, and this one or two don't want it. Let's say it passes. At the end of the day, half the alley is given to one party, and half the alley is given to the other party. Can you tell me the difference? Why is it different when you come between commercial and residential?
Just before I get started, I just do want to clarify that there's 2 different alleys here that we're discussing. This is the alley that we're currently discussing. This one is not being vacated. This alley is the one that was vacated by council. So this is the one that the neighborhood has brought up and that we're discussing now with the traffic flow and everything.
But the first one didn't have residential on one side either.
Yeah, so this alley right here.
At that point.
This is the residential property that was abutting the alley. The rest of the site was owned by the applicant.
So then I'm still asking a legal question. Why is it different between residential, residential, and commercial? That the visiting party on the other side doesn't get half the alley?
They will get half of the alley.
In this case, they don't get half the alley.
Yeah, they, yeah,
You're gonna
this,
close, how wide is the alley, 14, 16 feet?
this
12
16 feet is the width of this alley, so the applicant will get half, and then the neighboring property will
Oh,
get
I
half.
want to make sure that's part of the record.
Yes, sir.
So my question, sir, what can the applicant do between first and second reading? What's allowable in
So-
regards to the concerns of the neighborhood?
There's not too much that can be done. The applicant did reach out to me to discuss these being added to the site plan as conditions. Unfortunately, 1 and 3 are not conditions that can be put on the site plan that we can enforce. There's no way for us to enforce that. This has been added to the revised revision sheet of no unloading within the alleyway. And then in general, also unloading on a public street or within the alleyway is not allowed, even if that wasn't on the site plan. There's not really much that we can put on the site plan that can condition this because there's really no way to enforce it.
What about like do not enter or trucks only or any kind of signage that?
So.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, just for peace of mind and.
I mean, the applicant can show maybe a sign on, that they would place a sign here, but this alleyway, there's no way this alleyway will maintain a two-way alleyway. It's a two-way alleyway, it's open to the public. What the applicant is saying, which I think is kind of getting lost, and it's not that they're trying to be decisive on it, or it's that their site, this is a one-way driveway. It's only big enough for one-way traffic into their site, this drive aisle right here. So what the applicant is saying that if someone is coming in to access their site here from Columbus Drive, they will be able to come in this way, but no one within this development is going to be able to come back out and exit into the alley, if that provides the clarification. So they're not saying that the alley will be only one-way traffic, they're saying that it's gonna be one-way traffic into that alley accessing their site. Development, or you're not gonna be able to exit out of their site onto that alley. And I'll let Jonathan speak if you would like
Yeah,
to speak.
Jonathan Scott, Mobility Department. I think the confusion is we can just have them take off those arrows on the alley, because really the alleys are two-way. I think they're just kind of showing the direction, the way their truck was gonna come in for solid waste, which is fine, they can do that. I think just to clarify the concerns of everybody, that alley is two-way, we'll have them take off those, the arrow here and here as between first and second reading.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you make it a one-way alley?
Typically, alleys are two-way.
Well,
And
typically.
Once in a while, our traffic studies will look at making them one-way, but in general, that's something we'd have to consider. You know, it's kind of hard to do, to sign and all that stuff. It's, we have done it in the past, but typically it's, let's say 99% of the time, it's not one-way. They're just left as two-way.
But if it was made one way, you could, it would reduce the traffic, it would help overall, because people trying to turn right on Columbus Drive and come into that alley is going to be a huge problem. So I think that the one-waying of the alley, I agree with Councilman Maniscalco, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that might be something that's beyond this hearing at this point, because they would have to be looked at and discussed, and everybody that accesses it, you know, would have to be involved on that decision and stuff. It's might be better to leave it off this hearing.
Okay.
Councilman Moran.
No, I just, you know, and I don't speak about the neighborhood, I'm just thinking how far back I go in my memory. But I remember on the corner of Northwest, that nice, bright station that's there now with the pumps and all that, it was derelict. There was a bunch of drug dealers and everything else. There was a gentleman who set up a stand, 4 metal poles and a little shed top, and it took like a year and a half to get them out when they wanted to sell for this development to come in. And he made his living on weekends selling garments, hanging out from his little shed. And that's how that started. That's how that became what it is today. So on the other side, across the street on the east-south area, there used to be a drugstore at one time. And Joe Prado was the pharmacist right next to the shop that has the tires. So all that is in my mind, and this here is in my mind because I remember when the big one came in, he had more pumps, brighter lights. This one went straight down. Even though he lowered his gas by 4 or 5 cents a gallon, they didn't want to stop it anymore. They want to see there's something new, something exciting. That's where they went. And so that area's been changed. On the west, southwest area, there was a building there for a long time with 2 stories. At one time, it was derelict, then became a church, then became something else. And now all that has changed also. So that whole area has taken change for what I call anti-blight and something new, refreshing to the people's eyes. And that's why the values of that area has gone up. There's no doubt in my mind, if it were to stay what it was, there'd be no value there. Not like it is today. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Councilman Clendenin.
A couple of things. I guess this would be for the applicants. Question for you. It's interesting that the one thing that bothered me about this development, the first iteration of it, was not undergrounding those utilities. Why aren't you undergrounding those TECO utilities? And if you did, would that alleviate your issue with setback?
Councilman William Malloy in 325 South Boulevard. I don't believe TECO gave us the option to underground anything. They said those poles are what they are. We would have happily undergrounded them. We wouldn't be in this position if we could have done that.
And why, somebody brought up that there was the issue of not being able to go under that building because of 2 feet. Why couldn't you lift that building 2 feet?
If I understand your question, why could we not take a trash trunk underneath the building? If I understand, solid waste requires 16.5 feet of clearance, and we're providing 14.
And you are incapable of providing the 16.5?
I cannot say that anything is impossible, but I believe the delta there was fairly significant in terms of height and load bearing on the structure. And it was basically an engineering redesign to bring it up another 2.5 feet.
Is there anybody in utilities that are available to answer that TECO undergrounding question?
He's coming up.
Same comments, development coordination. Unfortunately, we do not have any staff from TECO to be able to answer that question.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else? Is there any more rebuttal time on the clock if they need it? All right. Is there anything else you wish to add?
We're good. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Miranda, would you like to read item number 2?
I'll read it, Mr. Chairman, see where it goes. Public orders be presented for first reading consideration. File number REZ 25/12. Orders rezoning property general vicinity of 702 West Columbus Drive, 2502 and 2504 North Boulevard, and folio numbers 183-355/005-000, 3 zeros and a 5, in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RS60 residential single family, CG commercial general, and PD plan development to PD plan development storefront residential, all commercial neighborhood uses, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hurtak, and the revision sheet. Is that correct, Mr.?
With a revision
Yes,
sheet,
sir.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. All right.
Chairman Maniscalco.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Maybe this is for Marty Shelby. I would like to have a conditional provision added to this, that between first and second reading, the applicant comes back with an answer from TECO about undergrounding those utilities.
Dare not.
Okay.
Nodded.
Well.
He can't see that.
Yeah.
No, well, why don't we address
Let's
this
get
for
it
the
on the
record?
record, though. Do you
do you
heard
wanna-
the-
Motion to reopen.
Motion to reopen.
We have a motion to reopen from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Mr. Malloy?
If the council wants to understand from TECO why we couldn't do that, we are more than happy to provide that information. We'll get it to you between now and second reading.
Is that fine, Councilman Clendenin? He'll get it between now and second reading?
Yes, that'd be sufficient. I want to know that if I'm still on second reading, so that if, I'll support this time, but between this now and second time, if there's not a good answer to that, then I want to make it known that I might change my mind between now and second reading if there's not a good answer to that.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Counselor, just would that documentation be provided by TECO in some form or fashion for the record or for council? As opposed to verbally?
Absolutely. We'll get it either by email, TICO letterhead, whatever we need to do. It will come from TICO. It will not be represented by me.
Thank you. Is there an amendment to this revision sheet? Yes. Okay.
All right, so we
Providing
have a
to the
motion and a
clerk.
second with an amended revision sheet.
And just for the,
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak, second Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
also, I'm providing the clerk the corrected revised revision sheet made reference to correct the date to, yeah, but it's dated the 11th. Today's the 12th. That's why the staff is asking if this be corrected. And there's additions on the bottom. Is that correct? You added more? Have you articulated that?
St. Thomas Development Coordination, I did add on to the revision sheet that was provided to council today. I crossed out the date at the top and changed it to 12/12/24, and then at the bottom, I added a revision that the applicant will meet with TICO to find out the feasibility of undergrounding the utility lines.
Councilmember
thank you.
Hurtak.
Thank you, I should know the date. Anyway.
It's your wedding
I know, I should know the date.
I
So that was a little embarrassing for me. But I wanted to say that I don't know if there's a way, but I would really love between first and second reading to find out the information to making that alley one way, period. Done, like, one way. That's my only interest.
Is that a request to the administration, to transportation to do that, to be able to report at second reading?
Yes.
Okay, okay, is that part of, would that be included?
Yeah, well, he agreed, so
okay,
he said second, so yeah, we're the motion, we're just, it's a switching of the motions.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion from, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, for me, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of this project. It's on a transportation corridor, which is really important, along with, some of the other concerns stated here on the dais. Housing affordability is probably something that you could consider. It's 37 units. It's not difficult to designate 4 of them for affordable housing and provide someone with an opportunity to live in an amazing space like this. And I would like to hear that in your plans prior to second reading as well.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hurtak, roll call vote. This is including the revised revision sheet.
I see, right, correct.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, and Maniscalco.
No.
Motion carried with Carlson and Maniscalco voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Item number 3. Do we have enough seats for the folks coming up on 4?
I should have.
Okay. Is the second floor full?
No, not yet.
Not, are there people on the second floor?
I do have.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir, go ahead. She read it. Go ahead, sir, item number 3.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 3 is REZ 2409, a request to rezone 4913 North MacDill Avenue from residential multifamily 24 to planned development for residential single-family attached. I'll turn it over to Emily with the Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Plaza Terrace neighborhood. The subject site is outlined here in purple. To the north and south of the subject site are a mix of single-family detached and two-family, like duplexes. To the west of the subject site is an apartment complex, multifamily, and to the east of the subject site right here are 2 group homes. And then further to the east of the subject site is St. Joe's Hospital. Okay, the subject site again is here. It's in the residential 20 designation, which you can see is to the north, east, and south of the subject site. To the west is residential 35, and again, this is St. Joe's Hospital represented with the public, semi-public designation. The average existing density on this portion of North MacDill Avenue between West Louisiana Avenue and West Wilder Avenue is 9.75 units per acre based on 9 sample sites. If approved, the proposed development would be developed at 17.07 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated in the residential 20 designation. The proposed project contributes to the diversity of housing types, particularly in multifamily areas where such diversity is encouraged. The comprehensive plan also encourages the design and development of single-family attached to include the orientation of front doors to sidewalks and streets. The PD provides connections from the front doors to the sidewalk along the interior drive aisle and a crosswalk connecting it to the sidewalk along North MacDill Avenue, meeting this policy direction. The comprehensive plan promotes a residential development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy with increased housing availability at densities that promote walking and transit use. This request supports this policy direction due to the site being within proximity to transit and amenities along Hillsborough Avenue. The rezoning also provides housing on vacant land to ensure an adequate housing supply is available to meet the needs of Tampa's growing populations. Planning Commission staff requests the future land use designation be added to the site plan between first and second readings. Overall, the plan development is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern and is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation. And that concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 3, we'll start with the aerial overview of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject site outlined. Oops, I have this upside down. There we go, that's better. So you can see the subject site here outlined in red on North MacDill Avenue. To the east of the subject site, you have 2 planned developments. Both of these planned developments are for multifamily housing. And then along this portion of North MacDill Avenue here, you have RM24 zoning, so you can see multifamily developed here. These parcels here are developed with single-family semi-detached units, and then same to the south. As you move south of the subject site, you have some RS50 zoning, and then RS60 zoning over here, and then farther north, it has RS50 zoning too with single-family detached units. But within the immediate pocket right around the subject site, you have some more high-density multifamily uses. So we'll go on to the site plan that was provided by the applicant. So the development proposes 1 structure with 7 units, 7 single-family attached units. I do need to make a correction for the record. On page 1 of the staff report, it says that a waiver is requested to reduce the required parking from 18 to 16 spaces. This is incorrect. 16 parking spaces are provided and 16 parking spaces are required. So we'll now go into the design of the site. You have the front doors for the site for each unit here, and then they connect to a sidewalk in front of the units, and then with a pedestrian connection across the drive aisle to the sidewalk proposed on MacDill Avenue. Vehicular access to the site is provided from MacDill Avenue here, with an exit on MacDill Avenue at the northern end of the site. Each unit, unit 1 through 6 can accommodate has a 1-car garage with parking for 1 car in the driveway, and then unit 7 has a 2-car garage. The proposed max height is 38 feet and 4 inches. Additionally, I would like to point out that the applicant did work extensively with natural resources to preserve 2 grand trees on the site, a 68-inch grand tree, and then a 64-inch grand tree down on the southern end of the site. So Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application and waivers to the site plan as shown on the revision sheet, must be completed between first and second reading, and I will possibly need to revise that revision sheet to include the Planning Commission's request. Let me check to make sure that is not on there. So I will revise that and add the Planning Commission's request to be changed between first and second reading as well, and provide that to the clerk. I'm available if there's any questions.
Any questions? I see none. All right, do we have Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn it over to Erin. She even reminded me before I left.
Okay. Okay, Erin Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm just gonna speak on natural resources, finding of consistency for this project. So Sam already talked about the site, but you can see it's a very heavily canopied, treed site. And to the north here, you'll see there's a whole bunch of bamboo. You'll see that on the next slide. And it's outlined in green, which note to self, never use that color again on this. Let's see, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is their proposed site plan. I'm just gonna point out, the north is here on the left side of the screen, and along the bottom of the page is MacDill Avenue. So these two grand trees are right here in the southwestern corner of the site, and the applicant has worked with us extensively to save these trees. There are 3 preservation quality grand live oaks on the site, and one is requesting a waiver for removal, to remove that grand tree. It's right here in this red X, right here. They're gonna remove that one. And there's 2 that are being preserved in the green circles. There is also another one that is not preservation quality that they do not need a waiver to remove. So the applicant has provided certified arborist airspace and pruning reports to show what sort of root impacts there are and canopy impacts it would take to construct this. The yellow circle here is the protective radius of the tree. So they also gave a pink circle showing how far the canopy extends. So there is some minor pruning, but the impacts are not adverse. And you can see here too, there's a bit of paving that they are showing in the protective radius, and they have agreed to use alternate construction methods. And they've also notched out their building to provide more of the tree's canopy as well. So this is just showing you the tree that they're proposing to request a waiver for. It's a 34-inch live oak, rated C8 and worth 16 mitigation trees. And these are the 2 trees they are preserving. So here along MacDill, there's a 64-inch grand live oak rated C8. You can see there's resurrection fern growing all throughout these trees. They're, in very good condition. And this is I think the 68 inches near MacDill, and the 64 is just in a little bit. But they're both well-rated trees. So they have provided more than the required green space, more than double the required green space on the site, probably mainly due to the fact that they're preserving these 2 grands. Their use landscape buffers have been met, or the width is even exceeded on all sides of the other uses. And there is a waiver here just to reduce the 8-foot vehicular use area buffer that parallels MacDill to 4 feet. So Natural Resources is in support of these waivers. So just to wrap up, the applicant has worked with staff extensively to preserve these 2 grand trees on the site. They notched the building, provided arborist reports to demonstrate any adverse impacts, which should be pretty minor. And they're providing more than double the required green space. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Do you have any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, if you can, just if you want to, do you want to place that into the record? I'm sorry, did you need this to, I just want to be stated that we don't have one for council, though. No, that's fine. If you could just, for the record.
Same time as Development Coordination. For the record, I did update the revision sheet. I added updated 12/12/24, and then at the bottom added Planning Commission, and under Planning Commission, I add the R20 future land use to the site data table.
Thank you, and you're putting that into the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please say your name, applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner, and we're happy to come before you and certainly happy to have the staff support on so many issues. This project started out with site plans over 6 months ago and continually revising them to try to get to a point where it was acceptable on all sides. There is a PowerPoint and I'd like to have that pulled up, please.
There you
go. We have been found consistent. There were no neighbors that have been contacted us regarding any concerns or opposition. It's a RM24, and we're requesting a PD. It's a little less than half an acre. As a location, it's north of Columbus. It's near Hillsborough Avenue and east of the airport. There's a better view of where this is located. There's an aerial view showing you that this is surrounded by multifamily. There's a more closely detailed, and you can see the density of the landscaping and trees that are existing there. We're proposing 7 single-family attached units. The area is predominantly multifamily, and it's not in the coastal high hazard area, and it's not in a flood zone. There's an elevation showing the proposed design of the units. There's a perspective showing them how they'll look. And again, the height is being requested at 38 and a half feet. And you can see the driveways here in the units and the notched out building on unit number 7 to accommodate the setback, the protective radius for the grand tree. And then the reason that there are 1-car garages and then 1 car in the driveway is to accommodate the existing trees and the tree canopies. And we've moved this site plan around just to try to accommodate that. You couldn't, and I know that there are certainly, you've had questions in the past regarding the use of PDs. This is an ideal application of a PD. It allowed the site to be moved around to accommodate the conditions of the site as well as to save the existing trees. And you see the driveway access is there and the exits. And then the waiver that's being requested on MacDill is being supplemented with additional green space within the site. And you can see the land use is RM24, RM35, and R20 is on this site. So you have a higher density immediately to the west. The 7 units that are being requested are allowed by right. And you see the existing zoning, and the multifamily zoning is surrounding it on the east sides and to the north. And this is a picture of the existing site. You can see that there are trees throughout it. And again, we've done everything we can to accommodate and protect them, saving as many as we could. There's only the one that being requested to be removed. This is across the street, so you can see that the multifamily is typical for this area. We've worked very closely, as Aaron has pointed out, with Natural Resources, and we've done extensive work with them to try to save those trees and to provide the pervious pavement where necessary to also allow for the percolation around those trees. And I already mentioned that the garage and the one-way driveways, those are really designed to provide additional green space, but also to meet the code regarding the required parking areas. And note 2 is incorrect, as staff has pointed out. So we do meet there's no requirement for a waiver. And to reduce the drive aisle widths are again to protect the trees and also to provide additional green space. And transportation has approved that. And we're requesting the one hazardous grand tree to be removed, which, as staff pointed out, is a C8 condition, but we're saving the other more spectacular trees on the site. And now, again, we've reduced and redesigned the project to balance the transportation requirements versus natural resources. And, you know, sometimes that battle does not fare very well, but in this case, we've been able to thread the needle and achieve both. The PD proposes a comparable and compatible development. It's found to be consistent by both the city staff and the planning commission. And we're requesting that you look at this and approve that as submitted. We have a number of criteria that we're promote the official and substantive use of land and infrastructure, and we've met that goal. To encourage flexible and developments which reduce transportation needs and preserve the natural resources. We've done extensive work to do that. Promote the architectural features and elements. We've been found to be consistent with that. And then the goals and objectives of the site within the residential 20 is designed to request that the applicant meet that. We have met that. And we are consistent. It's 9.75 units per acre based on the 9-unit example. We're within the consistency of the R20, which would allow up to 20 units to the acre. The comprehensive plan promotes a residential development pattern consistent with the compact form of the strategy of the city, and we've met that, and the staff has pointed that out. So I don't think we have any more slides.
All right, any questions
I think
for the applicant?
that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 3? We have nobody registered. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Mr.
Wait.
Chair, I have a question about the use.
Councilmember Clinton, yes, sir.
For staff, the use behind this, I see the rear setback is 10 feet. What is the current use or and the zoning for this use in the rear of this property?
What is the current use for the rear of the property?
For the rear of the subject site, same time as development coordination.
So behind, what is behind this property? Because I see that they're looking for a 10-foot setback on the rear of the property. What is the adjoining use?
Here is the zoning.
All right.
So the rear part of the property abuts multifamily on both sides. I can show you a picture of that real quick, so that you can have an idea of what that use looks like. So this is taken from the back of the site, looking at that multifamily that's behind the subject site.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Any other questions, comments? Vieira, Clendenin?
It's a dumpster and a parking lot.
Thank you very much. We have
Motion to close stands.
motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, you already read, so Councilmember Hurtak.
File number REZ 24-09, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4913 North MacDill Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RM24 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single-family attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from
Second.
Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, council.
Next is item number 4.
Good evening, Stephanie Pope with Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4 is REZ 2477, request to rezone 4720 North Clark Avenue from industrial general to planned development for all industrial general uses. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The site's located within the West Shore Planning District, the West Shore Business District, and the Drew Park neighborhood. This is an aerial of the subject site, which is located here, outlined in purple. There are a single-family residential to the west and north of the subject site, but the majority of the uses that surround the subject site are light commercial and light industrial uses, which are to the south, east, north, like northeast-ish, and this side of the west of the parcel as well. This is the subject site again, is represented with the light industrial future land use designation, which does surround the subject sites. The PD proposes a 0.3435 FAR, which is below the intensity that can be considered under the light industrial future land use designation. The request is consistent with policies that discourage industrial uses in close proximity to residential uses. While the site is not surrounded by a residential plan category, there are non-conforming residential uses to the north and west. The PD is proposing a 5-foot buffer and a 6-foot fence to the north and west of the site, which would be a buffer from those residential uses. And given the existing development pattern, Planning Commission staff finds the PD is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The request supports many of the comprehensive plan's industrial land policies, which support opportunities for industrial development to accommodate employment generators for the city's population. Additionally, the request will continue to maintain industrial areas that provide for the manufacturing of goods, flex space, and research and development compatible with non-industrial uses. The Planning Commission staff requests that the FAR be added to the site plan between first and second readings. And in conclusion, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area, and it's consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the light industrial future land use designation. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, come on up, please state your name.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. I do have a revised staff report.
Councilmember Carlson. Thank you.
I would like to make a correction to the record. On page 3 of the revised staff report, or on page 3 of the staff report, it was stated that the applicant includes waivers for the south and east setback to 0 feet, which is an error. In a PD, the applicant does not need to waive setbacks. The last review showed that solid waste was inconsistent. The applicant was working with solid waste to resolve this inconsistency at the time the staff report was wrote. It has since been confirmed with solid waste that the applicant can continue to use rollout carts and solid waste is consistent. A dumpster and auto turn are not required. I have provided you with revised staff reports which reflect these changes. I'll now start with the report. We'll start with an aerial view of the subject site and the surrounding area. The subject site is outlined in red on the west side of North Clark Avenue, which is right here, in the general vicinity south of West Osborne Avenue and east of North Lois Avenue. The development pattern is similar to the north, east, west, and south with industrial general uses. Northwest of the site, right here, is zoned PD in 1997, file number Z9752, with an existing use of office services. There are residential uses to the north and west of the site. To the north, east, and south is IG zoning. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant. There is an existing building on the site, right here, and the applicant is proposing the addition of a 5,000 square foot building, a stormwater pond, and removal of asphalt near the existing pole barn. A 5-foot buffer and 6-foot PVC fence is proposed to the north and west sides near the single-family homes, along with a waiver to request to reduce the required 15-foot landscape use-to-use buffer. Surface parking is provided adjacent to the existing building on site. Right here you can see the 4 spaces that are provided. This is a photo of the subject site. This is a view of the existing building on the subject site. This is looking south on Clark. This is looking east across the street from the site, across Clark. And this is looking north. You can see the existing single-family home in the photo there. I'll show you the proposed building elevations. This is the east elevation, the north elevation, the west elevation, and the south elevation. And these are additional photos of the existing building that is on site there. There are 3 waivers requested as part of this application and listed on page 1 of the staff report. To reduce the loading berths, removal of 1 non-hazardous grand live oak, and the buffers. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be inconsistent with the land development code. Transportation is inconsistent due to the required loading spaces. All other reviewers are consistent. There are revisions that need to be made between first and second readings, should it be the pleasure of council to approve this rezoning. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Clendenin, Vieira? Nope. All right. Applicant, yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. This is an addition to an existing warehouse, and I've discussed the issue regarding the loading berths with transportation. And since this, can you see that okay?
Yes. Can you zoom out slightly? There we go.
Since this is an addition to an existing warehouse, there's no need for a high bay docking station for it. They work on and they store exotic cars, and they have to be able to drive in. They're not going to be loading the cars off the back of a truck. So, and I hate that it ended up being an inconsistency just for that issue, but I have talked to transportation about it. We were found to be consistent by the Planning Commission staff, and recognizing that this area is surrounded by warehouses, and this is an addition to an existing warehouse. So we're not introducing a new use, and we are providing the protective radiuses, as you can see from the trees. And we actually shifted the building so that would happen, and we're providing a retention area to accommodate any additional runoff for the building. The existing building has no stormwater treatment at all. Most of the buildings out there don't have stormwater treatment, so this will be an improvement. And then we've also agreed to add the additional trees that are required to the frontage so that it will help to buffer the view of the existing warehouse from the right-of-way. We've met the parking requirements. The area is industrial for the most part. I think the staff showed you some pictures. I've got some additional ones to show you. Just to give you an idea of this is existing warehouse, and you see that the lot in the back is vacant, and this is where the proposed addition would go. It's surrounded on everywhere with warehouses. This is a close-up view of the existing warehouse, and then the proposed addition would occur in this area here. The comprehensive plan encourages similar and like uses. We're not reducing industrial lands, which you frequently have to deal with. Reduction of industrial lands, this actually enhances that and continues the trend and establishes that warehouse as a long-term use that would be established in that area. With respects to promoting the efficient and sustainable use of the land, we meet that. The applicant has requested natural resources waiver to the removal of a non-hazardous grand tree. However, we're replacing the mitigation trees in the front where it would be appropriate to screen the proposed new development. With respect to promoting and encourage development in an appropriate location, this is a warehouse district, and we're promoting and encouraging that to continue. I know that you frequently get proposals in here that are taking industrial land and converting them to residential. This doesn't do that. It preserves the industrial use. The site plan will allow for IG uses and the waivers requested for the following: reduction of loading berths. As I said before, it's elevated, but it's at grade, and so the loading docks would not be, you'd have to drive all the way around to the back of the building when you couldn't get there anyway to put in a loading dock. The front building doesn't have a loading dock, and that's where the principal use occurs, and this is expansion request for that front building. We're requesting the use of the landscape buffer establish a 6-foot masonry wall and a 5-foot buffer. So we are providing for the buffers as requested. The subject is built, and the site pictures the staff has already shown you. It's an as-built site. With respect to meeting the land use codes, the overall objective in development and redevelopment to stable and ensure the social and economic health of the city, and this does that. The land development regulations or existing future land use regulations shall be made consistent with the comprehensive plan. Is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The staff analysis showed that this is an appropriate use, an appropriate location, and it expands an existing permitted use. So as the Planning Commission has pointed out, they have found it to be consistent. Certainly I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. But again, this is an expansion of an existing warehouse, and it does meet the codes as required, with the exception of the loading dock. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Clendenin. So I see that the existing use, and there's 3 parking spots. I know a big problem in this area, or maybe 4 parking spots with a handicap spot. And a big problem in this area is a lot of these businesses are utilizing public right-of-way for parking in lieu of parking on their own property. You're putting a new 5,000 square foot building, but not adding any additional parking. Now, how does this work with having, more than doubling the size of the infrastructure and only having 4 parking spots?
We're not asking for a waiver of parking.
You're able to.
We're meeting the parking requirement. The issue was the loading docks that we're not providing.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Michelini, you said this was a car repair or car storage?
Storage. It's a storage.
So the parking would be?
Inside the building.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions? If not, we'll go to public comment. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 4? I see no one. Can I get a motion to close? Motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Hurtak. No, I haven't read. Councilmember Carlson, if you could read item number 4.
Yes, sir. I move file number 4, file number REZ 24-77, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 4720 North Clark Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification IG industrial general to PD plan development, all industrial uses, providing effective date.
And the revision sheet.
And the revision sheet.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda, Carlson, Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Item number 5.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5 is REZ 2494, a request to rezone 4115 and 4107 West Spruce Street from plan development to plan development for residential multifamily. I'll turn it over to Emily with the Planning Commission.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. Do you want me to zoom in more?
No, I just had a question for Mr. Shelby. A family member of mine lives at the apartment complex to the northeast there, right off the grid. They're just renting, but no financial stake or anything. Am I good to vote on this?
Can you be fair and impartial and base your decision on the evidence in the record?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and they have no financial stake, and you say they're a renter?
They're a renter, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. No, I do not see a conflict of interest, and under Florida law, it's my opinion that you can participate and vote.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right, the subject site's located within the West Shore Planning District, the West Shore Business District, and Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. The subject site is located here in purple, and it's surrounded by a mix of uses with light commercial uses and multifamily to the north and northwest of the site, and public uses are to the east and southeast of the subject site. The site is also located, International Plaza is to the northwest of the site's over here, and the Tampa International Airport is further west outside of the aerial. Again, the subject site is here, located in purple. It is surrounded by the Regional Mixed Use 100 Future Land Use Designation, and this designation supports high intensity and density high-rise residential, major office, and regional serving commercial developments. The proposed plan development supports many policies in the comprehensive plan related to housing the city's population, as the plan encourages new housing development on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate housing supply for Tampa's present and future populations. The PD proposes a 3.5 FAR, which aligns with the anticipated density under the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation. It is also consistent with policies promoting the efficient use of land and compact high-density development near transportation facilities and employment centers. Planning Commission staff identified that the proposed building square footage of the site plan exceeds the maximum permitted by 1 square foot. In order to comply with the maximum allowable FAR, the proposed building square footage must be reduced by 1 square foot between first and second readings. The subject site is within a mixed-use corridor suitable for intensification and promoted residential, mixed-use, retail, service, commercial, and pedestrian-oriented uses in these areas. The PD proposes a residential multifamily building oriented toward North Lehman's Boulevard with sidewalks along North Lehman's Boulevard, West Spruce Street, and North Lois Avenue, connecting the building to surrounding services, addressing mixed-use related policies. Entrances are oriented toward and connect to 8-foot sidewalks with shade trees. Walk-up units are provided along West Spruce Street, enhancing pedestrian connectivity. The request is consistent with the compact city form strategy, which seeks to promote housing at densities that promote walking and transit near employment concentrations, residential services, and amenities. In conclusion, the proposed development is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the RMU 100 Future Land Use Designation and is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come on up.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. We'll get started with our aerial map per usual. This is a highly urbanized area of the city. This is located within the West Shore Overlay District. North of the subject site, you have Office Professional 1 zoning, so you have a parking garage and then the office buildings. You have a hotel here under the same zoning district. To the south of the subject site, You do have a planned development for multifamily, and then you have another planned development here for single-family attached and semi-detached. This parcel right here that is zoned CI is the West Shore Senior Center that's owned and operated by Hillsborough County. And then on the other side of Lehman's Boulevard, you have a postal office that is under the CI zoning district. Within proximity to the development or the proposed development, you have multiple large-scale multifamily apartment buildings. And then as you move north, you have Boy Scout Boulevard here, and then farther to the north, you have International Plaza. You do have some single-family detached homes further away from the site here in the RS-50, and then also on the south side of Spruce Street over in this direction. We'll now go to the site plan provided by the applicant. So the applicant proposes a 493,969 square foot multifamily structure containing 410 dwelling units. The applicant is providing walk-up units along Spruce Street here, and then also walk-up units via sidewalks connected to the sidewalk here along North Lois Boulevard, or North Lois Street. The sidewalks proposed on Lois, Spruce, and Lehman's Boulevard range from 8 feet to 11 feet wide. Additionally, along North Lois Avenue and West Spruce Street, the applicant is proposing type 1 shade trees to provide shade and encourage walkability. There's also a small proposed public open space here at the corner of North Lois Avenue and West Spruce Street. Vehicular access to the site is provided from West Spruce Street through an existing curb cut. There are some additional existing private parking spots off of West Lehman's Boulevard, in addition to the parking garage. 513 parking spaces are required and 620 parking spaces are provided. Additionally, the applicant has coordinated with HART to provide an off-site bus shelter, or bus stop and bus shelter improvements to a nearby transit stop on West Spruce Street. And then lastly, the proposed maximum building height is 95 feet or 8 stories. So I'll show you guys the elevations now provided by the applicant. I'll zoom in a little bit more. So there's the east elevation, that is the south elevation, and then you have the west and north elevation. So this would be the side that is facing that existing parking garage to the north of the subject site. So now I'll walk through some pictures. A little bit of a big site, so I took a decent amount of photos. So this is looking north on Lehman's Boulevard. So there's existing parking spots that exist there now. This is the subject site here. You can see one of those existing larger scale multifamily developments in proximity to the site. This is looking east from Lehman's Boulevard. This is the post office that is across the street. And then this is looking south from Lehman's Boulevard at West Spruce Street. This is the West Shore Senior Center there. So now we are along Spruce Street. This is Lehman's here. You can see the subject site here, and then there's a large stormwater ditch that runs along West Spruce Street that you can very clearly see in those photos. Now we're looking west along West Spruce Street. You can see the other large-scale multifamily development that's south of it, and this is the subject site here. This is looking northwest into the subject site. This is the existing access on Spruce Street that will be used to access the parking garage. Now we're looking back east on Spruce Street towards Lehman Boulevard. You got the Hillsborough County West Shore Senior Center there. We've moved a little bit farther, so we were back over here. Now we're getting closer to Lois Avenue, where you can see the existing structure on the subject site. Looking a little bit farther west, this is the intersection of West Spruce and Lois. You can see an office building and then a multifamily structure on the south side of the subject site. This is looking south across the street from the subject site at the multifamily. And this has moved a little bit further in down to the intersection of West Spruce and North Lois, looking south. And then now we are looking north along Lois Avenue, looking towards International Plaza. This is the subject site here. This is the existing parking garage for the office professional building to the north, and then you have another office professional building there. This is looking east internal to the site, so this is not part of the site. That's that existing OP zoning to the north of it. This is the subject site. And then lastly, this is looking west from the subject site. This is North Lois Avenue there. So put the site plan back up. I did want to mention that while there is vehicular access provided to the parking garage here, there is vehicular access off of Lehman's up here, but that is for the solid waste and for the loading and unloading. I don't necessarily think, it doesn't appear based on the design that this would be used for access for people who actually live there to park in the parking garage. So development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent. The development proposes a multifamily structure in an urban area of the city that is comparable and compatible with the built environment. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application and the waivers associated, modifications to the site plan as submitted on the revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant?
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have been sworn. I am here with the rezoning application on behalf of Paradise Ventures. Chris Zimmerman and Brad Carnes from Paradise are here joining us tonight. Our civil team is Kimley Horn. Brandon Masiallo and Artie Cintron are here from Kimley. Christian Okendo from CBA did the architecture. He's here as well. Ricky Pederica is, of course, our arborist and landscaping expert. He is with us tonight, too. And Steve Henry prepared our traffic study. He is also here in the building for questions. I wanted to start with a high-level bird's eye view, and Sam did a great job setting this up. I think it's important to view this request through the lens of the proximity. This is an area that's been characterized by, I'd say, recent multifamily development, since the early 2000s. And if you look at our site here, outlined in yellow, it almost looks like a missing puzzle piece. And a puzzle piece in land use terms is infill redevelopment, right? And that's what we want. That's what the comprehensive plan has, a host of goals and policies that encourage this infill redevelopment. Currently today, 2 buildings on the site are office. They were built in 1974 and 1975. While office might have been a great use for this site then, as you can tell from the plethora of cars in this aerial, it might not be the highest and best use today. So we are here this evening with an application that we think is for currently underutilized land, and we are hoping to give this site new life. Zooming out a little bit, we talk a lot about how many people are moving here every day, and if you look at this aerial, this site, it's a great location to put housing, right? We've got proximate access to 275. It's a half-mile drive down Lois to get on the on-ramp. Close to regional scale retail. This is not in the coastal high hazard area. And the site is also already densified. This is RMU 100. There was not an accompanying plan amendment that exists today. So Planning Commission had a vision for the site to be high-density multifamily. So that's why we're here this evening to bring that to fruition. So we're proposing 410 units, an 8-story building with a 95-foot height. I won't reiterate everything Sam said about the site plan. He did a great job orienting us. But I did want to put this back up there because I think it's important to understand the proximity to Spruce and to Lois, because it has an effect on some of these waivers that I'm going to go through in just a second. And given this is in the West Shore Overlay District, both of those street frontages have specific streetscape requirements, and I'll speak to those in a bit. Not to skip to the ending or the last chapter in the book, but we do have a fully consistent staff report, and I wanted to shed light on that before I went into a relatively dense list of waivers, again, this being in the overlay. So we have 1 loading berth waiver. This is to propose 2 12x30s in place of a single 12x60. So numerically net zero reduction there, just separating those out. We have 5, what I would put into a bucket of natural resources / urban design. The first two, these will be familiar to you. We have a tree retention waiver. This site, as you can see, has a lot of antiquated palms. 86% of the trees on this site are palms. We are proposing to remove those, but we are replacing the required number of trees, more than, on the site with the proposed development. As you can see, those palms are kind of clustered around where those buildings exist today. We're proposing to remove the scram laurel oak. We have reasonable reconfiguration alternatives that have been uploaded to the record for that. And some of you may recall there's a specific requirement in the West Shore overlay to plant bosque elms, like a specific tree species. In our coordination with the Natural Resources Department and in the past projects that we've worked on in the overlay, that is not really the preferable tree, even though it's in code. So we are requesting to waive that just to replace with any other type 1 tree species. It'll still be a shade tree. These next two waivers are inherently related, and they are a result of this picture that Sam had, but that I also went out and took myself, to try to show just how large this stormwater swale is adjacent to the site. This runs south of the site along Spruce. So because of this swale, this renders the right-of-way unusable. As you all know, typically we'd place our sidewalk adjacent to the site in the right-of-way. We can't do that here. There's also a 5-foot wide maintenance easement on private property for this. So what we did was we shifted the site to the north. We consolidated that northern buffer, again adjacent to a parking garage, a commercial use. And what we did was we took all that space in the front to make sure that we were compliant with the overlay requirements, though on private property. So we have an 8 to 10 foot wide sidewalk here. This shared sidewalk waiver is one I've never requested before, candidly. We are proposing to periodically narrow the sidewalk to allow for the placement of these trees within that same area. We also undulated the building, as you can see here, to make sure that we gave those trees enough room for canopy growth. So that's the end of the waiver summary. You know, all projects present with their own set of design challenges. This one was definitely not any different, but it's not very often I get to stand before you guys with 10 green check marks, and I'm really proud of this. So I think that staff's unconditional support says a lot to the creative work that this design team put in to make sure that all concerns were addressed. So with that, I am going to bring up Chris Zimmerman with Paradise Ventures. He's going to speak a little bit about his vision and his outreach in the community.
Hello, my name is Chris Zimmerman. I'm Director of Acquisitions with Paradise Ventures. We are the developer landowner here. And a little history on us, we are traditionally a retail developer. We've been in business for 30 plus years. We've been headquartered in the Tampa market that entire time. We do most of our development in this market. We love this market. We love West Shore specifically. We are West Shore Alliance members. We're other landowner West Shore landowners, big believers in West Shore, and we think that this design is creative and considerate in a way that marries well with the West Shore overlay criteria. Very proud of the design. Speaking a little bit to that design criteria and specifically how we marry with the neighborhood, what we tried to do is capture sort of the in-between between high-density development that exists just to the north of us and the single-family residential to the south of us. We think we've got a design that capitalizes on a very highly pedestrian trafficked intersection there. The 8-foot sidewalks, the shade trees, certain things that encourage the pedestrian traffic there and kind of blend with that single family as a buffer into the more high density to the north.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Yes, thank you. I didn't hear about your community outreach.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So we held a neighborhood meeting with the Carver City Homeowners Association. Tried to hear out some of their concerns, wanted to get specifically a list of some of those concerns that we could go to work on and try to start addressing. Some of those concerns, from traffic to infrastructure to parking spillover, to cohesion with the neighborhood, walkability, you know, making sure that it continues to feel like a neighborhood, or maybe feels even a little more like a neighborhood than it currently does. Some of those concerns, you know, are real concerns, and we tried to be considerate about, you know, incorporating solutions to those into some of our design. We think we did a pretty good job at that. Again, we're pretty proud of this design and how it accomplishes some of that.
You spoke a lot, you didn't tell us what you did was.
We held a neighborhood meeting with the Carver City Homeowners Association.
What was any results from any compromises, everything was homostatic?
Yes, so specific concerns of theirs, traffic, you know, neighborhood walkability, cohesion with the neighborhood, a lot of those were incorporated into the design, specifically, you know, the shade trees, the 8-foot sidewalks, trying to be sure that, you know, we're solving for the neighborhood feel, the walkability, you know, the safe walkability.
So then the neighborhood never brought up anything about affordable housing or anything like that on the 400-some unit?
I don't recall affordable housing coming up, no.
All right.
All right, Councilmember Carlson.
Did the neighborhood ask for anything that would be reflective of the history and culture of the neighborhood?
Not specifically, you know, certainly an acknowledgement of, you know, of trying to continue to be cohesive and be respectful of the history of that neighborhood. Not a specific solution. That was really kind of, the onus was put on us, you know, to try and figure out how to be thoughtful about that.
Affordable housing would have been impressive for Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, 10% set aside. That would be impressive before second reading, if you need some help.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Anybody else? All right, anything further in the presentation?
I don't believe so.
All right, is there
And
anything?
may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
If I may?
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to really echo what Councilwoman Henderson said regarding workforce or affordable housing, some sort of component. Obviously, we can't make that a condition, but just given this area and the protection that the community always wants for this area, and that the neighborhood always wants for this area, very, very unique and special area in Tampa, I do agree with that sentiment. Again, I know from a legal perspective, before Mr. Shelby or anybody jumps on this, we can't do that. So this has no bearing whatsoever on my decision. But just from a policy perspective, I think that would be very, very, very well taken for this community. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, public comment? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 5? We have a speaker coming up, sir.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. This is where density belongs. And I really think, I mean, here's the thing. If every apartment complex that was built south of Gandy in since the last comprehensive plan in 2016, if every apartment complex added 5 affordable housing units in the 80-ish range or below, then we would have an entire housing complex full of affordable housing in numbers wise. And if everybody takes 5, it brings all of us up and it gets exposure. And this is, you're absolutely correct. My kids went to Roland Park for years, and this is a very diverse community, and city council can't ask for affordable housing, but I sure as hell can.
Anybody else here for public comment? Do you need rebuttal, applicant?
That's all for us. Thank you, guys.
Motion to close?
In fact, before we
Wait,
close,
Councilman
and I know the city's had plans for many years to widen Spruce Avenue, make amendments, and we're looking at moving what we have there, solid waste, to another location very shortly at a great cost to the city. But yet, I just got to have people to understand this city is based on all different types of individuals, different colors, different heights, different weights, different looks, different speeches, different conversation, and different incomes. And somehow we gotta house them all. That's all I'm gonna say.
Can I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Clendenin, do you have the agenda with you?
I do, but I also want to speak to the issue too before I vote. I understand that, what my fellow councilpersons were saying, but, you know, we have a carrot approach to encouraging this type of development. You know, when you know, undergrounding utilities, bonus densities, you know, everything comes with a price. Affordable housing is also one of those options where the developer can come in, offer affordable housing in lieu of getting certain things. I don't necessarily know, I'm not necessarily comfortable, you know, feeling like we're negotiating that from the dais. So I just, that makes me uncomfortable because again, this is a commercial development. These are for-profit companies doing business in the city of Tampa. And quite frankly, if you're familiar with the property that they're redeveloping, this is going from damn near blight, because it's a really antiquated old area, and fulfilling a housing, you know, we have a need for housing in general, and the growth of housing is going to lift all boats, including the development of, you know, supply and demand. You increase the supply, and, you know, hopefully we'll also suppress some of the costs for people. And we do have to house of all income levels, including market rate house income levels. So that being said, I think this is a win-win for the city of Tampa and for that area and the development and what they're proposing here. Yeah, again, it's going from a 0 to a 10 as far as land use and something for a benefit for not just people who will future live there, but the neighbors that will be living around it. So we are on number 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I move file number REZ 2494, an application PV Spruce West Shore LLC request to rezone property generally located at, excuse me, I screwed that up on my phone. Let me start this over again. I move file number REZ 2494, an ordinance being presented, first reading consideration, and ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4107 and 4115 West Spruce Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classifications, PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Hurtak. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Before I vote, may I say something?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm gonna vote yes on this. And with regards to Councilman Clendenin's comments, I agree 100%. We can't make conditions or anything like that. The reason I said what I said, I want to explain myself, is given this area, given the historical nature of this area, given this very unique area, which is it's a unique area, and it's within an area here near West Shore in the city of Tampa that I always believe, and we all do believe in city council, that we want to protect its identity and historical character. So that's why I followed up on Councilwoman Henderson's comments, because I know, given her family history in this area, I do pay her a lot of deference on this issue, et cetera. So I agree, Councilman Clendenin and whatnot. But again, it's, from my view, the 10 suggestions, not the 10 commandments, I guess, if you will. So with that being said, I'll vote yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Yes. Yes, Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I am never going to threaten a corporation to provide affordable housing. When you do your homework and due diligence, if you even talk to West Shore Alliance, when I speak to them, I always have said to them, when they've met with me about some projects that are coming, that you consider all the neighborhoods. So in their presentation, they talked to Beach Park, but they didn't talk to Carver City, they didn't talk to Lincoln Gardens, and these are within very close proximity. And if you do your homework and you are thoughtful and want to be good citizens and show some level of corporate responsibility for a corridor that is a transportation corridor that is close to so many businesses, as well as historically two black neighborhoods where there was once the sanitation department, which we are now moving, and a building, a facility called the Stockade, which was also the jail system. So that's what was put into this community when it was being developed. And they said, this is where black folks can live, but you're gonna get a sanitation department and you're gonna get a jailhouse. So now we're getting 410 apartments on that same corner, across the street, actually. That's the historical aspect of it. So when new people are coming in, developers, I think it's thoughtful, not necessarily a requirement, but in being a good citizen, if you really did your homework about a particular area, it would be easy for you to, in your wealth, provide 41 homes that are affordable for folks to live there. That's all I'm saying. And I just wanted to help them out, because if we don't ask or say something, who's going to say something? Who's going to say something if it's not us in the community? You know, so, and also that when we look at the future development, you're right. Culver City has been a wonderful secret for many, many, many years. You can get everywhere in a few minutes. Tampa Stadium, the airport, downtown, it is a great corridor for living. And I don't want to stop that, because that area is not necessarily blighted, Alan, but that particular, Mr. Clendenin, but that particular corner, you know, and that building that currently sits there, you know, yes, of course it can use some improvement, and housing is a good thing to see. So I don't want to make you think that I don't want to support that, but it would be, in all fairness to me and in good conscience, that I'm going to ask every single developer, every single time that they present housing to us, are they providing affordable housing? But it is not a threat. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Shelby.
And thank you, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. And just for the record, the requirement for affordable housing is not presently in your code and not a criteria upon which you can base your decision.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Well, Viera stated yes. Miranda?
Yes.
You said, what was that, Miranda?
Pardon me?
What was that?
Yes.
Yes. Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Okay.
Henderson?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Did you get Viera?
He was the first one. Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Yes, sir. Item number 6.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 6 is RAZ 24107, a request to rezone 203 South Moody from residential office 1 to planned development for residential single-family detached and semi-detached. Before I turn it over to the Planning Commission, I would like to take a moment just to give a brief history of this case. It may be familiar to some of you all. This applicant
If we could please
previously...
keep it quiet in the room. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
The applicant previously submitted a rezoning application for the subject site under file number REZ 2388. The request was to rezone the property from residential office 1 to planned development to allow for residential multifamily townhome development and with 4 dwelling units. The case was heard by council on April 11, 2024 and was denied. On August 27, 2024, the applicant submitted per section 27-150 or requested the zoning administrator to waive the required 12-month period before a new application for the same zoning classification can be considered before City Council. The request was approved given that the applicant changed the request with the development proposal of residential single-family detached and semi-detached containing 3 dwelling units and no waivers under the current rezoning application before you today, REZ 24107. And with that, I will turn it over to Emily unless there are any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the South Howard neighborhood. It's also within Evacuation Zone C. The subject site located here has commercial uses to the north and the east of the subject site, but to the south and the west of the subject site, you can see the residential development as well as you can to the north. This is the future land use map of the subject site, which is outlined here. It's represented with the residential 35 future land use designation, which is to the north, east, and south of the subject site. The pink color here is the community mixed use 35 designation, and along Kennedy Boulevard and Armenia Avenue, the purple color is the urban mixed use 60. Both South Armenia Avenue and South Howard Avenue, 1 block west and east of the subject sites, are transit emphasis corridors. Parcels along this portion of South Moody Avenue between West Cleveland Avenue and West Platt Street contain a mix of single-family attached and detached development at a density of 16.33 dwelling units per acre based on 19 sample sites. The PD proposes a density of 20 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 designation. Given the existing mix of single-family attached and detached and the adjacent office uses, Planning Commission staff finds that the request will allow for compatible infill development. The comprehensive plan encourages single-family attached units to be designated with front entrances oriented towards neighborhood sidewalks or streets. The entrances of units 1 and 2 are oriented towards South Moody Avenue, meeting the intent of Land Use Policy 9.2.6. Sidewalks are provided to the detached unit, enhancing pedestrian connectivity along South Moody Avenue. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population, as the plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will also provide additional housing choices within walking distance of transit. The request is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 designation. And that concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. We'll get started with our aerial map. Zoom in a little bit. So you have the subject site outlined in red here. On South Moody. The development pattern surrounding the subject site is a mixture of uses. This is a rather dense area of the city. You have the South Howard corridor here that I'm sure you all are very familiar with. Along South Moody, you have a mix of office, business, professional uses, multifamily, single-family attached, and semi-detached uses. Just to the south, you have a planned development here that was approved for 12 multifamily units. And then further south, you have the Publix on West Platt Street that I'm sure you all are familiar with. You can see some more semi-detached and attached uses here, multifamily here. So overall, you have quite a variety of housing types here. As you move further to the west, you do have some single-family detached, and then same over in this general area as well. So we will now go to the site plan provided by the applicant. We'll zoom in a little bit more. So the applicant is proposing 2 structures for a total of 3 units along South Moody Avenue. You have 2 semi-detached units that will be fronting South Moody Avenue. And then off the alley, you have a proposed single-family detached unit. Vehicular access to these 2 units is provided from South Moody. You have a 1-car garage for each unit and then 1 parking spot in the driveway for each unit as well. The front doors are oriented towards Moody. And then for the single-family detached, you have vehicular access provided from the alley. It has a 2-car garage. The front door is oriented towards Moody, but there is a pedestrian connection provided along the northern part of the subject site that connects to a sidewalk on Moody Avenue. The sidewalk on Moody is proposed to be 5 feet. Overall, 6 parking spaces are required and 6 parking spaces are being provided. The maximum building height is proposed to be 45 feet. And then lastly, the applicant is proposing a 6-foot tall PVC fence along the northern property line and the southern property line. Let's go through to the elevations now. So here are your elevations for the semi-detached units that will be fronting Moody. And here are your elevations for the single-family detached home that will be in the back off the alley. I'll go through some pictures now. So this is on Moody, looking west directly at the subject site. This is looking north on Moody. You can see one of the offices at the corner of Moody and Cleveland. This is looking east across from the subject site, so you can see some of those semi-detached uses there, and then office directly across from the subject site. This is looking south on Moody Street. This is the subject site here. This is looking southeast on the subject site, so you can see the semi-detached, and then one of those older style multifamily apartment buildings that you typically see in the Hyde Park area. This is looking west. This is the subject site here. This is the Montessori School's parking lot. The Montessori School is directly behind the subject site on the other side of the alley. So this is their parking lot. This sign is related to the Montessori School, not this application. So this is from within the Montessori School's parking lot. This is looking north at the subject site. Moody Avenue is over here. And this is looking west towards the alley, so the subject site would be over here outside of Frame. And then this is the alley that will be used to access a single-family detached home. This is looking north on the alley towards Cleveland. This is this subject site here. This is looking east towards Moody. This is the back of the subject site off of the alleyway. And this is looking south down the alleyway. This is the subject site here, and they have the Montessori School over here. We'll put the site plan back up. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be made between first and second readings. I'm available if there's any question.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant? Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Council. Steve McElhinney. The council admonished the developer to come back with a more reasonable plan, which was to reduce the density. And we've done that by removing one of the units that was being requested to meet the code, to remove the waivers, and to increase the green space. We presented that to the city staff. They evaluated it, read the motions that were made, and determined that by reducing the number of units being requested, even though the land use designation is R35, which would allow for 5 units to be considered, the 3 units are being proposed. If you would like for me to read that motion for you, the motion was the most egregious issue was the green space going from 350 square feet per unit to 107. We now meet that code and we exceed it. The Tampa City Council motion, the green space requirement is now being met. In addition, the reduction of the density through the removal of 1 unit adds to the meeting of the refined area. And they went on to say, this was the council's discussion, both issues were discussed, and additionally, we were advised to come back with a less intensive development, one that met the code and did not have waivers that were affecting the site, and we've done that. We've increased the amount of green space. All of the required trees will be planted on site. We're not putting any of the trees into the tree bank, and we are, as I said, meeting the green space requirement. All of the front doors, that was another issue that was being requested for us to address. They meet the criteria facing the street of Moody, and the standard, according to the staff report, says that we've met that criteria. In addition, to promote this, encourage development where appropriate in this location, and the council previously found that we did meet that criteria. It was an appropriate use in an appropriate location. However, the waivers were not acceptable, and we removed those. Promote more desirable living and working conditions. We've done that, and we've reduced that so that it's a duplex in the front, essentially, and a single-family structure in the rear. The proposed elevations are complementary to the surrounding community, and that's also been found consistent with the city staff. We don't have to go through the review for the criteria for the, for the waiver compliance because we're not asking for any waivers. But I will go through the issues regarding the compatibility of the site, surrounded by office uses to the north and east, and the west is the parking lot for a Montessori school. Now, the staff has also shown you a picture of the site, and this is the south view, so the property is adjacent to a parking lot. There are no other properties over here that would be adversely affected. This is a photograph, an aerial photograph of the subject site here. You can see the parking lot here and the alley here, and Moody is over here. This also shows you the townhouses and multifamily here, offices there, and down here you have other single-family semi-detached structures. So that's basically going toward the issue regarding compatibility of the use in the area. This is looking south along the alleyway. This is another view further south looking toward the property. The subject property is to the right, and it's showing you that we have other townhouse projects in the immediate vicinity. So we're not introducing an incompatible use in this area. If I can get this to separate here. This is a view looking directly across the street, showing you the office on the right, on the left side, and the subject property is directly across the street. These are townhouses, again, directly across the street. This is a picture of the subject property. You know, according to the staff, the planning commission, and the city staff, we've demonstrated that this is a change that would be allowed to be considered by the city council. We provided them with the direct motions from your previous discussions, and we have addressed all of them. This is a diagram showing you the green space that's being provided. 2 units in the front, 1 unit in the back, with the garage is one enclosed for each one at 22 feet. That was another discussion you all had about regarding the widths of garages to make sure that they were compatible and you could open the car doors, et cetera, and access them. And then this is the 2-car garages in the back that are 22 feet wide. And again, I'll state for the record that all of the tree requirements we met on site. We've met the green space requirement. We're not asking for any waivers. City staff and the planning commission have both found it to be consistent, and we've met the criteria that's established in the code regarding promoting and encouraging development where appropriate in location. And again, this is appropriate considering the surrounding development, and promote desirable living conditions and working environments that would be possible through the strict interpretation of the code, and we've done that. Also, I'd like to point out that we're within the transit corridor areas, which is where previously the council has mentioned that you were trying to encourage development to occur. So there are 2 transit corridors. You have both the South MacDill as well as the Cleveland area as a consideration for transportation. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Clendenin, Vieira?
Yeah.
Clendenin.
Both setbacks are on the north side or 5, is that right?
Your audio is choppy, sir. Try again.
Let me bring the phone closer to my face. The north and the south setbacks. The north setback is 5 feet 5 inches, and the south is 5 feet 6 inches. Is that right?
Yes.
And the adjacent uses are for the north and south?
The north side is an office, the south side is a parking lot.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? This is item 6. We have nobody registered. Can I get a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira, do you have the agenda to read item 6, if you'd like to? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I move an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 203 South Moody Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification R01, residential office, to PD plan development residential single family detached and semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda, roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Can't hear you.
Clendenin,
Yes. Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We're going to do item number 7. After number 7, we're going to take a short recess.
Thank you,
because
council.
We have hours and hours of public comment. Yes, we do. At least 2 to 3 hours. Yes, sir, go ahead.
St. Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 7 is REZ 2511, a request to rezone 2705 and 2708 North 18th Street from residential single-family 50 to planned development for storefront residential, all commercial neighborhood uses. I'll turn it over to Emily with the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, the East Tampa Urban Village, and the North Ybor neighborhood. It's also in Evacuation Zone E. This is the subject site located here and here. To the west of the subject site are single-family detached residences facing 17th Avenue. In addition to a place of religious assembly and a mix of commercial uses. And commercial uses are also located a block south along East Columbus Drive. This is the future land use map. Again, the subject site is here and here. It is represented with the residential 20 future land use designation, which is to the north, west, and south of the subject site, as well as the east. And the orange is the residential 10 designation. The comprehensive plan encourages the adaptive
That's one thing I know is something else always comes along.
Clendenin, please mute yourself.
I'm glad that was all I said.
No, all right. Well,
So are we.
yes, ma'am, go ahead, sorry.
The comprehensive plan encourages the adaptive reuse of historic structures within urban villages. As such, the existing footprint of the structure is considered conforming with the future land use designation, and the commercial component of the request is exempt from locational criteria. The comprehensive plan encourages providing a complementary mix of housing and services within the city's neighborhoods to meet residents' needs. The proposed PD meets this policy direction by proposing a mixture of uses through adaptive reuse in an urban neighborhood. The planned development is retaining a front entrance along East 17th Avenue, and it connects to an existing sidewalk. Additionally, the comprehensive plan supports providing a variety of housing options for Tampa's growing populations. The proposed PD will provide additional infill housing on an underutilized lot. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for the development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses, and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Yes, sir, come on up.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. start it with our aerial map. So here's the subject site outlined in red on North 18th Street and East 17th Avenue and Owen Street. This line right here is kind of the dividing line between the YC2 zoning district and the Ybor City Local Historic District, and then to the north, you have the RS50 zoning districts. Directly east of the subject site on 17th Avenue, this is a set of quite a few semi-detached units. Directly across the subject site, you have vacant land and then a church. As you go down to this side, you do have another part of the subject site here. Directly next to it is a single-family detached home, and then just south of that, you have some multifamily on North 18th Street. As you move to the east, you do have two other cigar factories in proximity to this subject site. You have the El Rilejo cigar factory here, and then you have the Perfecto Garcia cigar factory over here that is being converted into a multifamily development. Then as you move farther south, you have I-4, and then you get into the heart of Ybor City. Here is a site plan.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas is soft-spoken. I have a hard time hearing. If you want to chat, please go downstairs and come back later. I'm just gonna ask one more time. Thank you.
My apologies, I'll try to speak louder.
No, it's fine. You shouldn't be talking. Period.
Thank you. So here is a site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant proposes to reuse a former cigar factory for storefront residential uses. The structure will include 3,400 square feet of retail space on the first floor, and then on the second floor they will have 5 multifamily units. The second parcel to the east here will be utilized for parking, surface parking. The front door for the multifamily structure, for residents to access that, will be on 17th Avenue, and then access to the retail will be from the rear back here, so pedestrians will be able to walk and then make the connection there, back off of 18th Avenue. There will be 2 parking spots on this portion of the subject site. You have a handicap parking spot and then one normal parking spot. The solid waste is also located here, along with some bicycle parking. Let's see here, what else do we want to cover? There are 11 spaces required and 11 parking spaces provided, which is a mix of vehicular parking spaces, bicycle parking spaces, and motorcycle parking spaces. So yes, there are not 11 vehicle parking spaces on here, but the motorcycle and bicycle parking count towards their overall parking requirements. The maximum proposed height is 35 feet, which is for the existing building. I will now go to, oh, and I did want to mention that this line right here, that is the separation between the Ybor City Local Historic District, and then now you're in the East Tampa overlay north of that. Let me show you some elevations before we move on to pictures. So this is the west elevation of the existing structure. This is the east elevation of the existing structure. So this would be along 18th. And this is the south elevation. And this is the north, so this is along 17th. We'll go into some pictures now. So this is looking south on 18th Street. So this is the multifamily that I mentioned to you before. This is Columbus Drive down here. This is the subject site here in the corner. Let me actually zoom out a little bit. So now we are looking north. Here's the subject site here, and then another portion of the subject site there, 18th, and then 17th here. You can see some of those single-family homes. This is looking down an alley that runs back behind the subject site. This is the subject site here. On the other side of this alley is once you get into the YC2 zoning in the Ybor City Local Historic District. This is looking east at 18th. You got the multifamily and then a single-family structure across from the subject site. We're now looking west on 17th. Here is the subject site here. And then you have that vacant land and then the church over in the distance. This is looking south at the subject site. You have 18th and then 17th Street here. This is those semi-detached units that I mentioned directly next to the subject site. This right here is looking back east. Here's the subject site, the semi-detached units there, and this is along 17th. This is looking north directly across 17th Avenue from the subject site. We've moved back east down 17th, back to the intersection of 17th and 18th. This is the, where the surface parking is going to be. And now we're looking west back towards the subject site. You have the existing cigar factory here, and then where the surface parking will be located. And this is looking north across 17th from where the surface parking will be located at those single-family detached homes. And now we've crossed 17th and we're looking south towards the subject site from the other side of 17th Avenue. So this would be looking south towards Ybor City. I'll put the site plan back up. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request consistent. The proposed use of storefront residential and an existing cigar factory is appropriate in location, compatible with the surrounding area, and a more efficient use of the land in the existing structure. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application and the waivers associated with it, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available if there are any questions.
Any questions? All right, anything else, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, applicant for item 7. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Bryce Penson with Half Associates here representing the applicant, and the owner and the applicant is also here if you guys have any questions for them later on. So Sam did a good job of explaining where the site is located.
Zoom out a little bit so we can
Sorry.
get the full. There we go. Great.
So the site is located at 2705 and 2708 North 18th Street in the East Tampa area. You can see the cigar factory outlined there and where the surface parking will be. This is an older picture of the cigar factory. It was first built in 1925, and it was used first floor as the factory and the second floor as living space for the family. The site total is about 0.24 acres. It has a future land use of R20 and is zoned RS50. As staff said, it is located within the North Ybor neighborhood of the Central Tampa Planning District, East Tampa Urban Village, and East Tampa Overlay District, and it also is within the National Historic Overlay. So the request is to rezone from RS50 to a planned development for storefront residential, all CN uses. It's going to be a reuse of the existing building. So the first floor will be about 3,400 square feet of CN uses, and the second floor will be 5 multifamily units. The R20 FLU allows for an FIR of up to 0.5 and up to 20 dwelling units per acre, but land use policy 5.1.7 allows for the existing FAR of the structure to be considered conforming. And this area here is just outdoor patio area. The adjacent lot to the east will be used for surface parking. As Sam had stated, it's not all vehicular parking. It's going to have some motorcycle spaces and bicycle rack slots, which are added into the equation for parking spaces. So we are found consistent since we're providing 11 parking spaces when 10 are required for the site. We are requesting waivers, first with the buffers for use to use and for the VUA, as shown in green. And we actually received letters of support from the neighbor from south of the proposed parking area that they're in support of this and they're aware of the use to use buffer waiver. We are also waiving general design standards for non-residential buildings within the East Tampa overlay. Since it's a reuse of a structure, we're not redeveloping.
Please silence your cell phone. Yes.
Since we're not building a new structure, we're reusing the cigar factory and also reducing the front yard setback to 0. We are exceeding the green space requirements for the site. 724 square feet of green space is required, and we're providing over 1,200 square feet of green space. And the image shown we made some changes that are gonna be, submitted between first and second reading to where the trees are located, because we're working with Aaron, and, we first showed trees a little bit too close together, so we kind of spaced them out and rearranged them. So, 8 trees are required, and we're providing 8 trees. These are snippets of letters of support received from the neighbors. As I stated, the one to the south of the proposed parking area, they're in support, they're aware of the buffer waiver, and also the existing cigar factory to the west of us wrote, a 2-page letter of support, and they're all on the record. We were found consistent by all reviewing agencies, and we're also consistent with all of the land use policies listed. They're all about basically redeveloping and supporting the urban village designation for redevelopment projects, encouraging rehabilitation of existing structures, and all of those. And I believe that's it. So I am here if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? This is item number 7. We don't have anybody registered. Anybody to speak? Yes, ma'am?
Sorry.
Please state your name.
Liana Fuente. I have been sworn in, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to be here. This project is not just a project, it is family. My great-grandfather lived upstairs, and downstairs we had 500 cigar rollers. And this location is going to be 100 years old next year. It's asinine that I'm doing this project, but it is my gift to the city. I want to be able to give back to the city that gave me so much. And I am honored to be able to be here and standing in front of you. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And you're part of the applicant, so there's plenty of time left in the, okay, you're good, you're good. Anybody else? Councilman?
I just want to know why when she said 100, she looked at me.
Oh, well, your birthday was 20.
Only joking.
I thought your birthday turned 21. No, it was recent.
I can answer that question.
Councilmember Sandani, but, all right, anybody else? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, do the honors.
Chairman file number 7, file number REC 25-11, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 2705, 2708, North 18th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, or particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, RS 50, residential single family, and PD, planned development, storefront residential, all commercial neighborhood use, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman
Just to
Miranda.
understand that this is the same family that got 2 buildings in Ybor City on 21st Street. I think between 2nd and 3rd, that have done a marvelous job. They remodeled one and built one just like the one they remodeled years back.
And I just want to say, there's nothing more important than family and what you're doing here, because historic preservation is so important. And as you see, not everything gets preserved. And a 100-year-old building is not easy, but you're investing in that. It's your family's legacy.
You're not crazy.
You're not crazy. You're doing a great thing, and we're glad to see projects like this. So thank you very much. We're going to have a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to continue on till midnight. No, I had a big one.
Clendenin. Pertat. Here. Clendenin. Clendenin. Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Item number 8.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8 is REZ 2452, rezoning request for 205, 207, 209 East Columbus Drive, 2301, 2303, 2307, 2315 North Florida Avenue, 204 and 206 East Amelia Avenue, and folio number 191372.000 from residential multifamily 24 and commercial intensive to planned development for storefront residential, all commercial general uses, and commercial parking. The applicant is proposing an approximately 247,000 structure. Of that, square footage, 4,500 square feet would be consisting of retail space. I do have a revised revision sheet that I would like to provide for council and the clerk. And I do have extra copies if anyone in the public would like to see the revised revision sheet. So I'm going to put the revised revision sheet on the Elmo for the benefit of the virtual council members, and then also because I want to talk through the revised changes that have been made since this case was continued from the November public hearing. So I went ahead and highlighted the proposed changes that have been added to this revised revision sheet since the last public hearing when this was continued. So on December 10th, the applicant provided staff with newly proposed changes to be made between first and second reading should council approve this request. The changes proposed by the applicant are not significant enough to trigger another DRC meeting and review by all staff. Therefore, there is no new staff report from Development Coordination or the Planning Commission. But I will go ahead and go over these changes with you. So starting off, the applicant is proposed to step down the building from Florida Avenue and Columbus Drive to the single-family homes located on the eastern portion of the subject site off of North Morgan Street. So on Columbus Drive and North Florida Avenue, they're proposing 7 stories or 89 feet. This was originally 6 floors and 89 feet. Then adjacent to the single-family homes, they're proposing 3 stories or 35 feet at a minimum of 15-foot setback. And then think of the layer cake or the wedding cake scenario. Once they get above 35 feet, when they go to their 4th floor, they will go up to 49 feet, but at a minimum setback of 29 feet. So you'll go up to 35 feet, step back 29 feet, and then they can go up to the 49 feet. So due to the changes in the height and the layout of the structure, this has slightly increased their unit count from 208 units to 211 units. So due to the changes in the unit count, they're also going to revise their vehicular and parking calculations in the site data table to reflect those changes in the unit count. Then lastly, the applicant, or not lastly, but also the applicant has provided the parking, updated their parking calculations as well and reduced the number of parking because they were overparked before. They were originally proposing 350 parking spaces. They are now proposing 320 parking spaces. They're still, while they're meeting the parking requirement and exceeding it, so nothing's changing when it comes to them. They're not lowering and going below what the required parking is. And then lastly, the applicant is adding a note to the site plan stating that only a right turn in and right turn out will be allowed on Columbus Drive until the western turn lane is installed at the intersection of Columbus Drive and Florida Avenue, and at which point when that turn lane is added, then they would be allowed full operation and full access to go either left or right out of there. So with that being said, I am available for questions if there are any questions, and I would like to turn it over to Emily Failing with the Planning Commission just for a quick rundown from the Planning Commission, and then after that we'll turn it over to staff unless council would like me to go over anything from the last public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. We don't really have anything else to add from what Sam went over, just to reiterate that the Planning Commission did find it consistent and as such with the last report. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, applicant, anything? Nope. Yes, ma'am.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. This being a continued public hearing, how much time do you need for your presentation?
I'll get it in under 15 minutes.
And this will be highlighting the changes?
Just the changes, correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please state your name.
Hello again. It's great to be here, to see you once more. Nick Herring, Executive Vice President with the Framework Group. I have been sworn in. We are located at 1211 Northwest Shore Boulevard here in Tampa, and that's zip code 33607. Quick refresher on the location of our development. We are at the corner of Florida Avenue and Columbus Drive. This is an assemblage of 9 parcels, totaling just about 2 acres. And since I presented to you on November 14th, we have made significant changes, and we've done that through additional coordination with neighboring property owners. I have tonight to show you a major revision to the scale in the massing, and that's particularly adjacent to the single-family homes. We've reduced parking as requested by this council, and I have further analysis and a proposed solution to share regarding vehicular access. So to begin with massing, during my November 14th presentation, I stated that in our view, we had achieved compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and particularly with the single-family homes to our east. But since then, we've done far more. We've substantially shifted the massing of this building, shaving off multiple floors on that southeastern edge, abutting the single-family. And we set the building back as it rises now, and this can be seen. The diagram on the bottom left-hand side of the page, the brown building on the right side of that diagram is the single-family home. There are 3 of them on our eastern side. We have made these changes at the exact request of our property neighbors. That added height, now up to 7 stories, is lining Florida and Columbus. That can be seen by the colored portions of the building on the site plan on the right-hand side of the screen. And we've been told by other community members and city staff that additional height and massing on Florida and Columbus is desired. So we're achieving that as well with this change. The result is an eastern edge with a scale that matches exactly the ARC's recommendation. It's a 35-foot max height at a distance 15 feet from the property line, as was explained, and a 1-to-1 setback thereafter. Every foot we rise, we set back another 1 foot. And here's how it may look from Amelia Avenue. In reality, a single-family home is on the far right of this diagram. Recall that we're also building a 6-foot masonry wall on our shared property line for privacy. This angle, the southwest corner of Florida and Amelia, gives you a better idea of that step down in massing. Again, starting at 7 stories on Florida Avenue, stepping down to 5 mid-block, and a 4-story tiered design adhering to the ARC's recommendation on the eastern property line. This angle from the southwest corner of Florida and Amelia gives you a good view. Backing up. And here we are at the corner of Florida and Columbus, now standing 7 stories tall. This intersection of 2 major arterial roads, what once was and still is desired as the town center of Tampa Heights, as I mentioned on November 14th. We're proposing 7 stories now. It appears to be an even more dense and even more urban building deserving of this location, as I mentioned. So all at the same time, we are achieving greater compatibility with our neighbors. This change is a true win-win. On the subject of parking, we've reduced our total parking now by 20 spaces. 330 actually is the total now. We did that based on your feedback. What we've adopted is actually the code minimum for the city of Tampa's multifamily residential use on a per unit basis. And that aligns well with our standards and our data for parking, our market experience. It allows for 1 parking space for each studio apartment, 1.5 for each 1- and 2-bedroom apartment, and 2 parking spaces for every 3-bedroom. That's illustrated by the chart on the right-hand side. But we are proposing far less guest parking than that same code requires. We're proposing 7 spaces, or roughly 3% of our unit count. The code minimum for multifamily residential would be about 0.25 spaces per apartment, and that would be 46 additional spaces than what we're proposing. So of course, we aren't going that far. And our retail parking is proposed at 6 spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail, which is right down the fairway among potential users for commercial or retail. And you can see that by the chart here. Our proposed parking ratio is highlighted by the green row. We believe our overall parking strategy allows for flexibility. The parking demand for apartments is less than we anticipate, and that's completely plausible. And we have a retail or commercial user that requires a higher parking demand. We have the flexibility to accommodate, and the opposite is true as well, of course. So this parking strategy makes good sense in our view. I have more analysis to share tonight regarding the vehicular access to the property, and I want to begin with the Amelia Avenue entrance scenario, not what we've proposed. We proposed an entrance on Columbus, but this is what has been suggested. This entrance is far less compatible with the neighborhood than a Columbus Drive access would be. Specifically, this entrance would route traffic to Morgan Street in conflict with drivers and pedestrians, of course, trying to get to and from the Tampa Heights Elementary Magnet School, something that we want to avoid. And additionally, traffic would be funneled to unsignalized intersections, symbolized here by the stop signs on the diagram. And in some cases, drivers are going to have to traverse 3 lanes of traffic at Tampa Street and Florida Avenue, which is not ideal for safety purposes. The safer option is access on Columbus Drive. We are routing traffic to signalized intersections as intended. We're reducing traffic on the surrounding neighborhood. We're, of course, reducing impact to the elementary school. It's on the far right of the screen with the pink square. However, to address the additional traffic that will be generated on Columbus, we know there will be, we're proposing some change to our access. It requires a little bit of background knowledge to explain. Our traffic study submitted to and accepted by the city, it recommends a 145-foot turn lane for westbound Columbus Drive at Florida Avenue for today's traffic, a turn lane that does not exist today, not based on new development traffic, but existing traffic. It also recommends an additional length for our new traffic that could be generated. But as a part of our development, we're required to pay fair share mobility fees, traffic impact fees, of course, for those or potentially other improvements at the discretion of the city. That's how it works as a procedure here in Tampa. We pay into the fund. The city decides what improvements will be made. This is a conceptual drawing of what that might look like, the additional turn lane, at the length specified by our traffic study. It's 145 feet for existing traffic plus 50 feet for any additional traffic that we may generate. These improvements are not uncomplicated. They will be time-consuming if the city desires to carry them out. And that is because the city will have to coordinate with the FDOT for Florida Avenue at this intersection. There's also an existing HART bus stop at the Columbus Drive right-of-way that will need to be worked out. So this is a time-consuming process, but to reduce the impact of our traffic on Columbus Drive, unless or until those improvements are made, and in spirit of compromise, we are proposing a right-in, right-out access only. So if those improvements are made in the future, we would like the flexibility to allow for left out, left in, but until that point, we're proposing right-in, right-out. While that won't reduce the car count, of course, the traffic will flow more freely, no doubt. There will be fewer stops, fewer backups with this approach. So we thought this was a good compromise. I'd like to conclude with a brief overview of our efforts to date. The different versions of our plan that we overhauled and then refined and then we overhauled all over again. We started over a year ago and we proposed something like this. It's a simpler, more economical build. It's got straightforward massing. It's got a ventilated garage, naturally ventilated. And it's still interesting. We were excited to propose this. It's got an elevated amenity. It's got a strong presence on Florida Avenue. But all the same, we took feedback from the neighborhood and we proposed a major overhaul to that site plan. That feedback encouraged us to fully conceal that garage, envelop it in apartments rather than expose it, to pull it away from our neighbors, to create a residential presence on Amelia with walk-up units and courtyards, to modify our landscaping, to expand our sidewalks, to relocate our vehicular access, to establish a commercial frontage on Florida Avenue, to anchor our prominent corners with retail. And we did all of that. We said yes to all those things. And then this plan was further defined, and that's refined. And that's, there are many examples of that indicated by the blue circles on this diagram. We added an arcade, we remained flexible and we said yes where we could. But we did that while safeguarding our own interests and, of course, the development's feasibility, our ability to move forward imminently and deliver on our process, on our promises, and that's what matters. And of course, the big change from November to today, we reconsidered our compatibility with our neighbors. We reapproached them in some very productive and thoughtful discussions over the last month, and we reimagined our massing. Now 7 stories in Florida and Columbus, stepping down towards the single family. We said yes, once again, to the ARC recommendations and to the wishes of our neighbors, and we were happy to do so. Members of City Council, I'm grateful for you for listening. I hope you find these changes compelling, and I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Can you be specific about when you said you talked to the neighbors?
A few of them are here tonight. They could attest to what I'm about to tell you. We met in person multiple times. We met by Zoom when I was fighting off a cold. I've met with and had plenty of discussions with them and emails as well, text messages. So,
The Civic Association?
not the Civic Association, but our immediate property owners. Prior to, and we explained in the last hearing, we spent over a year coordinating with the THCA, feel that we have their recommendations, their desires, and we explained what we could do, and we got as far as we could in accommodating their requests. Our focus has been with our immediate property owners, or immediate property neighbors over the last month.
Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am.
I just want to say it's an impressive amount of changes without having to go back to DRC. That was pretty amazing. So, yeah, really love the massing closer to the street. I think that's more appropriate for this area. Also, really love the reduction in parking, but really appreciate the reduction of mass next to the single-family homes. Just the visual that you provided really shows the difference, and I appreciate that.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, if there's anything else, I want to ask for public comment. If there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 8, come on up, state your name. Yes, ma'am, come on up, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Maureen Aral, and I thank you for letting me speak again tonight. I was here at the earlier presentation, and at that time I spoke as a stakeholder in Tampa Heights.
Ma'am, were you sworn in?
No.
Let's do this because
Yes.
we had a lot of
Yes.
movement. If anybody is going to speak tonight, please stand, raise your right hand, and have yourself sworn in, or we'll swear you in. Yeah, if you haven't been sworn in yet, but if you're new, please stand up.
Swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
No problem. I spoke as a stakeholder owning 3 properties 2 blocks north from the proposed development, and I shared with you some of the crazy things we had, like yoga studios being vacated for live shootings right outside. And the reason why I believe having residential in this neighborhood is the first step to really reactivating a neighborhood. Along those lines, I ask you, when you consider the traffic the additional traffic challenges. There is no better voice in this town than to get 350 new residents, most of whom I believe will be educated, and many will also probably be connected to work with the city and FDOT and get changes that they have been derelict in following through over these many years. And I am committed to working with getting that type of group together. But tonight, I also wanted to make a few comments from my professional business. For 42 years, I work with investors, and my skill is helping them weigh rewards against the risks. And I will tell you, in the last several months, we have seen developers backing off from taking risks. And what is the biggest driver of risk? Uncertainty. So what does that mean today? Well, in the U.S., commercial real estate building uses a lot of products. We are the largest importer of wood from Canada. What has Trump threatened? Tariffs from Canada. Also, we get 30% of our steel and 28 tons of cement from China. There is no love affair between Trump and China. Basically, what I'm trying to show you is that the costs, the uncertainty in this environment is going to be very difficult for any investor to move forward with complete confidence. So I think it's our job to try to help them through what they're about to face. And finally, deportation. We have a lot of construction workers here who run the risk and are concerned about whether they'll be able to remain here and build the building. I can close with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Lee Wilson Versace, 720 South Orleans Avenue. I am one of the owners of the 3 houses that are abutting the property, and I was in a lot of conversation with Nick, and I think that the overall project I'm in support of. I'm with conditions that I would like to see traffic looked at very carefully. And I think that retail on the bottom floor facing Columbus and Florida Avenue are very important. The historic district is unique in the sense that we have that corridor and another corridor that make a gateway. And I think that it makes a statement if you have a building that's just completely residential. And I think it needs to be a mixed use. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come on up and please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Russ Versace. I'm a stakeholder in the 3 houses with my wife that abut the development. And I'm here tonight to say that I'm in favor of the development getting approved. The developer has made some changes, as Nick has articulated, to accommodate 2 of the conditions. There were more conditions, but these 2 were particularly important to us. They lowered the building height and stepped it back where it went up even higher, where the building face abutted the 3 bungalows. And that was important to us, and it also showed some respect to the historic fabric of the neighborhood. The developer also seems to have made improvements to the congestion of the intersection between Florida and Columbus by requesting the city's unused right-of-way along Columbus be used as a third lane, a right turn lane to go north on Florida. That would, I think, save a lot of aggravation in that corner and the congestion. Not all of it, but they seem to have taken the right steps to encourage the city, and we all encourage the city to lean on the mobility factors of the city and the transportation department to move things along, because this is a big development. It's going to make a big impact. So those two conditions were addressed, and I believe as well as the developer can. He can't force the city to use the right-of-way or the county's road to coexist with the State Department. FDOT owns Florida avenues, so there's all three municipalities or entities are all involved in solving that traffic problem. I don't know why it took them so many attempts to arrive at that compromise, but I'm happy that they did. As a small residential developer, I know the number of financial hurdles that they are facing, and there's many. But I asked City Council and the developer to weigh the conditions that have been requested by the community, all of them, and use their best judgment to determine which compromises, if any, are needed to make this $90 million development a win-win proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I hope the applicant understands that he got a Santa Claus gift when he got this continuance because he wasn't supposed to. And I looked at the budding neighbors when they did that, and when you guys let him make the continuance, and said, they're not supposed to do that anymore. We quit doing that. And nobody realized it, and I was okay with that. But here's what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was these developers, and we've had more developers this evening who have sat down, talked to the neighborhoods, and come out with a better product. They've sat down with the neighborhoods and come out with a better product. Not all developers do that. And I'm glad that these folks took the opportunity to go the extra mile and do the right thing by the abutting neighbors, because they're going to be the most impacted. I know Tampa Heights said that they had some reservations, but they could live with it. So I just want to remind everybody that when developers meet with neighbors, they're supposed to listen and learn and take that into account when they turn in their plans. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Anybody else? Okay, there's nobody registered. Applicant, do you have a rebuttal?
Do not, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to support this project. I think it was a major improvement from what was originally presented and what came back. I am impressed with the changes. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to echo thank you to the developers for listening to the community and making the changes so quickly.
Councilmember Richard.
Motion to close, or I'm sorry.
Allen, I'm sorry, Clendenin, Councilmember
Chair-
Vieira. I'm sorry?
Yeah, Chairman Maniscalco, Clendenin here. Question, am I correct in saying that the retail square footage has not changed?
No, retail? There's 3 units of retail, I believe.
Has the square footage changed for the commercial aspect?
Same Thomas Development Coordination, the commercial square footage has remained the same.
It's remained the same?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm the only one that's kind of disappointed in that because it's an important commercial core. I was kind of hoping they'd come back with additional commercial space on that intersection.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
I echo that as well. I'm disappointed, especially considering that it is on that corridor where that's what we were hoping for. And when it came out initially, it was only 3 units of retail space. One maybe about 3,000 square feet, and then I think 2 smaller ones. Of course, he did not mention affordable housing, but he said that last week, and he didn't come back this week. Or he said that a few weeks ago, and he didn't come back with a change in that, which, again, in a transportation corridor, that would be nice to see our business community participating in affordable housing along with us. But when I asked if you spoke to the community, I received I think all of us probably received the email from the Tampa Heights Civic Association indicating that there was no communication between the first time that you came before us and today, and their concerns. I just want to highlight some of them publicly, which is pretty interesting. Or is this the time to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay. Here we are. There were 4 things in specific that they were concerned about. Parking should not be above the code minimum. The primary vehicular ingress and egress should not be further from Columbus and Florida intersections, such as on Amelia. And the current location is a serious concern for pedestrians' bike safety, which is definitely true. There's a school right next door. So that is definitely a concern. And then the commercial use should include more ground floor. They were hoping that you would double the commercial space. And then, of course, they also mentioned the same thing that I mentioned. The developer should set aside 10% of units for affordable workforce housing. Multiple developments of this scale in Tampa Heights have been required or voluntarily, of course, elected to do. So those are the concerns that were presented by the Tampa Heights Civic Association, who, of course, are the folks that worked very hard on our overlay plan and everything else like that. Mr. Visarti, of course, is a developer. You know, those 3 properties that the city of Tampa moved. I'm very familiar with those housing units. But, you know, he's also a developer, so it's kind of easy for him to get on board and support the changes that you've made. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if there's anything else, we have a motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second.
Wait, one more second.
Wait,
Chairman
yes.
Maniscalco, can I ask the applicant something?
We didn't
Oh,
close it
it's not
yet.
closed yet? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Clendenin.
Let me answer it.
So for the applicant, reference the retail space, because this may be a deal killer for me. Is it possible before the next meeting that you guys could come back with a proposal for additional retail space to make it more compatible with that important intersection? Again, we're thinking that we're going to try to bring transit up that corridor, and it's going to, especially for development, having those types of services in that area is going to be important.
Councilman Clendenin, I'm sorry to say no. We have pushed the envelope as far as we can on the square footage of retail. It is simply what is feasible at this unit count. A unit count that I mentioned barely works, 211, given the operating costs of these developments, the complexity of this building, the change in the massing, the architectural character, the use of brick, the structured parking. It adds up. Additional retail on this development would mean additional square footage on Florida Avenue. A high-speed road, it would be mid-block retail. That would present severe challenges to visibility and to access. But with our current approach to retail, we believe we've put it exactly where it needs to go, in the right locations on the corners of our property, in exactly the right quantity. And we've given it the very best shot to succeed. And success to us will be occupancy. It will be full. It will benefit the neighborhood. It will not sit unused and vacant. And of course, you know, every additional square foot of retail that we incorporate means less residential, and we tip the scales on feasibility. I talk about it a lot, and it's been mentioned tonight how sensitive the financials are on developments like these. So we're remaining diligent about what we can promise. I have to hold the line there. I'm sorry that's not acceptable to everyone. And we have to be careful about what we say yes to. Because of course, we want to get it done and walk out of here when we want to get to work. We don't want the approval to sit on the shelf. So that's where we're coming from.
I'm empathetic with that. I'm also sensitive to the fact that we are trying to put a streetcar extension right in front of your development. And, that's an important element as well.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Do we have someone from transportation still here?
Yes, we do.
Oh, he's hidden. Do you happen to know what the, I'm sorry, do you happen to know what the speed limit is on Florida Avenue there? That's what I thought. I thought it's 35 around there, isn't it?
I don't know offhand. That sounds about right, though.
Yeah, that's not a high-speed corridor. I just wanted to make that clear.
Well, Columbus?
No.
No, Florida. I thought it was 35.
That seems about right.
Okay, thank you.
I thought the speed limit dropped on Tampa Street as you got to the downtown, and I know this guy, I got a speeding ticket. So, before I got elected, that was the last one I got. But it might be 40, I don't. You were walking. No, I walked fast. And I was on the way to volunteer for a board meeting, so. Anyways, motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak. Is there a second from Councilmember Miranda? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish.
Okay, Councilmember Hurtak. Councilmember Carlson.
How do I read it?
You read the substitute ordinance, not the resolution.
Okay. Move number 8, file number REZ 24-52, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration ordinance, rezoning property in the general vicinity of 205, 207, and 209 East Columbus Drive, 2301, 2303, 2307, and 2315 North Florida Avenue, 204 and 206 East Amelia Avenue, and folio number 191372-0000 in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to PD plan development, storefront residential commercial, all commercial general uses, commercial parking, providing effective date.
And that's the substitute.
Second.
Substitute, yes.
Substitute.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. This is a substitute ordinance, and a second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Hurtak?
This one's a really hard one for me. It's better. Sorry, plus the revision sheet, I'll add that in. They did improve it, but I'm still very concerned about the commercial. I'm concerned about the walkability in the area and the fact that I understand, Mr. Clendenin, it is on your proposed streetcar, but it's already on the number 1 bus line, and that is the biggest bus line in the city. I'm going to say yes, but I'm really close to no.
Clendenin?
And I'm going to say no, but I'm close to yes. I really want to support this project. I think you guys have brought forth a good product. It's just not, this is such an important corridor, such an important corner. We've got to get it right. And again, with the number 1, with the proposed streetcar, and the importance of this intersection to the neighborhood and as an entry point to the city of Tampa, I really want to hold out for something that really just hits all the right chords. And I think you're almost there. I think if you had just come in with a little bit more retail, I would have been at a yes. And I hope maybe you could consider that between first and second reading. But right now, I'm going to be a no.
Henderson?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Did I say, yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Clendenin and Henderson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. I actually got an email. Sorry, this is the last item of the night. We have a lot of public comment, so we just need to be patient and focus. Here we go. Go ahead, sir.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination, agenda item number 9 is RAZ 2467, a request to rezone 6322 South Selborne Avenue, 6225, and 6241 South 6th Street from residential single-family 60 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached and attached. I'll turn it over to Emily with the Planning Commission.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site's located within the South Tampa Planning District in the Inner Bay South of Gandy neighborhood. The site's located within coastal planning area, specifically evacuation zones A and B, and a portion of the subject site is located within the coastal high hazard area. This is an aerial of the subject site. It's outlined here in purple. To the west is a single-family detached neighborhood. To the south is MacDill Elap Park. To the east, is Skyview Park, and to the north, this parcel right here. It is in a PD that is currently approved for both single-family attached homes and neighborhood commercial, but it is currently undeveloped. This is the future land use map of the subject site located here. To the north, west, and south of the subject site. No, it's okay. To the north, west, and south of the subject site is the residential 10 designation, and located to the east and a little further south of the site is the recreational open space with those two parks as mentioned. The subject site is also within the MacDill Air Force flight path, where development is limited to a maximum of 10 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density is 9.5 dwelling units per acre, consistent with the density anticipated in this area. However, R10 designation limits single-family attached uses to specific locations, typically on the periphery of established single-family neighborhoods. The site is accessed from a proposed 24-foot private driveway situated here in between two single-family detached houses. Although the site is adjacent to a planned development approved for single-family attached commercial uses, again, that site is here. This site has frontage along Interbay Boulevard, which is a collector roadway, which is here. Given the site's only access is through a single-family detached neighborhood, the Planning Commission staff finds that the request for single-family attached uses is inconsistent with the residential 10 designation. Single-family attached uses on the site could adversely impact the character of the adjacent single-family detached neighborhood to the west. While the comprehensive plan encourages infill development where appropriate and its housing policies seek to provide an adequate supply of housing for present and future populations, the site has the potential for accommodating single-family detached that would align more closely with the character of the adjacent neighborhood. Land Use Policy 9.2.6 encourages entrances for single-family attached units to face a neighborhood sidewalk or street, and when not possible, a dedicated path should connect unit entrances to a public right-of-way, reducing pedestrian and vehicular conflicts. As proposed, Building 4 does not have a pedestrian pathway for safe access to South Selborne Avenue. Planning Commission has determined that this request does not adequately address Land Use Policy 9.2.6. Should council decide to approve the request, Planning Commission staff recommends that the applicant provide a pedestrian connection from Building 4 to South Selborne Avenue between first and second readings. The applicant is seeking a waiver to remove 7 non-hazardous grand oaks. Environmental Policy 2.7.9 emphasizes the importance of conserving, protecting, and maintaining the city's mature trees. Planning Commission staff encourages the applicant to continue to work with natural resources to explore options for tree preservation. Overall, the request conflicts with policies related to neighborhood compatibility, and the plan seeks to ensure new residential projects are minimally disruptive to adjacent areas and develop within the context of the neighborhood. The request is inconsistent with residential 10 future land use designation, and the proposed development does not adequately address design policy guidelines for the single-family attached uses. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope, thank you very much. Yes, sir? Yes, Mr. Shelby.
Council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. For the record, I want to address some email communications that you might have received that raise an issue of whether the applicant has a conflict of interest in this matter. I have made inquiry, and it is my determination there is no conflict of interest that would prevent the applicant from having the City Council hear this application. City Council is advised that because that issue is not relevant to the criteria upon which you can base your decision, giving any consideration to that would be inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. I do have a revised revision sheet to provide for Councilwoman Clark. I do also have an extra copy of the revised revision sheet should any member of the public would like to review that. I do want to put it on the overhead as well for our virtual council members. Page 1.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Clendenin and Vieira, just let me know when you would like me to flip to page 2.
I'm good. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. We will now get started with our aerial overview of the subject site. So here you have the subject site outlined in red. You can see it outlined in red off South Selborne Avenue and then the unimproved South 6th Street. To the east of the subject site, you have Skyview Park. Further south, you have MacDill 48 Park. North of the subject site, you do have a planned development that was approved for a daycare, strip shopping center, and 30 single-family attached units. As you move to the west, you have RS60 zoning that is made up of single-family detached homes. You have RS50 here that's also single-family detached homes. And then in the general area to the north and to the west, you have single-family detached homes. You do have some RM16 zoning over here on South Martindale Avenue, and that mainly consists of small, older, single-family semi-detached units there. And now we'll go ahead and move on to the site plan provided by the applicant. So the applicant is proposing 5 structures with 23 single-family semi-detached and attached units. These are your attached units here, and this is your semi-detached structure here. 2 units is semi-detached. If you go to 3 or more, then it's considered attached. The front doors for all of the units orient into to an internal drive aisle. There are some pedestrian connections provided to provide access to South Selborne Avenue. 2 parking spaces are provided for each unit, and there are 4 guest parking spaces located here. 52 parking spaces are required overall, and 52 parking spaces are being provided. Access to the site is proposed from South Selborne Avenue via drive aisle where there's an existing single-family detached home. The maximum proposed building height is 35 feet or 2 stories, and there is an open community space proposed here. within the development. So now I will walk you through some elevations provided by the applicant. So this is the semi-detached elevations. And here is some elevations for the attached units. These are also the same attached units as the first one. Alrighty, so now we'll move on to photos. So this is looking north on South Selborne Avenue. The subject site access will be provided from the house over here. This is looking north on South Selborne. This is looking west. This is South Selborne here. The subject site is a little bit farther to the north. This is to give you a context of some of the single-family homes. This is looking northeast on South Selborne Avenue. This is the single-family home here that will be demolished to provide access to the site. And there's just a bit better of a close-up photo of it. This is the subject site here. This is looking west across the street from South Selborne. So South Selborne would be in the distance. There's a park that is in the middle, and then you have single-family detached homes on the other side of the park. Here's a better view of the subject site where the drive aisle will go. And there is a head-on view looking east at the subject site. This is one of the single-family homes that borders the subject site to the north. This is moving a little bit farther north to Selborne Avenue, so this is heading towards Inner Bay Boulevard. Now we're looking south on Selborne Avenue. This is the subject site here. So now we're gonna move towards the internal portions of the site. Usually I can give you directionals on these, but the site is so massive, when it's looking at the photos, it was a bit difficult for me to tell which direction I was facing. But this is along the unimproved South 6th Street, looking east at Skyview Park. This is looking down the unimproved South 6th Street. You have Skyview Park over here, the subject site over here. There is a stormwater ditch that runs along South 6th Street. So this is a view of that stormwater ditch that runs along the unimproved South 6th Street. This is internal to the subject site. This is looking south to the parcel south of the subject site. This is where I start losing my directionals on which way I was facing. But these are internal photos of the site to provide you context of the existing conditions on there. This one, I know we're looking north, Inner Bay Boulevard is up here. Put this site plan back up. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be inconsistent. See the findings from Natural Resources, Development Coordination, and Planning Commission. The development requests a waiver to remove 7 non-hazardous grand trees. It requires 175 type 1 mitigation trees and 14 type 1 mitigation trees are proposed. Development Coordination staff finds that the proposal with access going through a residential lot that is part of a neighborhood that was platted in 1925 and the number of proposed single-family semi-detached and attached units is inappropriate and incompatible with the existing single-family development pattern. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the staff report and the application, modifications to the site plan on the revised revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issues of the inconsistent finding. And with that, I am available for any questions, but I would also like to turn it over to Aaron with Natural Resources for a presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm just gonna speak to staff's finding of inconsistency, and on the overhead in front of you, this is just a picture of two of the grand trees that we think with some minor modifications might be able to be preserved, and I'll talk to them shortly. So here's that wonderful green outline again of the aerial. You've already seen it, but you can see how dense the southern parcel is. There are a lot of trees on that site. Here in this sideways U is a lot of the majority of the grand oaks, I would say. And this is their proposed site plan. I just want to orient you. The north is on the right side of the screen. Here's the access road into the neighborhood. I'm pointing out here with the red X's that there are 7 non-hazardous preservation quality grand trees that are proposed for removal here. You know, they're scattered around the site kind of in this U-shaped. Now it is a U-shape. And then they are preserving 5 preservation quality grand trees on the site as well. So there are a total of 12 preservation quality grand trees on the entire site. There are some surrounding grand trees as well, but I'm not speaking about any of those. I do want to say too, with the removal of these 7 preservation quality grand trees, they're equal to 131 type 1 mitigation trees alone. So pretty significant amount of grands on the site. So here, instead of going over every grand tree, which you see me do sometimes, I'm just gonna talk about the 2 that maybe with some minor modifications could have been preserved. So here is grand tree number 92, which is shown right here. This, you know, a unit may have to be deleted to preserve this tree, but that one is a B5. A lot of the trees are rated pretty highly on the site. A lot of them, 5 or 6 of them are B-rated trees. This is 38-inch diameter and it's worth 16 mitigation trees. Here, number 64 is a B3 rated tree, and you can see it's right over the proposed parking. I kind of thought the parking could maybe with a different garage type be placed over here, and then this tree could be preserved. So that was just one of the thoughts that we had. Just gonna speak to the tree retention and mitigation now. So this is the dark moss arborist inventory, and you can see these grand trees are mostly here in this sideways U shape. And so the site does have a tree retention requirement of 50% of the preservation, well, A, B, or C rated trees on the site. The applicant is requesting a waiver to tree retention of 42%. That's a weighted tree retention waiver. So the site has 74 type 1 trees that are preservation quality, and they are proposing to remove 63 of those trees. So the removal of all type 1 trees requires 175 mitigation trees. So here is the proposed planting plan. And I will say the applicant is providing more than the required green space, close to 3 times the amount of the required green space. And that is, you know, because they are saving these 5 grand trees on their site, and this dark green shading is the canopy of those trees. So no new trees can be placed there. But the site is removing 63 type 1 trees, and there are 14 type 1 trees proposed, you know, just due to the amount of spacing, you know, you can't put a lot of these trees back. So all where these number 1s are shown, that is where all the type 1 trees are going. They're putting type 2 trees in the buffers, and a few type 3 trees and some palms around the site. So just to wrap up, there is a waiver for the 7 preservation quality grand trees, which we do not support. They are preserving 5 preservation quality grand trees on the site. They have provided ISA pruning reports to justify no adverse impacts to the trees that are proposed to be preserved. There is the tree retention waiver from 50% to 42% for weighted tree retention. They are providing more than the required green space, However, the site overall is losing substantial type 1 tree canopy, which cannot be replaced on site. So there will be a mitigation payment required at the time of permitting. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right. To the applicant, you're good? Yes, ma'am. Come on up, state your name.
Good evening, council members. Chairman, before the clerk starts the clock, I'd like to advise that I currently sit on the Planning Commission. However, I'm here in my personal capacity as manager of land development and not in my role as a planning commissioner. I have not spoken with Planning Commission staff on this issue, and I've been advised by Planning Commission counsel that there's no conflict as it relates to my presentation. Council members, my name is Alyssa Sieben, and I stand before you not just as a developer, but as someone who has called South Tampa home my entire life. I'm a third-generation Tampa native. My mother, my daughter, and I were all born at St. Joe's. My grandfather, Don Watson, was a broker and developer in Tampa and helped make this city what it is, even when we were a small town. Today, I'm honored to continue that legacy. This project is more than just following in his footsteps. It's about securing the future of South Tampa for everyone. I have been both an affordable and luxury housing developer in my career. I've built many necessary housing units throughout Tampa and St. Pete, and here are some examples of those, just quickly. Sorry, I'll leave that for you. This would be my first project with my own company. This project is my commitment to the future and to my city. I'm asking you tonight to take bold, transformative steps for those of us who can't afford a $3 million, 3-bedroom ranch-style fixer-upper. This is about creating homes that are elevated out of flood zones and providing missing middle housing defined as diverse, affordable housing options. This is about solving real issues like flooding, hurricane displacement, and infrastructure decay. This is our chance to build a future-proof South Tampa. We're facing an unprecedented housing crisis. Our city is growing fast, and the demand for housing is far outpacing supply. According to the Tampa Bay Times, housing costs remain high, fueled by the region's explosive population growth and a shortage of available units. Unfortunately, and although I know some of us may want to, we cannot control who moves here and how many people do so. Recent estimates peg that number at around 100 people per day. Housing costs are driving inflation, and the evidence is clear. Housing accounted for nearly 90% of the increase in CPI for July. Let me pause and let that sink in. Almost 90% of the recent rise in the cost of living is directly due to housing. That's a huge burden on every single person in this city. When we fail to create new housing, we're contributing to inflation and making life more expensive for everyone, not just people looking for housing, for new housing. The average family now spends 42% of their income on housing. The average home buying age today is 56 years old. We know what happens when housing becomes unaffordable. People leave, families get priced out, workers are forced to live miles away, and the diversity that makes neighborhoods special begins to disappear. We're already seeing this happen at MacDill Air Force Base and with their personnel, and this project was designed specifically to combat that issue for those families. We cannot watch our community become a place only for the exceedingly wealthy. This is a national issue. It's not reserved for us. I know everyone who isn't a fan of development has good intentions, but if we look at cities like San Francisco, we can see where policies resisting development led to skyrocketed housing costs and mass displacement. I refuse to let South Tampa fall into the same trap. We need homes, elevated homes, homes that are less than $1 million, homes that can withstand wind and storms, homes that will allow people who have lived in this community for years to stay. If we fail to act, we risk losing that. Our home prices will be climbing, and the dream of owning a home in South Tampa will slip beyond our reach. This is a map of the site. I would like to talk to you about some project specifics now. This property is landlocked. Without this proposed access, there is no way to get to this property. The city has already confirmed that this land cannot be accessed by 6th Street, which goes down here. Sorry, I lost my place. We went down the path of engaging an engineer and trying to engineer the site to make 6th Street work. The city has told us that this right-of-way needs to be retained for drainage for the neighborhood. It's not a matter of access preference, it's a matter of necessity. The property owner's rights are at stake here, and we have a chance to turn this land into something good for everyone. This project will also help alleviate another critical problem we're all familiar with, which is flooding. I know it's probably confusing to hear that a development could assist with flooding, but my civil engineer has guaranteed me that we have a cutting-edge stormwater management plan that will alleviate the flooding problems, not just for this site, but for the neighbors as well. My civil engineer will speak about that shortly, but he's assured me that this strategy will work. The current state of this property also makes things dangerous for the neighborhood. Homeless encampments have become a constant issue, with fires breaking out, threatening the lives of those nearby. We can't ignore this. The lack of infrastructure, including fire access, makes this property very unsafe for the neighbors. The situation is of particular concern to me because my daughter lives on this street part of the time with her father. I'm not sure that you could find a developer with more interest in the way this site is developed than myself. This development will eradicate that problem. It will provide a safe, secure, and elevated community, and it will eliminate the blight plaguing this site. I specifically designed the site and hand-sketched these floor plans to contain 3 to 5 bedrooms apiece. This has been brought up as to be a concern by some of the neighbors, but it would serve as a huge benefit to others, namely military families who need missing middle housing that can actually fit their children, unlike the 1 to 3 bedroom townhomes existing in the area currently. I've also heard concerns about traffic. Let me assure you the traffic impact from this development will be minimal. My traffic engineer can speak to that specifically with numbers. In addition, we will be providing 2 garage spaces and 2 driveway spaces per unit. This is in addition to the code-required guest parking. That's more than 4 spaces per door. I've also had 3 separate meetings with the neighbors, including 1 on site. I've listened carefully to the community and made meaningful changes based on their feedback. After hearing concerns about density, we reduced the land area for the project and decreased the number of units from 40 to 23. We're also proposing 1 less unit than the comp plan category would allow. We've increased setbacks to ensure privacy. The setbacks we have now are the same setbacks these neighbors would have if we were building single-family homes. We kept the height of these units to 2 stories with a rooftop deck. We changed the configuration of the units to accommodate full walls on the back of those rooftop decks. We moved the guest parking due to the concerns of one of the neighbors. We asked the neighbors which type of fencing they would like. We removed the signage at the request of the neighbors. We also did our very best to access this site from 6th Street, including spending thousands of dollars in a month's time with our civil engineer trying to come up with something the city would approve of. This project has been shaped by the voices of the community, and I'm committed to keeping that dialogue open. We've also worked very hard to preserve as many trees as possible while balancing the neighbors' requests for maximum setbacks and the city's request to be deeded an easement for stormwater drainage. So the setbacks are on the west side and the drainage easement is on the east side. We've made 7 iterations to the design of this site plan based on feedback, including a withdrawal and resubmittal when we took the project from 40 to 23 units. We've been working on this for over a year. We balanced tree preservation as much as possible with the reality of creating a livable community that would attempt to alleviate neighbor concerns and facilitate staff requests. As it relates to the staff reports and concerns, there are many provisions in the comp plan and the code which support the creation of missing middle housing and housing for the military, thus making this project compatible with the surrounding area. In fact, the city's comp plan housing element, which was recently revised and has been applauded across the board, has multiple provisions which support this project, including 1.4.0 through 1.4.7. In addition, our site sits at 11 feet above base flood elevation, which is very high for South Tampa. This project orientation and access to the site is not unique. The townhome community on West Wyoming Circle, where I used to live, less than 1/2 mile from this site, employs a similar neighborhood style. Single-family homes surround that complex on both sides and across the street. It's not uncommon to find single-family homes next to townhomes in this city. It's what makes our city have character. In fact, I chose this project because I believe it to be a fluid transition from the mixed-use Circle C site to the north that has, as you heard, retail and 30 townhomes. This project is an investment in South Tampa's future. It will increase property values, boost the tax base, and provide much-needed housing. I've seen some neighbors voice concerns about a decline in property values, but numerous studies consistently show that development increases property values, even more so when infrastructure improvements are involved. We have an opportunity to transform an underutilized, unsafe, and dangerous site into a thriving community, one that is elevated, storm resilient, safe, and sized appropriately for the families of South Tampa. This is not just about this site, it's about the future. We need housing, we need smart, responsible development, and we need developers who care. My consultants will now speak to some specifics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up and state your name as you each speak. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. My name is Jeremy Couch with Tampa Civil. I'm a professional engineer. Through this process, my team and I have worked diligently to evolve the design of the plan you've seen today. As Alyssa stated, we've had 7 iterations, considering trees, drainage, public input, and various access options. One of those access options was to attempt to improve 6th Avenue, the unimproved right-of-way to our east. Based on the width of it, which is from 23 feet to 27 feet at its northern widest part, there is not an engineering solution that we could have provided to gain safe access to the site. In addition, this is a major drainage artery for the city, and it's critical that it remain open for drainage. At our neighborhood meeting, many of the neighbors made it very clear to me that the separation between our buildings and their homes was more important than saving some of the trees on site, which is why in our site plan you see the large buffer to the west.
Please no interruptions while the speakers are speaking. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure you will hear a lot about drainage today. I've analyzed the area and understand the problems that affect our owners to the west. Their neighborhood was built at a time before appropriate infrastructure was required. It was built without stormwater inlets, piping, and grading. Many of the yards to the west are constructed below the road, and their lot lines the grading is too flat to provide adequate drainage to the east. This project will do its part to help in 2 ways. First, we will provide some additional piping along their rear yards so that if they can get the water to our property, it can be conveyed east further to the ditch on 6th and then south into the recently excavated county flood project. Secondly, we're going to provide the stormwater department with an additional easement along 6th Street so that they can improve and better maintain that drainage corridor. Few quick things, as I said, we're going to be providing drainage for not just ourselves, but to help with our neighbors as well. It's my opinion that we'll help improve the flooding situation to our west for everyone by providing these new pipes. The elevation of our site is much higher than most areas in South Tampa, and transportation found us consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Federico? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue with Dark Moss. I have been sworn. Ms. Mayor gave a great presentation, detailed presentation. I'm going to try to jump straight to the waivers. Happy to answer any detailed component if you have any questions. This is one of the reasonable recon options that I prepared as part of the analysis to promote grand tree preservation. One of the trees or 2 trees we were proposing to preserve with this option. One of them is one of the trees that Ms. Mayor mentioned. The challenge, and this will be the theme with my discussion, is that when we were able to preserve these 2 trees with a loss of a unit, then we triggered a solid waste issue with dumpster access and backup and a fire issue there. So the second option, prepared, those 2 trees were no longer attempted to be preserved. These 2 trees adjacent to the single family were elevated, let's say, to preservation status, and then by shifting these units over, this provided additional buffer on the western side to the single family, and this became the new site plan version, this reasonable recon concept. The challenge was, after DRC, we were asked by staff to evaluate all the grand trees again relative to the proposed building construction. And when we did that in a 50-page pruning document, the largest I've prepared to date, the canopy pruning associated with these trees were impacted, and that became our 2 of our 7 that we're requesting. The challenge with this site, both for grand tree preservation and retention, is just the general scattered nature of trees on this site relative to the many contributing constraints of the site development, drainage located in the northwest or northeast, where that would have been an easy place to avoid trees if this wasn't the place for a pond to go. And just trees almost dead center in the site. That made a challenge. I'll try to be brief. Avail for questions. If there are any, happy to request them then.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? There's like 20 seconds left in the presentation. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes the initial presentation. At this time, we'll then open it up for public comment. I have 3 registered speakers. I just want to get them out of the way first because it's easier. Suling, we have 3 people online? Oh, 6 people. All right. Bring them on, and then we'll swear them in.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a comment, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly you have the opportunity to speak, you have the opportunity to present evidence and to communicate the facts and your opinion if you wish. But please be aware of the fact that for whatever amount of time you have, if you make your point and you communicate it clearly, that would be helpful. If you don't use your full amount of time, if you don't have to, and as well as if something is repetitive, then it doesn't really add anything new, but you can certainly just abbreviate that if you can. Thank you for your cooperation, and by what I'm saying, I do not mean to limit your opportunity to take the time that you need to make your case. Thank you.
All right. You're bringing them on one by one? We got to do it. Okay. All right, so we'll start with Philip Hampton and Jean Strohmeyer. If Philip and Jean can raise their right hands, and we'll swear you in. If we can go back to the screen. Yeah, there we go. Jean, please raise your right hand. We'll swear you in. All right?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Hampton, you go first, and then we'll go to Ms. Strohmeyer. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Philip Hampton. Thank you, Councilman, for allowing me to speak. Some background. I'll be brief. I know it's late. I'm a 5th-generation Tampa resident. I'm named after my grandfather, who was the first chief of staff at Tampa General Hospital. I have a photo of him breaking ground at 1 Davis Boulevard. I was raised by a single mother who was one of 5 children. She was the youngest. She owns no property. I have no future inheritance. I graduated from University of Central Florida in 2020 on a full-ride scholarship, and I've been saving up money since then to attempt to purchase a home, but it has been very, very difficult for me. A couple of friends and I actually attended a city council meeting about a year and a half ago. It seemed we were the only individuals there under the age of 30, and we were also the only individuals who were really questioning councilmen in regards to what they were doing to improve the situation for first-time home buyers. We got really no good answer at that time. It seems for most older individuals who own homes already, they state they're in support of affordable housing, but they seem also disinterested in the building of affordable housing if it happens in their own backyard. I don't know if this is because they believe it will deflate housing prices, which seem to be already quite overinflated. But I really believe you cannot have your cake and eat it too. And if you want this city to continue to thrive, there needs to be the potential for young professionals like myself to purchase a home. And my inability to purchase a home is not for lack of trying. I've been saving up money since I graduated. I've never left the continent. I've never been to Europe. I barely vacation in general. And I have a high-paying job that places me in the top 30% of earners in the country. Despite this, the bar for necessary liquidity to purchase a home in Tampa keeps continually moving just out of reach for me and thousands of other young Tampa professionals. So because of this, I thought it would be prudent that I really speak out against any attempt to block the development of new affordable or even semi-affordable homes, like the one that's being reviewed right now. So that's all I had to say. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Gene Strohmeyer, you're next. Please unmute yourself. Not sure if you were muted. Go ahead and say your name. I think she is. No, still muted. All right, well, Ms. Strohmeyer, we'll come back to you. We're going to start. Is there anybody else that you can bring over? Okay. All right, Ms. Strohmeyer, we'll come back to you shortly. We're going to start with the in-person public comment. I know. All right, come on up. Please state your name.
Mr. Chairman, is this Ms. Portella?
Yes.
So is this part of the PowerPoint?
Yes.
I have a speaker waiver form, and again, I'm going to call out your name. Please acknowledge the fact you are here. You will waive your 3 minutes and give the speaker an additional minute. Please do make sure that your name does not appear on more than one speaker waiver sheet, please. Andrew Johnson, thank you. I see, I try to make out the first name. It's Accordino.
True.
Pardon? Oh, thank you. Magda Portella, thank you. Carmen Junquera, did I say it pronounced? Okay, thank you, forgive me. And Tammy Hazelton, thank you. 5 minutes for a total of 8, please.
I almost wore a red turtleneck today. Mike, and I told my wife, no, I'm going to go blue. I'm glad I did, so I can be neutral. Yes, ma'am, please state your name and you, how many minutes?
8 minutes total.
8 minutes total.
We have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it's here and they're going to bring it up.
Okay.
Welcome to our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes,
My name
ma'am.
is Astra Portella. Good evening, City Council. First, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us this opportunity to speak tonight and explain why we are so opposed to this development. My name is Astra Portella, and I live at 6318 South Selborne Avenue, adjacent to the proposed development. I think to understand our opposition, you need to understand the uniqueness of our neighborhood. We live in what many people call the U. The only entrance into and out of our neighborhood is via Interbay Boulevard, and we are located between Himes and MacDill. It is a small, quaint neighborhood of about 49 homes, 44 which are single-story homes. It is filled with many large trees that create a beautiful canopy. We have a park area on Selborne that adds to the charm of our little community, where children play and people walk. We have a generational neighborhood with some families living here for over 30 years. We have families who all live in the same streets, just houses away from each other, and this is just a small window into our amazing neighborhood. We are fortunate that so many of our neighbors have come together to support our community, including adopting our park. This proposed development would negatively impact our neighborhood for many reasons. You will hear several of us speaking about those tonight. With this proposed development, the planned entrance and exit to 23 townhomes is via our neighborhood, and it will not only bring in more vehicles, increasing traffic, but also safety concerns as we have no sidewalks in the neighborhood. This development would bring on average 57.5 additional vehicles onto our streets, if not more, since some of these units will have 5 bedrooms. The vehicles entering and exiting the roadway for this development will also shine light into all surrounding houses. Planned developments in our immediate area will exacerbate traffic, not only in our neighborhood, but also entering and exiting Interbay Boulevard. Interbay Commons has been approved, and there is already a planned development in our neighborhood. 6317 was previously rezoned as a PD for 8 single-family residents on about 2 acres of land, almost the same acreage as the property that they are proposing to put 23 townhomes on. This year, new owners purchased 6317, and they plan to, if they continue with the original plan, we are looking at an additional 20 vehicles in our neighborhood. If this proposed plan development that we are here about tonight is approved, our established neighborhood that we love would be completely lost. Another concerning issue for our neighborhood is flooding.
The U.S. Department of Interior U.S. Geological Survey released a publication regarding effects of urban development and floods. It found that changes in land use associated with urban development affect flooding. Construction of buildings, roads, sidewalks, etc. involves the removal of vegetation, soil, and depressions from the land surface and includes grading the land. The permeable soil is replaced by impermeable surfaces that store little water and reduce infiltration of water into the ground. This is exactly what will happen if this rezoning is approved. What we'll be discussing tonight is not due to a hurricane or tropical storm. The issues we have are with our everyday run-of-the-mill rainstorms. Part of our neighborhood on South Selborne is prone to flooding. All 3 properties that are developed are on the City of Tampa Stormwater Advisory List. Due to the natural slope of the ground in the area, rainwater flows from the west side of Selborne Avenue through the park and floods out houses on the east before continuing to flow between these houses and onto the properties of this proposed development. From there, 2 things happen. The water continues to head east to a stormwater ditch traveling south to MacDill 48, and 2, water pools creating a pond on the south end of 6225 6th Street. According to the drawings, however, the retention pond is located on the northeast side of the proposed development. Not to mention, once fill dirt is brought into the site and the design flood elevation is addressed, the issue of impacting the historical flow of water will be even more problematic. In our meeting with the developer that we requested, we stated our concerns. However, in the last set of resubmitted drawings, they did not include any changes that would address these very concerning flooding issues. As a matter of fact, they continue to call for a 6-foot solid vinyl fence along the property lines, which could disrupt the historical flow of water. These pictures shown here are during a typical rainstorm. They show the water flow and the amount of water the houses impacted deal with. There have been times where we have had more water than these photos show. For us personally, we have had to mitigate the water to prevent it from entering our house by purchasing water barriers and sandbags, locating them into direct water around our house as suggested by the city. The years of rain and drainage from the west have eroded natural paths in our yards to drain alongside our house to the site of this proposed development. As we have no storm drainage system in our neighborhood, we depend on having uninterrupted flow of water. Any disruption to this natural and historical flow of water could have devastating effects on many homes. Our other concern is that the construction of 2 120-foot long row of townhomes along the west side of the planned development may act as a dam distributing water to other areas, infecting homes not currently seeing flooding. We do not understand that with something as important as addressing stormwater issues, it is not handled during this phase of planning. There are no guarantees anything the developer does would not affect our neighborhood, and any web search will provide countless stories where new development has caused flooding issues. Is there a better way? Yes, there is. As this is an essentially landlocked property, there are other options and uses for this land. A mutually beneficial contract with Interbay Commons could be discussed to use their property as an entrance and exit, with the property remaining RS60 with single-family homes. This would allow for reduction of density, protecting trees, more permeable surface, and fit within the neighborhood fabric. It would not interfere with the established existing neighborhood, and it would not bulldoze down a home in the middle of our neighborhood for a lot full of asphalt for an entrance and exit. We are not opposed to development, but it needs to be responsible and the right fit. Our neighborhood is not these developers' driveways. Per City of Tampa, the stormwater ditch at this location handles significant runoff from the surrounding areas. Since this property is on the stormwater advisory list and takes not only our neighborhood water but surrounding water via the stormwater ditch, ELAP could purchase this property for conservation or stormwater purpose and potentially include it into MacDill 48. The other option is that the City of Tampa purchase the property and include it into Skyview Park. As you know, MacDill 48 was turned into a beautiful park. There is only one issue: there is no parking on site. One of the entrances to MacDill 48 is right by Skyview Park. Purchasing this property could allow for reconfiguration of the park that would provide additional parking by the entrance. By the end of all this speaking, I hope that you see we have legitimate concerns regarding this development in our backyard. Our concerns echo the findings of inconsistent by the City of Tampa. From the traffic and safety issues to the environmental impact and flooding, we truly hope that you can help us protect our homes, especially since other better options are available. We request that this petition be denied. Thank you for your time and understanding.
Thank you very much.
Yep, sorry.
No,
Okay.
clapping. Thank you. Yes, sir. I know. You have a speaker waiver form as well, sir?
No, sir, I don't, so I understand I have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Sure. My name is Alberto Portela. I'm an architect with Portela Associates Architects at 3207 West Fair Oaks Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33611. And we have a continuation of the PowerPoint. Let's see.
Okay. We'll bring the PowerPoint back up and continue where we left.
Okay,
Privacy
I'm
and
going to
buildings.
discuss tonight 2 issues, the privacy and building concerns. Buildings are indicated in the developer submittal. Buildings are indicated to be 2 stories, 3 levels with rooftop patios. Overall vertical building height is shown to be a maximum of 35 feet. However, another dimension on the presentation is shown as 32 feet 4 inches. These 2 dimensions are next to each other, making it unclear as to the actual height of the proposed buildings. The drawings also show part of the building extending past the 35 feet height, which is above the maximum height the developer has shown on their plans. Once the design base flood elevation is established, and I understand based on FEMA is either 11 or 12 feet above the sea level, then the actual dimension from grade to top of building could be higher than 35 feet. I looked at the survey that was prepared by the developers, and the topographical information is anywhere from 11 to 12 feet. So they're indicating they're going to raise the height of the buildings. Based on what they're saying, they don't have to raise it if they don't want to. The average height of the single-story homes west of the development is less than 15 feet. Building fenestration. The color elevations presented today, they show the pretty picture to the inside of the building, of the property. They don't show what the properties on the west of the property are going to see, and it's basically a very flat elevation. As you can see there, the proportion of the building, the little, lack of a better word, the monopoly houses is the actual size of the houses. The building in the back is what they're going to have as backdrop. Building 1 and Building 5, facing the single-family residence, have a total of 44 windows, 7 sliding glass door, and roof patios. End of Building 4, facing single-family residences, have 5 windows, 1 garage door, balcony in the 2nd floor, and roof patios. The building fenestration have a direct line of sight to the rear yard of the 1-story residence. This will eliminate any type of privacy. The rooftop patios are facing towards the west, overlooking the rear of the single-family homes, eliminating the house privacy as well as potential noise issues, especially at night when residents are trying to sleep. The site plan submitted shows the rear of Building 1 and 5 aligned with each other.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Did I finish?
How much do you?
I'm sorry?
I can give you 10 more seconds. To
Okay.
wrap.
This, together with the height of the building, creates a very disproportionate development to the already established single-family homes to the west. The architectural features of such tall and large buildings are not in character with existing single-family homes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, next speaker. Please state your name, sir. Do you have a speaker waiver form?
No.
Go state your name. Go ahead.
Joseph Marazzo, and I've been sworn in. Good evening, City Council. My name is Joe Marazzo. I live at 3220 South Selborne Avenue. Thanks for giving me the time to speak to you tonight. I live one of the 2 properties directly next to the home that is proposed to be torn down, paved over, and turned into the driveway for the project. I bought my home with my wife in 2018, and 6 years ago we could afford to do so, and they're very passionate about affordable housing. something we weren't able to do, something we wouldn't be able to do again in 2024 with rising housing costs, insurance premiums, and interest rates. You'd see our tiny pink home and think, okay, it's a 1979 concrete block, 3-bedroom house, 1,100 square feet, but our house is a home. Plain and simple, ask anyone who visits, our entire neighborhood is special. It feels calm, it's quiet, it's friendly, it's peaceful, has towering pine trees, palms, oak trees, hundreds of years of grand oaks live here. While the house has been a dream, it's not been without issues, as any homeowner would tell you. We lost a lot in Hurricane Matthew in St. Augustine in 2017. And part of our house hunting process in Tampa was to look for something not in a flood zone. Our house is not in a flood zone, but we have flood insurance just the same, something a good storm will teach you. Months after moving in, we realized in heavy rains, our property would flood. Water would come into our doorway of our laundry room and up to our front door. We called the city to report the flooding, and after many attempts, we got staff from the city of Tampa's Mobility and Stormwater to come and see, and we did get a reference number. We consulted with members of that staff, over years, to deal with the flooding. We were told not to mess with the historic flow of water. We were advised to actually dig a ditch between our two homes, the home that's about to be, or meant to be, torn down. We installed the sump pump, we laid gravel, we directed water to the back of our property, and we regularly used barriers to direct water flow to the back of our property. It helped for a while, but when new homes were built and new construction came to the area, it got worse in heavy rains, dumping even more water into our yards. After years of failed attempts, we managed to managing the water ourselves. We hired a foundation repair and flood mitigation company to help us. A year later and $9,000 later, the system works, but it still fails in heavy floods. I think there's a slide there that'll show you some of the pictures at our front door. Where is the water supposed to go if the development is approved? Where does the water go when the development creates extensive impermeable surfaces? We as a city are already overwhelmed. This project is inconsistent and makes no sense on the property. I strongly urge you to deny this rezoning and development request.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker, yes, ma'am.
Michelle Trela? Thank you. Stephen Marazzo? Yeah. Thank you. Susan Marazzo? Thank you. Tanya Clark? Thank you. 4 additional minutes for a total of 7.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi there, I'm Maggie Trella, and I live at 6320 South Selborne. I believe we need to catch up on some slides.
We're starting with the football field one.
This was Alberto who ran out of time. This just shows that the buildings stacked together actually create an entire football field. This is the flooding outside of our front door my husband was referring to. This is just a few weeks ago. Keep in mind we've spent over $9,000 mitigating flooding. This is before the flooding. The flood barriers are literally floating on our carport. That's him standing in the water. So, as my husband Joe told you, we've been dealing with flooding for 6 years, and throughout this time I've been told, and I quote, "As I've mentioned during our phone conversations, we're actively working on alternatives to alleviate the flooding in your area." That was June Lee from Stormwater, who we worked with extensively for 6 years. Another quote, "Unfortunately, all of South Tampa looks like this after a big rainstorm. The city is building massive stormwater systems in South Tampa and sometimes can make small fixes, but climate change and elevation hurt us." Bill Carlson. Elevation hurts us, climate change hurts us, and overdevelopment. The Wall Street Journal reported that, quote, "Florida has built more new properties in high-risk flood areas than any other state since 2019. Wired reported on Tampa being so vulnerable to Hurricane Milton that, quote, "relentless development only made the situation worse." We just experienced the worst flooding in Tampa's history, where thousands of homes flooded, and ours was less than 2 inches away from water intrusion. A neighborhood just a half a mile north of us flooded due to their swales and retention ponds overflooding. We can't handle the water already. The 23 townhomes and our next-door neighbor's home to be torn down and paved are stormwater advisory properties, which, as you know, the city defines as land that, quote, "experiences frequent localized flooding and may have other problems or requirements with stormwater management." This map here shows our neighborhood elevation. There we go. So the white is actually the highest, then red, then yellow, then green, then blue. As you will see, my house is in a baby blue, and then you'll see the properties outlined in a darker blue. Note that the lowest elevation is baby blue. Per the city's senior stormwater engineer, our yard is a 1-foot drop in elevation from the street right in front of us. We're a 3-foot drop from Selborne and Inner Bay, and another 3-foot drops behind our property to the east towards 6th Street, meaning the elevation continues to drop behind us. Per city code, the developer is not allowed to block historical stormwater flow and cannot alter existing elevations that would adversely impact the neighbors. However, when we asked an engineer from Mobility about the developer bringing in fill dirt to raise the land to the required base flood elevation, he said it's possible. Per FEMA, the base flood elevation in Tampa is 10 feet. We've been told numerous times from city staff that have all been extremely helpful that the water and flooding will be mitigated at permitting. If the city can't mitigate the water now, how can this developer do so with an additional 23 homes that create extensive impermeable surfaces? We're just supposed to trust them. The developers who from the beginning have been evasive and inaccurate in their planning from day one. We have communicated to the developer multiple times that our biggest issues were access through our neighborhood, concerns over flooding, and loss of trees. They've addressed none of these. Their plan destroys 7 grand oaks and tons of other trees, including the healthiest one of the bunch, an 83-foot grand oak with a canopy spanning 3 homes, including mine. That tree is right in the center of what would be their roadway. They've requested waivers to reduce the required tree retention from 50 to 42%. We have towering grand oaks in the center of our loop in what we refer to as a park or green space. It's a space we as a neighborhood look after and let our children play in. It's a space we've adopted through keeping Tampa Bay beautiful. According to the City of Tampa tree canopy and urban forest analysis, South Tampa saw the highest statistically significant decline in tree canopy between 2016 and 2021 by 27.3%. It states that Tampa's grand oaks are now to be considered, quote, rare. The importance of these trees cannot be overstated. They mitigate urban heat, reduce noise and air pollution, increase oxygen, and retain water. The plans the developer has submitted don't even include the park or the trees in our neighborhood, as if they wanted to make it seem like they aren't there. In a meeting with the developer, Ms. Sieben referred to our park as a, quote, glorified median. We pressed her that this space was important to us, and in the next plan submitted was a note to make, quote, improvements to Selborne, i.e. widening the road, removing our green space to accommodate for their increased car traffic. Our roadways are narrow, having been built in the 1920s for 50 households. If this plan is approved, there would be at least 50 additional cars driving through our streets. There would be a massive loss of tree canopy, a loss of safety for those who regularly walk and play outside. This plan does not provide adequate parking. While there are 6 visitor spots as per code, the driveways are not large enough to fit 2 cars without overlapping the sidewalks, meaning every townhouse can only fit 2 cars. These are 5-bedroom homes. These people will be parking in our neighborhood, in our park, and in our yards, eliminating personal safety. The developer also told you tonight that we need elevated homes, but at what cost to the homes already established at lower elevations? The developer told you we need more affordable housing. At our neighborhood meeting, the developer said the cost of these homes would be $850,000. Since when was that affordable? And so I'm standing here tonight to ask you to deny this development. Approving this plan approves overdevelopment. It reduces air quality, increases noise pollution. It causes loss of sunlight, loss of privacy, loss of safety. It reduces our home values and benefits only one single landowner and a developer. Why does their ownership mean more than ours? Why does big money get a payday when we've all been working our tails off for free for over 5 months to save our homes? We met with the landowners twice, who are also neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Shubaki of Saha Realty. They told us conflicting information from the start. I spoke with the developer of Inner Bay Commons, Jennifer Scher, Vice President of SSG Commercial. She advised me that they tried purchasing the property from Mr. Shubaki several times, and he was, quote, unreasonable. Greed and profit shouldn't win over the safety of residents, of homes where we put our babies to sleep. It shouldn't fall on us as homeowners to say this isn't right, to have to work at this like a full-time job. Our neighborhood was built in the 1920s as small concrete block homes that were affordable to the everyday citizen. It was built and platted and planned for us, not for them. This land is landlocked, on the stormwater advisory list, and will cause the destruction of hundreds of trees. This proposal is dangerous. City staff have determined this development is, quote, disruptive, inappropriate, and incompatible with our neighborhood. Make them make this make sense somewhere else. We are not a developer's driveway. We are the residents of Allerton Park, and we will do whatever we can to save our neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name. Oh, you have a thing.
Michael Ryan. Thank you. Laureen Ryan. Thank you. I see two names, and that would be 5 minutes total, please.
Please state your name.
Before I begin, can I get the power slide pulled up?
Yes, which slide? It's left up on the heat map, essentially, the one that shows
Yeah.
the red to the green.
And do I have control of it?
Yes.
To move it?
You have a clicker.
This clicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did it move it?
It's not working.
Try a different direction.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Suzanne Velez. I am the neighbor at 6324 South Selborne, directly next to the home to be demolished for access point. I am here to strongly oppose this project on the grounds that it is invasive, inconsiderate, and incompatible with our little established neighborhood. One of the key issues that cannot be overlooked in this absurd project is the adverse impact this project will have to our green space. The developer has requested 2 waivers to bypass Tampa trees mitigation requirements. These waivers, if granted, would lead to 7 grand oak trees and many more jurisdictional trees destroyed. This will result in the permanent loss of our tree canopy, and with it, the natural benefits. These trees provide stormwater absorption, wind buffering during hurricanes, and much needed shade from the Florida climate. Though these trees mean nothing to the developer, they mean everything to my neighborhood's treescape and my current enjoyment backyard. That's the tree to be removed. The developer has requested. One of the reasons we purchased our 1920s home so eagerly in the first place was for the huge grand oak trees that engulf the backyard. However, now the developer plans to significantly reduce the shade in my backyard. Grand oak tree number 196 is one of the biggest and healthiest grand oak trees related to this project. This beautiful and loved tree spans several backyards. This tree is required to be removed simply because it's in the way of their unorthodox, jury-rigged road that our community has strongly and unanimously voiced against. This tree's removal, along with too many other trees set for the chipper, undermines city policies designed to balance development with environmental preservation. Additionally, I despise the thought of being turned into a corner lot. My home currently sits nestled in the middle of South Selborne Ave next to 2 single-family homes, as it was intended and should stay. My home was not designed to be a corner lot and receives absolutely no benefit in becoming one. Instead, my husband and I's current quality of life will be diminished significantly. We will now lose privacy and have to deal with more noise pollution as our home will engulf traffic going by at all hours. No one should have to be worried about when you purchase your home that will be transformed into a corner lot later down the road. No pun intended. Please note that lane development has done absolutely nothing to mitigate our concerns or address our issues. Ms. Stephen held a single meeting with the community in the summer, where she gave no tangible answers to our questions. They were not even compelled to answer the least invasive questions, like the final heights of the building after base flood elevation, or how many bedrooms each unit would have. Collectively, as a community, we voiced our greatest reasons for opposing this project. None of these reasons were heeded with sincerity. Instead, they were irrelevant to their plans or concerns. This cannot be more evident than the lack of improvements made between this resubmittal project and the fact that Ms. Stephen proposes the highest volume and the highest height for this project. In response to Ms. Stevens' claims about our neighborhood being unsafe due to homeless activity, this is laughable. I find it very far-reaching. My husband and I are responsible for the police calls made regarding this topic. These homeless activities have been few and far between in the 3.5 years I've lived here. Only a single or a few incidents were involved, and every time they were resolved swiftly by a call to the Tampa police. Her development is not the solution. Despite these hindrances, I enjoy my backyard still, but with her development, I won't anymore. This really is a beautiful gem that we all love. There's such a sense of quaintness and community feel here. We have families generations old that still live on our street and speak about its contribution to their memories with such pride. Approving this development would set a troubling precedent that RS60 neighborhoods, signaling that established zoning and tree protection can be overridden for high-density projects and unsuitable locations. It is Tampa's responsibility to preserve and protect communities like mine when parasitic developers come circling our doors. If this is not stopped, we will become another example of a community chewed up and spit out by the developer's greedful path for money. I urge council to deny this zoning request. Tampa should prioritize responsible development that preserves character, safety, and environment in its neighborhood. Our neighborhood has come together and voiced our opposition for this project, as can be heard through the 70+ opposition letters submitted and the turnout tonight. She does not have the community support. Anyone here tonight in support of this terror plan is not part of my Selborne community and is not directly impacted. It is easier to be for something when you're not the one facing the consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Josh Bolin, 6324 South Selborne. Nope. All right. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Josh, and I live directly south of the home to be demolished. I'm here to strongly urge you to deny this application. The only proposed, well, let's get this. The only proposed access to this development is through South Selborne Avenue, a narrow road that currently acts as an unofficial one-way and was never designed to handle the increased traffic from a high-density townhome development. Auto turn analysis clearly illustrates significant issues with this plan. First, the curb radius of the newly adjoined road encroaches into both 6320 and 6324 properties, as shown by the red parallel lines in the image. Temporary regulations require a setback of at least 1 foot within the property lines, making this design non-compliant. Second, the auto turn path shows vehicle wheels entering the corners of neighboring properties and the park area, further demonstrating that this turn is not feasible or safe. Additionally, the aerial view highlights that South Selborne's roads widths vary between 14 and 16 feet. The developer has suggested widening these roads to accommodate increased traffic, but this raises serious concerns. Such changes would fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood, which thrives on the small-scale charm. Widening the road would also bring it dangerously close to the protected grand oaks in the area, trees that are critical to the neighborhood's environmental and aesthetic integrity. Furthermore, this would drastically reduce the permeable surfaces, worsening the flooding issues that we already face. The Planning Commission has determined that developments like this should be accessed via larger collector or arterial roads, not narrow residential streets like Selborne. This street was designed for a small number of single-family homes, not a high-density development. The increased traffic volume, inadequate turning radii for emergency vehicles, and lack of sufficient guest parking exacerbate the disconnect between the proposal and the existing infrastructure. As a direct neighbor to the property slated for demolition, this development would forcibly turn my home into a corner lot. Corner lots are less desirable for homeowners due to increased noise, loss of privacy, and lower property values. In this case, the new access road would drastically increase traffic and activity along the side of my property, eroding the quality of life I invested in when purchasing my home. Our neighborhood is a sanctuary for tranquility and community, and while we are not opposed to development, it must respect and enhance the community it joins. Unfortunately, this developer has shown no willingness to collaborate with residents or consider alternative plans that prioritize sustainability, safety, and the character of our neighborhood. We propose a simple and reasonable solution. These parcels should remain RS60, and access should not come through Selborne. Council members, we urge you to prioritize the voices of Tampa's residents over the profit-driven motives of developers. Please deny this application and protect the unique charm of South Selborne. I do want to have one last comment. The developer said that she reduced it from 40 units to 23, and that's not true. It was 40 units when she also was buying another property just south of it. So, thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Andrew Robbins, and I have been sworn. Good evening, council members. My name is Andrew Robbins, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of this project. I'm a fifth-generation Tampan, having returned to South Tampa after a decade of naval service and law school in Southern California. My childhood home is a little over a mile from this site. My parents have lived south of Moody near Ballast Point for over a decade. To be entirely transparent with the council, I do not currently live in the neighborhood. I live in an apartment in Hyde Park surrounded by $3 and $4 million homes, which I will likely never be able to afford. But when I do look to buy, in perhaps 10, 15 years, the townhomes Ms. Sieben is proposing will be a valuable option for me and people like me. Deciding to return to Tampa after living in San Diego and Los Angeles, areas where NIMBYism, anti-density, and anti-development policy have long prevailed, resulting in a severe housing shortage and all the civic decay which comes along with such a shortage, I hope that my hometown's more rational approach to urban development and planning would mean there would be a place for me when I look to return to set down roots of my own. Ms. Siebens' proposal is a sort of development which seeks to ensure just that Tampa will continue to have the capacity to welcome, or in my case, welcome back, enthusiastic members of this community who have worked hard to be able to live here. As you can see from the renderings and plans, this project will perform the delicate but crucial balancing act of moderately increasing density while maintaining and complementing the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Council members, if Tampa is lucky enough to continue on its current trajectory of growth and increased national prominence, development is inevitable. While the opposition may believe they can seal their neighborhood in amber, history argues otherwise. The real choices to be made here are about the tenor and character of the change to come and about who we trust to effect that change. We can veto change for now and later have developers from Miami or Atlanta elbow in and build carbon copies of projects designed to suit their cities. Or we can let Ms. Sieben, a careful and conscientious developer, a Tampa native who volunteers her time on the city's planning commission, and a mother whose daughter lives on the very street where this development would break ground, we can let one of Tampa's own highly qualified native daughters shape how Tampa will look tomorrow, or we can wait for something copy-pasted from Brickell or Buckhead. Personally, I trust Ms. Sieben to get this right, and I hope you will as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, sir. Please say your name.
My name is Ryan Tate. Thank you so much for having me. I sincerely appreciate the time. I know you're all tired, and I have an utmost respect for all you've gone through today. I don't think I could do your job, to be honest, so thank you for your service. My name's Ryan Tate. As I said, I'm here as a retired Marine Corps veteran, not out of choice, but out of injury sustained in combat. I'm a Tampa native. My family's owned Tate Brothers Pizza on Davis Island and off of West Shore Boulevard, off of Howard. We've had a deep-rooted involvement in this community since I was a child. I first met Alyssa Sieben when about 19 years ago when she worked for my family's restaurant as her first job. And I want to say that her character is impeccable. Her qualifications are unmatched as a developer. And after nearly 2 decades of knowing her, I've seen her unwavering commitment to this community and the enhancement of it. Her character and morals are exceptional. And I'll tell you, her developments prioritize functionality, aesthetics, appeal, and community cohesion, making them places where families want to live and thrive. Alyssa has always approached her work with the utmost integrity, and I know this project will reflect the same standards she brings to all of her endeavors. This proposed development is not just another apartment complex. It is a critical solution to a growing problem for service members stationed at MacDill Air Force Base, and I myself, since being retired from the Marine Corps, have dedicated my entire adult career to helping active duty service members, reservists, and veterans. I do it daily. And the struggles that we go through are intense. And the struggles that our service members go through at MacDill Air Force Base and their living challenges are unbelievable. The workload that they are given, the pay that they are given, or that they earn for that workload is unbelievable. All of us sitting in this room are very blessed, I will say that. I've been there before, and I don't want to be there again. So, moving on, MacDill is not just an asset to Tampa. It's among the most vital facilities in regards to the safety of our country and everyone in this room. It serves as the headquarters for U.S. Central Command and U.S. Special Operations Command. The men and women stationed there are at the forefront of defending our nation. They deserve not only our respect, but practical support to make their lives and the lives of their families a little easier. 1- and 2-bedroom townhomes, which dominate much of the available housing inventory, are far from ideal for military families. These homes often need more space, amenities, and affordability that service members with children or extended families need. They also fail to offer the flexibility required for varying family sizes and lifestyles.
Thank you very
Living
much.
close to the base is not a luxury for service members, it's a necessity. A shorter commute means service members can spend more precious time with their families.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Hello, council. My name is Pete Trella. I'll say bless you now,
Excuse
just in
me.
case.
I'm gonna go listen from my office.
No, you're
and
just
sneeze
fine.
And blow my nose. I'm
You're
sorry.
just fine. You're just fine.
Okay.
Well, council, I appreciate everything that you do. Reintroduce myself again. My name is Pete Trella. I'm actually the president of the Bayside West Neighborhood Association. I'm also a head coach at Palmacia Little League. My children attend the elementary school at Adom. So to speak on the longevity of how long I lived here, I think is defunct. I think speaking to what we currently do in the community, I think is a little bit more vital and important. We've already heard from the city staff about everything being inconsistent. We all are very aware and understanding of the crisis that we currently have here in Tampa with our housing. We heard a $3 million fixer-upper ranch from the applicant. I didn't know those existed here. The average price home currently right now on Zillow in South Tampa is $438,000. They may not be luxury affordable townhomes, but they are much more priced in an area where we already heard some folks speak that they say they can't afford. The reality of this is the project is poorly designed. The project does not fit the character of this neighborhood. The project does not facilitate or achieve anything that we are trying to accomplish right now in the city of Tampa. All this does is take a property that was purchased in 2002 and allow the owners to be able to get out with a little extra coin in their pocket. I understand how late it is this evening. I'm not here to take any more of your time, but I appreciate the efforts and time you put into our city, and we very much appreciate it and does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Did you have a speaker waiver
I have
form?
one, yeah, for 1 minute.
He's coming. He's coming.
George Ruffino. Thank you. One additional minute, please.
Hi, my name is Rose Verano. I live at 6313 South Selborne. I have been sworn in. I object to Res 2467. My husband and I chose South Selborne to build our home because of the beautiful grand oaks in the center and the absence of through traffic. After living in 3 different locations in South Tampa, 2 planned developments without shade trees, and 1 home on a busy street, South Selborne was a nice change. The center area with open land and trees separate 2 roads and homes. This is a place where kids play and neighbors gather, adding to the charm and privacy of our community. During Milton, the grand oak trees in front of our home stood strong and lessened the wind impact that helped protect our home, with noticeably less damage where the trees stood. If the rezoning is allowed, 23 townhomes priced at $850,000 will be squeezed into land that is currently zoned for 8 to 10 single-family homes. 1 home will be knocked down to create a driveway to this development. This driveway will point traffic at our home, causing headlights to shine into our windows. The current roads are not designed for heavy or 2-way traffic. The builder has expressed possible plans to use the center open land by cutting the healthy grand oak trees and property down on both sides, if needed, to accommodate the influx of vehicles. The addition of 23 homes with 4 to 5 bedrooms easily adds 46 plus cars to our small community. This doesn't account for 3 vehicle homes, guests or delivery vehicles. This development will almost double the current traffic. Our community will unfairly become their driveway. The height of these townhomes with rooftop balconies looming over individual single-family homes will be intrusive. The property for this development is saturated after most rainfalls. The adjacent land slopes down into this area. Raising the property, overbuilding, and paving it is going to affect drainage. This will cast water onto surrounding homes. I had a similar situation years ago. When rains were excessive, it had saturated the open land across from my home. A development was built against the local residents' complaints for fear of flooding. When a storm came, that water had nowhere to go, even with the improvements implemented to handle excess water. The new and old homes were all flooded. No one had flood insurance because it wasn't a flood zone. This is a perfect example of what is happening now. Our neighborhood isn't a flood zone presently, but this oversized development will create drainage issues. We will suffer the consequences. The current plan is unrealistic and unfair to us. The developer stated that they only build planned developments, and they needed to keep the plan as is for financial reasons in one of our neighborhood meetings. This single-family homes would fit the neighborhood and not destroy the community. It would not overcrowd us with traffic or take away realistic privacy. It would be better for drainage. We don't want our community to become a driveway to an oversized development, giving access to more vehicles than we currently have throughout our entire neighborhood now. We don't want to lose our healthy Grand Oaks to accommodate more traffic. Please uphold the current zoning and don't allow this development to ruin our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Sharon DeCarolis. I live at 3216 West Victoria Avenue, which is I call the bottom of a U road. You come in Main, Victoria, and go out Selborne. I have lived there since 1992. 32 years ago when I moved there, my neighbor Jerry lived there, and my neighbor Mike, his parents lived in the house he lives in now. This area has been like a sacred area. It's like a country area. It's safe. It has been safe. You see mothers with their strollers going on the road because we don't have sidewalks. They go on the road. We have joggers that jog in that area, people that walk their dogs in that area. And as they do that, they'll chat with the neighbors. It's been safe. Now you talk about, the developer talks about she lives in South Tampa. She does not live in our area. She does not live where we live. It's a nice neighborhood. It's where people are not in everybody's business, but they are there when you need them. Now you want to take away the road, like on Selborne, you want this road to come in for this development and go through this parkway. The kids play in that little park area. It's a beautiful little area. We spent, I don't know how many Saturdays, just raking up the leaves and the branches and everything, so the city can come, and they took the leaves and that away, but yet where I live, they forget about that area. I still have all my branches and my leaves out there. So I'm just saying to you, please do not let this development go through, where they go through that parkway and you affect our neighbors down the road. This is, I'd say it's a nice neighborhood. And I'd appreciate it if you really consider that the developer who says she lives there does not live in our area. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name.
Evening. My name is Michael Haber, and I live at 5801 South MacDill Avenue, which is pretty close to where this development is. I stand in opposition to this development for all the reasons that they've been talking about. I spent 30 years in the military, 2 branches of service, Army and Marine Corps, Special Operations almost my entire career. Been on several battlefields. Been overseas over half of my service. I come here to MacDill to retire a few years ago. I retired out of MacDill. I bought a townhome on MacDill Ave. I retired here. One thing that hit me so hard coming back from overseas to live in the United States is I don't recognize my country, okay? I come here and I got 5G towers popping up all over my neighborhood, blasting into my home now, okay? How did that happen? Tallahassee, all right? The telecommunication companies, they go to Tallahassee, they give them fake studies, and Tallahassee gives them full reign over where they can put the towers. As long as it's on a public property, they can put a tower anywhere they want. They're putting them next to schools, they're putting them right next to houses. GMO, bioengineered food ingredients. How did that get into our food? All right? You can't go out to a restaurant without eating bioengineered food. It's killing us. Kennedy's going to deal with that when he gets in there. So I say this. My main concern, I hear what they're saying, and I agree with them. My main concern is the sprawl and the traffic that is bringing into South Tampa, okay? It took me an hour to get from the airport to my house a few days ago. It used to take like 20, 25 minutes. Now it's a friggin' hour, all right? How many more apartments are we gonna build on Inner Bay and West Shore? It needs to stop. Lastly, the roads. I've been in third world countries. Tampa are some of the worst roads I've ever seen in my life. How do you put a manhole cover this deep into the ground so when your tire hits it, it bends the rim? Who does that? Potholes. Who fills in potholes like this or like this? There are roads in South Tampa. You're driving down a road like this. Stop the building, fix the infrastructure, fix the roads. Thank you very much.
No clapping. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Five names. Dan Doyle.
Present.
Thank you. Vivian Pritchard. Thank you. Raven Sheridan. Here. Thank you. Livia Del. Here. Close enough. Thank you. Ron Hempel. Here. Thank you very much. 5 additional minutes for a total of 8.
All right, go ahead. Please state your name.
Jessica Casucci, 6302 Selborne. I've been sworn in. Good evening, City Council members and fellow residents. I stand before you, united with my neighbors, to oppose a development that threatens to destroy not just our neighborhood, but our way of life. You've heard from many voices and read over 80 letters expressing why this development is ill-suited for our community. But I'm going to focus why Lane Development is the wrong developer for this project. Lane lacks the appropriate experience, imagination, thoughtfulness in their plans, and despite what you heard, lacks any real interest in working with the existing community and addressing our concerns. In late May, we learned of the rezoning request and sought a meeting with Lane to discuss our concerns as a community. On July 30th, we met with their team, including Ms. Sieben, the CEO, who at the very start of the meeting asked the concerned neighbors gathered to, quote, be nice, as in her words, it was her first one. This admission only heightened our anxiety. To this day, Lane's website shows no current or past projects, stock images lifted from other developer websites. As Ms. Sieben said today, again, this is her first project. During our meeting, the information we received only served to exacerbate our concerns. When asked whether single-family homes were considered, Ms. Sieben simply stated no. When pressed as to why, her response was, quote, I don't do single-family homes. When asked if she had considered a less dense project, again the answer was no. When asked why, no answer was given. Our neighborhood should not be an internship for an inexperienced developer with unimaginative and subpar plans. When we reached out to the planning department to inquire about potential access on 6th Street, they stated that they had never seen a plan that involved tearing down a home for an access route. We even reached out to the developers of Interbay Commons, who worked with and continue to work with the community to see if they would work with Lane on a shared roadway. However, they were so off-put by this project, they said they didn't want to be a part of it. Our neighborhood was platted in 1925 and is made for smaller single-family homes. And because Lane knows this inaccessible, flood-prone parcel isn't suitable, instead of doing its due diligence and finding another site, they decided to bulldoze their way in, literally and figuratively. The city's own rezoning staff report describes the plan as, quote, grossly deficient and lacking thoughtful design, and, quote, it fails to consider the adverse impacts on the existing neighborhood and natural elements. It further highlights that the plan, quote, fails to address stormwater management adequately and, quote, is inconsistent with environmental standards, both of which are critical given the city's documented flooding issues in our neighborhood. This is the definition of lazy, unintelligent, and unimaginative development, and as the staff report stated, is inconsistent with the requirements for rezoning. I could not have said it better myself. The plan doesn't care about our neighborhood, and neither does Lane Development. At the one meeting with the community, Ms. Sieben stated that she, quote, thought we would like it and joked about us naming the project. She even mentioned that she told her ex-husband to buy in to make a profit. This is beyond condescending and offensive, as Lane has shown no interest in working with us, ignoring our questions and concerns. At the meeting, we posed a list of questions, the bulk of which went unanswered. After the meeting, Lane requested a copy of our original questions sent in writing along with any follow-up questions. This was done on August 14th. After this, Ms. Sieben approached the two homeowners directly neighboring the house to be torn down, stating that she would only speak with them. When they met subsequently, she did not answer any additional questions about the plan. She just asked again that we, quote, be nice and reiterate that accessing through 6th Street was off the table. Since then, we've tried to follow up to get answers and were brushed off. To this day, the only modification made that reflects any of our concerns was to move the guest parking inward, and that was because the city planning asked them to do so. In fact, the 6 revisions that she mentioned, in total 7, were all done prior to the community even being notified about the plan. It's now December 12th, and we still have not received any answers other than being told our questions were asked and answered. Even their request to delay this hearing shows their lack of consideration for the community. We received the notice of the hearing the day we all returned from evacuating for the hurricanes. And as we assessed our damage and helped our neighbors, we prepared. Why weren't they ready? The only logical reason for them to request the delay was to break our resolve and grassroots momentum. To which I say, and I think you can all see, they failed. We're more determined than ever. Finally, their plans are riddled with errors even untrained eyes like mine have caught, including misplaced trees, incorrect driveways, and inaccurate and misleading depictions of our existing roadway and green space. How can City Council approve a plan that is inadequate and inconsistent for both potential and current residents? Do you plan on just going on faith? Will you be the ones on the phone with Citizens Insurance when claims get denied? Will you be the ones telling a 3-year-old he can no longer play in his front yard now because there will be over 50 cars whizzing by 3 feet away? Will you tell a 70-year-old she can no longer use her garden because all the sun and air have been blocked by this monstrosity towering over her home? And what are you going to say to the people who will lose all of their property value and be forced to sell and move away? Will you say that you just wanted to be nice? It's time to stop being nice and start being smart. I am a capitalist and work with real estate developers nationwide, and I volunteer with veterans for over 6 years. I believe in conscious, thoughtful development and understand that Tampa needs to address its lack of workforce housing and environmental strain, and have discussed these issues with Mayor Castor. To quote the mayor, "It is vital for our communities to be resilient. By working together, we can minimize the impacts of severe weather and enhance our urban environment. This project does not embrace those values. It exacerbates our vulnerabilities. We cannot allow developers to proceed like Viking raiders, pillaging and plundering our neighborhoods and natural resources. The proposed development is inappropriate, incompatible, and most importantly, inconsistent per your own staff report. Therefore, I urge you to deny the request to rezone." Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. No, like she said, it's time to stop being nice, so no problem. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Mark Tedesco, and I live at 6319 South Selborne, and I'm probably the oldest, not the oldest, but been there the longest. I got stationed in MacDill and bought a house on Selborne, and because of the community and where it was, the wife and I, we've raised 5 children there. That little park area in the middle, the kids always, I mean, that was their place to go, those trees they climbed over and all. Well, now I have 7 grandchildren, and that's their place to go. Those roads are single-lane roads in front of my house on the Selborne. If that project is allowed to come through, the traffic that, the additional traffic, because right now, it's not that bad. We're accustomed to the people who live there. They know to slow down, they see the kids. And there are more and more kids now moving on into the neighborhood. When I first moved in, it was a military, primarily military, and there were quite a few families there. In the interim, it's kind of weaned off more to us older folks, and now the younger folks are coming in. The homes like I have now are about 400 and something thousand. They weren't when I got it, but she's saying that some people who came up said the military, you know, they can't afford in that area. Well, the reality is, if they get a home like mine, we're dying off, so those homes are becoming available. But the developers are taking them, tearing them down, and building the big 2 stories and charging more money. The price that they were quoting was $850,000 for a townhome. Well, even today, I know in my day in the military, we didn't get paid near what they're getting now, but even with what they're getting now, $850 is a tall order, so that's really not an affordable home for the military. But I'm saying deny it because my home, my community is there, and it's a healthy place for us to raise our kid, for me to raise my kids, and now my kids come over with the grandkids, and that's the kind of community I bought into and I'd like to keep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Pointer, will you be the last in-person speaker?
That's the plan.
All right, because I have 6 registered speakers after. Do you have a speaker waiver form?
Thank you. Sandy Sanchez, thank you. Adrian Laramie, thank you. Elaine Westbury, thank you. Donna Date Smith, thank you. And William Sheridan, thank you. 5 additional minutes for a total of 8.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. When the developers of Interbay Commons bought the Circle C Ranch, they tried to buy this property too, but the owner wanted way too much for it, even though they had bought it for a song. They got this property at a bottom basement price because a property with no frontage is practically worthless. They paid a pittance for it and leased it to Circle C for horse pasture. Now they are seeing massive dollar signs and want a big windfall at a huge cost to our city. They could sell it for what it is actually worth and still make a profit, and a builder could pay that reasonable price and build to code and still make a profit. I first got involved in community work because of bad rezonings. In the 7 years I have been doing this, this might be the worst rezoning I have ever seen. I've seen bad rezonings voted down by council even when all the staff reports were consistent. When there is an inconsistent staff report, almost always there is only one. But this plan is so bad, 3 departments found it inconsistent. Development coordination, inconsistent. Natural resources, inconsistent. Hillsborough County Planning Commission, inconsistent. This plan is so bad, the revision sheet is 1.5 pages long, including stormwater. A good application has a few revisions, but this plan is so bad, it needs 27 revisions. That's definitely a record. This plan is so bad, they are asking for 4 waivers, but it's actually 10 waivers. If they wanted to remove 1 grand tree, it's 1 waiver, but they want to remove 7 grand live oaks. And not poor quality grand live oaks. Look at these ratings. These trees should be in a museum. They should be bubble wrapped and given a medal. The forcefully worded natural resources report says the site is losing substantial type 1 tree canopy that cannot be replaced, with the current design. The number of trees provided is grossly deficient in comparison to the type 1 trees removed. The development can only accommodate 14 of the required trees and must make a $56,700 tree mitigation payment. Well, we all know what good that will do. South Tampa is drowning in tree fund money, but we can't seem to plant any trees. That payment is worthless to us. And then there's stormwater. When I met with the neighborhood, I was confused when I saw a concrete lip at the end of a driveway. While I was there, we had a normal summer rainfall, no big deal. But when I left, there was water gushing onto the driveway toward the house. That's when I understood why they had that small barrier there. This property is on the stormwater advisory list. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea to pave it and remove the trees. The applicant is not required to submit a stormwater mitigation plan in advance. The Stormwater Department always finds zonings consistent. They don't require a plan until the permitting stage. No one actually knows how they can mitigate this. This is a drainage area for the whole neighborhood. The stormwater report states, this property is on a stormwater advisory list. The adjacent property drains to this site. There's a reason that millions were spent turning the MacDill 48 into stormwater retention. It's because this area is critically low-lying and flood-prone. Development coordination staff says this rezoning is inconsistent because it does not take careful consideration of the adverse impacts to the natural elements of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed access will disrupt an established neighborhood and create a private road, only providing a 3-foot and 5-foot landscape buffer and a vinyl fence between the private road and the 2 adjacent homes. There is an adjacent mixed-use project of attached homes and commercial, but that project has frontage on Interbay Boulevard, which is a collector roadway, and it is underdeveloped with reduced density. County staff says it's inconsistent because, given the site's lack of access, the Planning Commission has determined it is an inappropriate location for attached uses. This was discussed in both the DRC report and the DRC meeting. That means staff told the applicant a long time ago that this is inappropriate. They went on to say, staff finds it inconsistent with R10, and it could adversely impact the character of the adjacent neighborhood. The site has the potential for accommodating single-family detached. Single-family detached would align with the character of the neighborhood and can be considered. They also found it inconsistent because the front door orientation violates the comp plan. They make pedestrians cross a drive aisle, which is unsafe. Their report says, a dedicated pedestrian pathway should connect entrances to a public right-of-way, which reduces conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles. The applicant wants a waiver for that, but Planning Commission staff recommends that the applicant provides a pedestrian connection. Staff also stated, in summary, the request conflicts with policies related to neighborhood compatibility, and it conflicts with the requirement that new residential projects are minimally disruptive to adjacent areas in the context of the neighborhood. It is inconsistent with the R10 land use and does not address design guidance for attached uses, particularly the orientation of entrances and pedestrian connections to the public right-of-way. The Planning Commission staff finds this inconsistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. I also want to say that I met with them on site the very first time they talked about doing this, and at that time, they were planning on buying not just that one parcel, they were also going to buy this. So when they talked, they were going to buy this and not this little house. So when they talked about that they reduced it from 40 townhomes to 23, no, they didn't. The density is exactly the same. What they did is this purchase fell through. So they lost almost 2 acres, 1.5 acres of land. So the density is exactly the same. And I told her to stop saying she reduced the density because that's not what happened. She also said that the comprehensive plan, the new one, would allow this. Absolutely untrue. I am intimately involved with the rewriting of the comprehensive plan. I have been to so many meetings with the staff rewriting it. The new comprehensive plan will categorically prohibit this. No townhouses in R10 unless they're on an arterial or collector road. This isn't even on a local road. The applicant tried to negotiate access through Interbay Commons, but the Interbay Commons people said no because they thought this was such a terrible plan. But with a good plan, maybe they could negotiate access, and this site could be developed with 10 homes without a rezoning. But it is not your job to figure out how to create profits. And in fact, you're prohibited from considering it. The owner knew they bought a piece of property that was practically worthless, and they paid the appropriate rock bottom price, which is what it is still worth. It is not the city's job to help them make a fortune on a real estate deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie Pointer. Last speaker in person, and then we're going to go to the 6 registered public speakers, and that'll wrap it up. We've got a rebuttal. Yes.
Hello.
We got more people.
Mine's on the bottom. Okay. What's this? Those go to council. Okay, those will go to council after I take care of you.
Oh, look, she left it for me.
Does she have a speaker waiver?
Yes, she certainly does. Ms. Pointer has 3 names. Marshall swore. Thank you. Raina swore. Thank you. And starts with a K, and the second name starts with a D. Who could that be? Hi, thank you. How do you pronounce your name, just so I know? Okay, thank you. I don't think that made it until this. I think we're about done.
All right.
That's 3. That's a total of 6. 3 plus 3 is 6.
Thank you, sir.
It's getting late.
At this hour, I'm numerically challenged.
Yes, ma'am, state your name.
Stephanie Pointer. This project is what, I have to agree with Carol Ann. Sorry.
What happened?
Can we stop my time? Are you guys ready? I thought I was ready. Thank you for stopping my time.
Here you go. Oh, no, I got that.
Mine has writing, Carol Ann's does not. This project is, I had to go look for a synonym because preposterous was my favorite for this one. You know, Carol Ann said she's been doing this 7 years and this is the worst plan she's seen. I've been doing it 5 and this is the crappiest plan and this is the least malleable developer ever. She hasn't done squat for anyone. This is the best neighborhood we've ever worked with, and we've worked with some good ones. But this neighborhood had it together. They asked for reasonable, logical amendments, and all of them were ignored. Not only were the neighbors ignored, but city staff was ignored. Look at that. You've got a page, front and back, 27, of revisions. Okay, let me tell you something. This site plan is missing more numbers than a middle school cheating math student's paper. Because, I'm not kidding you, I'm like looking at this, okay, there is nothing on here that says how big the garages are. There's nothing on here that tells us how big the driveways are. And look at this, okay, so the only way I can figure out how big a driveway is in this joker is we've got these 6 parking spaces, 5 or 6 parking spaces, and they're 18 feet deep. But when you go, now the sidewalks are all labeled, they're 5-foot sidewalks, so 18 minus 5 is 13. Okay, 13. And wait, we all know how big your cars are. Not even Charlie's little baby car will fit in a 13-foot driveway. Not even the smallest car in that parking lot out there. Give me a break. We've got deficient driveways. The entire project, except 2, are deficient. And you know what? I wasn't going to bring this up, but the developer said they had driveways to park in. Guess what? They can't park in the driveway. They can't even park sideways in the stinking driveway. Okay? So, next. you know, but if you look at these drawings and you look at them close, they're all shorter than that 13. Almost all of them are. If you really look at it, I mean, I had to blow this up so I could see it. Here's the other thing I want to talk to you about. This impermeable surface, and I had to call Mr. Thomas today because, you know, this is my new jam. In order to figure out the impermeable surface, I had to add up the project site, the building site, and the vehicle site, right? That equals 1.49 acres. That makes this project 61% impermeable. Now, you're talking about a vacant piece of land, which I know you guys should be mortified that homeless people have lived there. You know how old that picture is? That playpen was on that property over a year ago when Carol Ann and I and Dana Gordon went to that property and walked that property. That same garbage is still there from a year ago. If it's a new picture or an old picture, you tell me. I don't know, but that garbage was still there. Next, you know, I always wonder, am I just stupid or do I not understand? I really do. But I'm glad that gentleman got up here that's an architect and he said, which is it? Because here's the 35-foot mark on this line, right? And it goes all the way across. Oh, wait, there's something that goes above it. Now, we all know that 35 feet is the limit. But then over here, we got 32 feet, 4 inches. Well, when I start adding these things up, they don't add up. Again, middle school math here, middle school math. I have never seen site plans that were so goofy. I'd be embarrassed. I mean, really. South Tampa's full. Everybody has said that. Everybody. And you know what? Nobody came and complained about these 6 houses they're building here. Nobody. You know why? Because they were building what they're entitled to build. She wants to build 10 times more than she deserves to build. And the only person here, the only property owner here that's going to benefit is the owner of that property, the owner of this property right here. Everyone else is going to be a detriment. Nobody wants it. The only people who stood up here and spoke on behalf of this project are her friends. She doesn't live there. She lives in West Shore Yacht Club. Let's get real here. Her daughter may live across the street. Oh, wait. Is her ex-husband here to say that this is a great project? He lives on the street. What's he got to say about it? You know what? I'm sorry, but we just have to go there. And I want to remind everyone that we are under oath at City Council. When you get up here and you tell a story, you better make sure that your ducks are in a row and that you don't have 62 seats out here full of people that heard you say something different. $850,000 houses are not missing middle. They're 2,200 square feet. And I'm just doing basic math. You know me, I like math. 24 times 52, which is the size of all these houses in here, okay? All these houses, if you do the math, they're 24 by 52, which is about 2,100 square feet, give or take, okay, including the garage or not including the garage. But the bottom line is, I don't know who she thinks from MacDill is going to live in these houses because they can't afford it. I'm telling you right now, 4-star generals stationed at MacDill Air Force Base get $3,300 a month for housing. $850,000, which is what she said repeatedly.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
It's $5,000 a month. Thank you.
All right, we go to our registered speakers. We have Jean Strohmeyer will be our first person. She's already sworn in. You're still muted, ma'am. Are you muted on your end, Ms. Strohmeyer? She is. If you could unmute yourself. All right, we'll go back to Ms. Strohmeyer. I have Donna Watson. Raise your right hand. Oh, Donna Watson, Tristan, raise your right hand. Bailey and Olivia. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Donna Watson will be the first speaker on the list. Go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name. And please unmute yourself. All right, we'll come back to you. Bailey Wise, you'll be the next speaker. Please state your name.
Hi, this is Bailey Wise. I live at 3404 West Palmyra. Thank you all for having me. I will certainly keep it short and sweet, as I know it's past all of our bedtimes. But just a little bit about me. I grew up in Tampa, born and raised. I'm the oldest of 5. My parents grew up here as well, so they're also Tampa natives. And my husband went to University of Tampa, so while not a Tampa native, he certainly appreciates the culture of Tampa and wanting to come back here. So after growing up here, I moved away for a few years to do medical training. I lived in places like Charleston, New Orleans, so I understand a little bit about infrastructure, housing markets, kind of understanding hurricane impact, and just the importance of those kinds of things when you're buying your first home or a home in general. Coming back to Tampa, it was incredible to see how much things have changed, and projects like this are, really what Tampa needs to continue to grow and to continue to have beautiful homes that are available for people to really raise their families, be close to communities. I work at Tampa General. It was so important to us when we were buying our home that we were somewhere close so I could get home to my kids and not have a long commute. And having people now trying to get into the community, it's incredibly challenging to find homes that are big enough, homes that you can afford and proud to live in. I have younger siblings, as I mentioned, 3 of which live in the Tampa area. And, while they're hardworking and have great living, it's difficult for them to also find homes. So this is a type of community that would be perfect for them. So with that, I'm here to say that it's developments like this. It's important to see this type of growth, and we really need to, be focusing and coming together about how to fix the things that really the community isn't not appeasing to them, but kind of helping us move forward, because we need more of these types of homes to really continue to build and grow here in Tampa.
Thank you very much. All right, Donna Watson, I believe I can hear your audio. You should be good.
I'm thinking, I'm hoping.
Donna, we can hear you. Go ahead. You're the next speaker.
Yeah.
Please state your name.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Donna Watson. I've lived in South Tampa for 50 years, and I live at 3114 West Price Avenue. I've been a certified floodplain manager for 20 years, and I believe that we need new elevated housing that can withstand future storm events. I've personally worked with this civil engineering firm and in the past, and they're very reputable and thorough. Over the project, given the project description and based on the existing site, the flooding situation in this neighborhood would certainly improve if this project is completed the way it's been designed at a higher standard. I also believe that because this project is so thoroughly planned, it would serve to enhance and benefit the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is going to be Olivia. Go ahead, please state your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Olivia Veal, and I live at 3310 West Marlin Avenue. Thank you guys again for the opportunity to speak tonight, hear my perspective. I'm 3 generations deep as a Tampa native, proud USF Bull, double degree, and look forward to raising my family here, similar to how I was raised. More specifically, I've been a resident in the South Vacating neighborhood for almost 5 years and super proud to live down here. I believe this application should be reviewed more as what can this do for our community versus what negative impact could this have on me. A shift in perspective from thinking of the worst case scenario to a more realistic view of what this development could do to enhance our neighborhood, I think is a positive way of looking at this. This will help serve us by providing elevated housing outside of the floodplain that we all know is needed, especially after the trauma a lot of us have experienced over the past several months. In my opinion, there's a gap in housing options, and I firmly believe that this application will fill that gap. Currently, you can't find more than a 3-bedroom or more home that's even close to reasonable in this neighborhood, especially as new construction. Families looking to settle down here have to pay a steep price for larger homes, whereas this application will provide 3 to 5 bedrooms and cost less than other new construction. My sister and her 2 young kids and her husband, who's being stationed at MacDill, is unfortunately unable to even entertain the idea of buying a home down here, especially South Candy, due to the high cost and the low inventory of larger homes, something that this development will solve for. I have full faith that this developer has the best interest of its residents at the top of her mind, especially being one herself. I'm looking forward to seeing the development of this work and fully expect it to not only be a positive addition to our community, but also something that we can stand behind. I encourage you to approve this development to continue to enhance our community. Thank you for time and hearing my perspective tonight.
Thank you very much. Tristan is the next speaker. Please state your name.
Tristan Lamontagne.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. I didn't come prepared with a written speech or anything, but as I listened to the commentary over the last hour or so, I felt a bit compelled to write something down. Don't worry, it's brief. So as I mentioned, my name is Tristan Lamontagne. I'm a first-generation American. I've been living in South Tampa for just over 6 years now. I work here, I pay taxes here, I want to grow roots here. But as we all know, housing affordability is in a crisis. I'm newly engaged, I'm an aspiring homeowner. I've heard some commentary tonight about how the average price of homes in South Tampa is attainable, perhaps for those with legacy equity, but for most in my peer group, that is just simply not true. The only thing that solves this problem is more housing. Here we have an undeveloped site with single-family attached adjacencies right next door. It's landlocked, which makes obviously for a tricky access drive, but with proper screening, it seems like most of those negative impacts should be entirely mitigated. I don't think the number of units in this development warrants the concern for safety through the adjoining neighborhood. I don't think NIMBYism is the way here. General concerns around growth for road and school impacts are to dictate all future development. We might as well dissolve city council and wrap this meeting up early. I heard some concerns about stormwater, which we know should be alleviated through proper civil engineering, so I think I'll leave that there. I also heard a lot of attacks tonight on Alyssa Stevens' character. Lazy, unintelligent, unimaginative. You know, knowing Alyssa for many years now, I can assure you these character attacks are simply lazy, unintelligent, and unimaginative. I think it would be a mistake for me to spend any more time here rebutting some comments from people who know nothing about the principles of the person standing in front of them. Turning this kind of back to the subject at hand here, this is an undeveloped site planned for elevated housing here in South Tampa. It has single family attached adjacencies, as I mentioned. Every development has a handful of issues that you can point to and take issue with. And in my opinion, this site is ideal for gentle medium density. We need more housing to combat unaffordability. We need affordability to allow our young people who work hard here to grow roots here and not in Pasco County. With that, I think it would be a mistake not to optimize the density on this site and to not approve this zoning. I urge you to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Liz Genowine and Lauren Campbell on? All right. Jean Strohmeyer, you're... Okay, Lauren Campbell, please raise your right hand. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Oh, can't hear her.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lauren Campbell. I live at 701 Grand Court in Temple Terrace. I am a previous resident of the city of Tampa and hoping to be a resident again soon. Do a lot of work in Tampa, downtown Tampa, related to placemaking, retail, infill urban development, trying to make our beautiful city a place that people want to live. And I second what Tristan just recently said, in that, you know, I think instead of looking at this through the eyes of NIMBYism, that we really need to look at this through the eyes of yes in my backyard. I understand the concerns that people have in their neighborhood about changes, and I think that that is a warranted topic to have a discussion about. But the reality is that Tampa's changed a lot the last few years, and it's going to continue to change. I want my children to stay here. I know that a lot of people who live here currently want their children to be able to stay. The only way that we're going to be able to do that is if we start providing reasonable and attainable options for housing. Infill development in neighborhoods that can support it like this one should absolutely be on the table. And to combat the conversation about the idea that, you know, this one small parcel in comparison to the larger South Tampa area is going to, you know, be the problem solver for all of the issues surrounding sustainability and resiliency is really just like, I don't think that's a legitimate concern. I think that, as Tristan mentioned, really great engineers will figure out with really great city staff how to make it so that this site is appropriately taking care of the water mitigation issues. But we really need to start building product that is truly sustainable and truly resilient to the real and troublesome things that are happening in this state. This is happening all across the state. And for Tampa to continue to be a place that people want to come to and live in and pay taxes in, we're going to need to start to create that infill. I hope that you guys will really consider taking Alyssa's project and putting it where it belongs, which is on the table, and something that you guys will seriously consider. She has a great project, and I don't think that you should bow to a neighborhood who just doesn't want to see change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Liz Genuine, you're on, and please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand.
Wait, can you see me?
We can see you, it's dark, if you could turn a light on, but please raise your,
Okay.
thank you.
Sure.
All right, please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
Okay.
It's a right hand.
There you go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, please state your name.
Sure. So my name is Liz Genuine. I was born and raised here in Tampa. My father was born and raised here in Tampa. We are in commercial real estate. My grandfather moved down here in the 60s and was an architect who helped build the Stroud Center, among other things. So first of all, during Hurricane Helene, I lost where I was living, and my brother and sister-in-law also lost their house on Davis Island. So I think that we need to consider.
We need your video on, we can't see your camera.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, so I think that we need to truly consider how important it is to be able to provide housing in places that are not in, the flood zone A or B, and that are totally, out of the floodplain, and that are actually built very nicely, and that will actually increase the property values of the same people who are complaining. And again, this whole, I have never listened to something where people are getting so personal towards someone that they know nothing whatsoever about. And what I will lastly say is, I want someone who is from Tampa, like Miss Stephen, who was born and raised in Tampa, who has who is raising her daughter in Tampa, I very much trust what her plans are, and she has a vested interest in this community, and I very much trust her because unfortunately, to those who oppose this measure, what's probably going to happen is somebody is going to come in from New York or Boston or one of these other big cities, and guess what? They're not going to give a flying you-know-what about your community. Ms. Sieben, again, has a vested interest in this community. She's born and raised here. I trust her. I trust her vision. And people like me who are right now living with my parents because that there's no place for me to live need options like this that are less than $1 million, that are actually well built and that are built up. And so again,
Thank
I
you very
also
much.
am disgusted by these
Thank you
attacks
very
on
much.
a woman that you know nothing.
All right, Gene Strohmeyer. All right. That concludes public comment. Thank you, Brian and Marcus, the T&I guys, for getting everybody up and running. We appreciate all your hard work. All right, that's it. Public comment is done. We have rebuttal now. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name again, and you have 5 minutes.
Alyssa Sieben. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I know this is a decision that carries a lot of weight. I appreciate your time and your late night here. I'd like to address some of the concerns raised by the neighbors, and first I'd like to have my traffic engineer speak to some of those concerns.
All right, come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. I have been sworn. We did conduct a traffic analysis for the project, and part of what we've done is actually done counts on Selborne, see what the existing traffic is, and we've looked at that and then adding the additional traffic to it. And from the standpoint of Selborne itself, we feel that it is adequate to be able to accommodate not only the existing traffic, but the additional traffic associated with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
As it relates to access, I can honestly say that I understand that Selborne access is not ideal. We've tried everything we could to find an alternate access point, but the reality is that there isn't one. The city needs 6th Street for drainage for the neighborhood. It's important to note that Selborne is a city street, just like Wyoming Avenue that I referenced earlier with the townhome development, and it was designed to accommodate traffic. The truth is that this project will be developed someday, and no matter who does it, whether it's myself or someone else, access will almost certainly have to be through Selborne Avenue. My traffic engineer tonight has said that there are no other possible access points. Some neighbors have expressed concerns about preserving trees on the property. I completely understand that. However, during our in-person discussions on site, we were told that if we removed even one grand tree, we would be opposed at this hearing. It didn't start out well in terms of our ability to influence these neighbors in any way that we felt like was meaningful. So this has really felt like an uphill battle since the beginning, and as it relates to the sentiment for development on the site. In addition, we thought it was our highest priority to provide the requested setbacks for the neighbors based on their written comments and priority list that they sent to us. In spite of that, we did all we could to preserve as many trees as possible. We're just limited, which is the reason for the current reasonable reconfiguration. Regarding flooding, I know it's a big concern, and rightfully so. As Jeremy mentioned, flooding will actually improve, not worsen, with this development. The pictures that Maggie showed earlier would look much better if we were able to develop this site. This new design will be directly beneficial to the neighbors here tonight. Given the slope of the site is currently prone to flooding. However, by grading the site appropriately, we will create a safer environment for the direct neighbors and for everyone in the surrounding area. More housing out of the floodplains means less vulnerability to flooding, making this development a critical step forward in flood mitigation for South Tampa. I hope we've made it clear that we're trying to strengthen the infrastructure in this neighborhood, not weaken it. As Jeremy mentioned, the property is on the stormwater advisory list because the city needs that drainage easement. And I'd like to clarify that staff referred to the right-of-way that everyone was talking about as a glorified median. I was quoting staff when I said that. We need more housing I'm sorry. I would also like to clarify that we did everything we could to accommodate the neighbors' written concerns, and I will go through them right now. 6th Street access, that's what they wanted. The city said we can't do that. My engineer said that there is no other possible access. They want 6322 Selborne to stay a residential home. The site needs access. They want the project to remain RS60. I'm not even convinced that a single family development would be functional or even possible on the site at all, given the constraints. They wanted a landscape buffer to remain. We prioritized this and gave them the maximum possible setbacks, which accounted for a loss of some trees. They wanted adequate prevention against flooding. We did that. We need more housing. The demand is undeniable, and we cannot simply wish away the challenges that come with the fact that people want to move here. The comp plan addresses it, the code addresses it, and if we don't accommodate it, we will be priced out. We have seen it time and time again. San Francisco, London, Vancouver, LA, Paris. We can accept that growth is here and try to accommodate it sustainably and thoroughly, or we can be priced out when we need to move. I personally saw how difficult this was when I had to sell a home I bought in 2021 and look for another one in this market. According to Rocket Mortgage, the median home price in South Tampa has increased 14% since 2023 in 1 year. I have not stated a sales price, as everyone has mentioned, for these units because, as someone else stated, you cannot determine construction costs. Somebody else earlier in another project said that you can't determine construction costs today. We don't have plans. We don't have an approved project. There's no way to figure out what it would cost now.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Motion to close?
Motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak.
Second.
Yes, Mr. Shelby, yes.
Before you do that, if you have any questions,
I don't.
anybody, I just want to be,
do not.
and even the people at home. I just want council to be clear.
Wait, Councilmember Clendenin, you have your hand up.
Yeah, when we closed, I'd like to speak.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak. Who was the second?
I
Second
seconded.
from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I did want to speak. It's up to you.
I'll give it to Clendenin first and then to Hurtak. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Clendenin. You wish to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to start by saying I actually echo some of the concerns I heard about this getting so personal. And we've seen this before. It isn't personal, it's business, and there's nothing wrong with someone coming in and trying to make money on projects. This is what people do. But that being said, I also want to echo that this is probably one of the worst projects that's been brought before since I've been on council for the last year and a half plus. It's exactly the type of project that I actually ran my campaign to become a member of city council, advocating against. The property is what the property is. You just can't develop it at the density that you're trying to develop it. And I'm sure that there's the 6th Street access. If you had a single family house on this parcel, you could probably have access on 6th Street. It's just you can't do what you want to do with it. And you know what? We do need housing, but there's lots of places in the city of Tampa to develop housing. And I'm speaking to a developer there. Everybody wants to develop on this really small peninsula. We really truly have overdeveloped over the years, but we have areas in the mid part of Tampa, and you go up in around the Sulphur Springs area, and there's lots of areas around the city of Tampa that are East Tampa that you can develop. It just can't be in one place. I think the neighborhood has a right to object to this. It is be very intrusive. It would change the character of this neighborhood in a negative way. We clearly have issues with water and water retention and water flow in this area, as it's been identified in the testimony that's been heard tonight. And as much as I know the intent of the developer of bringing a good project, and I understand that, but this is the wrong place for it. It's the wrong piece of property. And I'm sure somewhere else this would be a beautiful project and be well welcomed, but not here.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what Councilman Clendenin said. We rarely get properties that are considered
inconsistent from both the planning commission and staff. It's incredibly rare, and for the amount of reasons why. Unless anybody wants to do it, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to deny REZ 24-67 for the property located at 6322 South Selborne Avenue, 6225 and 6241 South 6th Street due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development, as conditioned and shown on the site plan, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. I also adopt all of the findings and all of the reasonings of the Planning Commission and city staff reports, specifically that it doesn't work with land use policies 9.2.2, 9.3.1, 9.3.8, 9.5.1, and 9.5.2, because approving single-family attached uses on this site could adversely impact the character of the adjacent single-family detached neighborhood to the west. And land use policy 2.1.2 and it's late, so I'm not remembering, SHG policy 1.3.4, the site has the potential to accommodate other housing types such as single-family detached uses. Single-family detached uses would more align closely with the character of the adjacent neighborhood to the west and can be considered within its current zoning of R10. Environmental policy 2.7.9 policy emphasizes the importance of conserving, protecting, and maintaining the city's mature trees, including those designated as grand that possess preservation quality or historical significance. On to the land, on to our staff, section 27-136, subsection 1, the proposed development does not take careful consideration of the adverse impacts to the on-site natural elements or the surrounding impacted neighborhood. Subsection 5, the subject site has 101 jurisdictional trees and the applicant requested a waiver to reduce the required tree retention from 50% to 42%. The applicant also proposes to remove 7 non-hazardous grand trees and requires 175 type 1 mitigation trees. And subsection 6, the immediate area is characterized by an established residential single-family detached neighborhood that was platted in 1925, a public park, and vacant land. Additionally, the waivers are extensive. The request to remove 7 non-hazardous grand oak trees as shown, and the request to reduce the required 50% tree retention to a wooded lot over 1 acre to 42% weighted tree retention, and the other 2 waivers to request to allow front doors to face internal drive aisles, both of those. So those are my reasonings if anyone wants to add to it. Okay.
Mr. Shelby.
Just a question with regard to the waivers. Did you want to cite that section of the code?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The waiver standards in section 27-139 subsection 4. Apologies.
And council, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Councilman Vieira.
Can you guys see me? Because I think my camera's out. Oh, wait, Chair.
Yeah, we can't see anybody right now.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue. I've got a spinning thing on the camera.
So do I, Alan. Okay, good. I thought, yeah, because we can't vote, right, unless if you see us.
Of course, this had to happen right now.
Should I talk while they're fixing that?
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Carl.
Yeah, I just want to say you got all the things that I put on my list, and I just wanted to remind everybody that you said at the beginning that you accepted, you highlighted some of the record from the Planning Commission and staff, but that you accepted all of their recommendations, so all of it now is in the file.
Yes, Mr. Shelby. Okay. Councilman Vieira, Councilman Clendenin, do you need to, before we vote, we need to see you, but is there anything that you wish to say?
I don't, I mean, I was going to say, yes, sure. I mean, I obviously plan on voting for the denial. I think this is one where, again, like Councilwoman Hurtak said, where we have staff in the city or planning commission coming together for the same opinion. This is one where, with all due respect, I think the applicant's trying to fit a size 42 waist into size 34 pants right here. And just the words don't fit the picture, so to speak. I plan on voting to deny if I'm able to be seen.
Councilman Clendenin, you already spoke your piece. So.
Mr. Chairman.
I already spoke, and I've got the same spinning camera still, but I mean, maybe we should try to log off and log back in.
That might, I'm going to suggest, counsel, if I can, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, they have sat through this entire hearing. They sound like they're prepared to vote. There's a technical issue now. If it means spending a few extra minutes to give them the opportunity to get online, I think we should do it. They can hear what we're saying in the meantime, except when they log off, they will not. So I don't know what council wishes to do. Madam Clerk, do you have any contact with T&I at this point as to what's happening?
I'll call Brian. I'll see if.
CTTV is having the same issue.
Yeah, it's a CTTV issue as well.
I think we can go ahead and vote.
Is there anybody?
Just the 5 of us.
Is there anybody in support of this project up here?
We got to take a vote.
Okay, we got to take a vote. We have a
Okay.
motion from Councilmember Hurtak.
Well, if I can, let me just hear for the purposes of the record, does the applicant have any objection to having the participants, you can hear them, but you cannot see them? Do you have any objection to this? Could you please state that on the record?
No.
If you can come up to the microphone so it's recorded, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak. We have a second from Councilmember Carlson, correct? Roll call vote.
Clendenin, Henderson?
Yeah.
He cannot vote.
Yes, he can. Well, yes, he can. Yes, he can. He's audio, and there's no objection from the applicant.
They might come back on here.
Vieira?
We'll take it.
Let's take the first 5
Yeah,
votes.
yes for the denial. Vieira, yes for the denial. Thank you.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
I didn't say anything yet, but I mean, for officially for the
Oh, I'm
record,
sorry.
yeah, no,
Henderson?
Because, yeah.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Good night. All right, we have new business. All right. We're still in the meeting. Please.
Quiet.
We're still in the meeting. Thank you very much. New business, Councilman Miranda.
No, sir.
Councilmember Henderson.
It's under my fingertips. Yes, I would like to make a motion that we discuss an ordinance pertaining to the Channelside Residential District to discuss noise at our April 25th meeting for possible workshop, April 24th workshop.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Here you go.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, that, also, thank you for the toy donations for Walton Academy. We're still collecting till next Friday before I go, next Thursday. But appreciate you very much for that, to the staff.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Okay, I originally made this motion on September 5th, 2024, after our discussion on the renewal of the University of Tampa lease and Plant Park lease, but it did not make it into the minutes, so I'm making the motion again. I move to have staff appear for an in-person staff report on January 23rd, 2025, to present on areas of the West Riverwalk where the easements are still under negotiation, and to include a map showing areas that will be closed and the hours that they will be closed.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, a second from Councilmember Carlson. Yes, ma'am.
I thought it was our property.
No, I'm talking about the entire Riverwalk. We do not own it all. Right now, we're still trying to do easement agreements. No, for the whole thing.
Okay.
So there's different parts that still apparently don't have easements that have been approved.
Understood. Thank you.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am?
And then I make a motion to bring forth for approval on December 19th, 2024, at our next regular meeting, the MOU between Hart and the City of Tampa for the expenditure of funds in support of the Route 1 Fare Free pilot as previously allocated in the FY '25 budget.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yes?
To be clear on this, that
It's a 1-week motion.
Yes, but
it is a one-week motion, and I just want to be clear, that may require it to be waived. I just have to take a look at, the,
So to include a waiver
yes.
to,
I'm gonna take something off the agenda if that makes a
Oh,
difference.
no, it doesn't make a
No,
difference,
but-
'cause in this case, this is, by the way, this is the last meeting before the end of the year.
yes, it's very important that this get through.
And also, just a reminder, council, that council members Vieira and Clendenin are not participating
Yes,
in
that's
this new
fine.
business. I just want to make sure that's reflected in the minute. I'm sorry?
When,
Oh, you are?
it,
Nope, can't hear him.
It's
Okay, so
very
my
choppy audio.
My motion.
We have a motion
I'm
from
still
Council,
here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm here as well.
we have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, we have a second from Carlson. This is including waiving the rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
You want to do it by roll call and take everybody in? Or not?
No,
I
we
think
have
it's
the,
fine.
she had the
Yeah, I
five
think we have
votes.
5, we're good.
Councilmember Henderson, you had
Thank
a
you so
motion.
much. Yes, I need a motion, requested by the Planning Commission to remove TACPA 2413 and TACPA 2416 from the January 30th, 2025 at 5:01 adoption public hearing.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I have 4 short ones, hopefully, see if you guys get up or down. One of them is the Jackson House is on the agenda for December 19th, and you all asked me to reach out to them. I emailed the person who emailed us and offered to let them speak. I did not hear back, and so I figured let's give them one final chance, and we also need to freeze some things. So I would like to move to continue the item regarding the Jackson House from December 19th to February 20th to give the Jackson House Foundation one
Second.
final chance to respond with a renovation plan.
We have a motion from Councilmember.
I looked at the January, and it's full, so,
We have
so
a
that
motion
gives
from
them 2 months
Councilmember
instead of
Carlson,
one.
Second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes.
The other one is that there are tree cutters going through neighborhoods, chopping trees in Grand Oaks, and they're dumping things all over the streets, and they're saying they're either City of Tampa or FEMA. If they're FEMA, that means they're City of Tampa. I would like to they're not TICO. I would like to make a motion to ask staff to immediately stop any tree cutting projects currently being done by the city or contractors, except for those required for the immediate health and safety of residents. And to ask staff to report back to council on January 23rd as to why trees were cut, who ordered it, why they ordered it, and how much tree cutting was done.
We have a motion from Councilmember
I'm
Carlson.
going to support the motion, but let me tell you something. I believe most of that's done by people who just want to get rid of a tree. Somebody's coming, they hire somebody to cut the tree down. They say it went down by the hurricane.
Yep.
But I'll support the motion.
Motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, sir?
Hope was here talking about Yellow Brick Row, and you guys know you talked to her. I'll throw this out and see what you guys think. Motion to ask legal staff to return on February 20th with a draft ordinance that will prohibit parking meters in the Yellow Brick Row area.
What was that? I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Motion to ask legal staff to return on February 20th with a draft ordinance that will prohibit parking meters in the Yellow Brick Row area. I figure if we propose this, maybe mobility will propose something that's less restrictive, but this is a way to at least get them to pay attention to it because they're not so far.
So here's the thing. We went through this exact thing with Ybor City. Ybor City did not lose one business because of this. I asked the Ybor Chamber of Commerce. They lost no businesses. I understand that this is difficult, but just like that, we have to give it a shot before we do something I mean, we have a parking considerations we have in the city of Tampa, but we can't go on keeping it free.
No, but
I want to say
for the media, I know we're speaking up to ourselves, but for the ones that are still listening, we gotta tell them what's going on because we haven't explained it. We just.
Okay,
yell
well,
brick wall.
they added parking meters, to Franklin. They have parking meters everywhere else in that part of Tampa Heights, and they're adding
The problem is
parking.
with that, my opinion is this, they've been using it now for free for a long time because they didn't have, people would come in and they had empty spaces. Now they don't have any empty spaces because the growth is coming out there, and the problem exacerbates, if you don't have a meter, they're gonna stay there 8 hours for free.
Pretty much.
That's what I think is gonna happen.
So,
But
two
there's-
things.
Councilmember Henderson.
There's a school there, the woodworking school. Where are the students supposed to park? And how do they pay for that? I mean,
They
that's.
can park on the other side of Florida, which is still free.
No, it's not. On
Yes,
the other
it
side
is.
of Florida?
The east side of Florida is all still free on-street parking.
There's no parking on Florida in that side.
On the other side of Florida, there is.
In the
all-
neighborhood?
Yes, because it's legal to do that.
Oh, my, okay.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, just two quick things. One, this is an area that is still developing. It's not like Ybor where there's people in traffic. It's still developing. But the other thing is that Hope also lives there, and her little kids are there, as she testified this morning. And what she didn't say this morning, she went through a year or more, 2 years of dealing with permitting on it. Guido and I both had to deal with Carol, and Carol had to fight to get permitting. And I don't understand why mobility is not trying to accommodate this in some way, but,
All right, we
anyway.
have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. Do we have a second?
I seconded it.
Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Before I vote,
Yes.
I would like them to come here, mobility, and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, I
Because
don't-
now we're
I wouldn't-
speculating this side, the other side, and we're in the middle.
Yeah, it's better for them to come instead of legal staff.
Can we just get a briefing on the project instead of a motion for the?
Staff reporters.
for an
okay, that's,
Alan.
I'll change my motion to have mobility and legal staff return on February
I
20th.
changed my second.
On February 20th, to discuss the possibility of prohibiting parking meters and/or accommodating residents.
I'll withdraw and we'll second that one.
All right, so you still second, you're gonna second the new one?
Yeah, I'm seconding the new one.
Oh, okay, we
So
have a
we
motion
can
from
go.
Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Shelby?
Can I?
I was just gonna ask, I know that Mr. Clendenin is on, is Mr. Vieira on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I suspect you have new business, is that correct?
I'll get to them.
Well, I have one, Marty, I was that I have to make, but I can ask somebody to make it for me
Well,
if I can.
this is not quasi judicial. If you do roll call votes, Mr. Clendenin and Mr. Vieira can participate.
Okay, well, Councilman Carlson still has the floor.
Yeah, just one
Yeah.
last thing, before one or two of you or three of you join, I get all kinds of complaints about downtown traffic, and especially how it backs up to Hyde Park or all the way down Bay Shore. I presented solutions to the mobility department. The SPP people have presented solutions. The Lightning people have the Harbor Island people have presented solutions. The biggest complaint, and we pulled them before council 2 or 3 times. The biggest complaint is that there is a plan that they aren't following correctly, and what they're doing is arbitrarily shutting down streets and sending people in the wrong direction. The other day I was at the arena and I tried to drive north, and instead they redirected me and sent me back to the arena again. And I don't know what to do to get the attention of the mobility department to fix this or follow the rule of law. So I would like to make a motion to ask legal staff to return on February 20th with a draft ordinance that will prohibit downtown roads from being closed or diverted except on a temporary basis with city council advance approval.
Any second on that?
I can't say that because where I live at, the stadium is there. If I do that, there'd be nobody moving. People have
No,
to
but
say, West Tampa, they can't leave.
The problem is that
I
is that
understand the problem.
they like
You know
under the
what? You get on Tampa Bay Boulevard on MLK from 3:30 to 5, you cannot move coming from west to east. You can't move until you pass Nebraska Avenue.
Okay, can I change my motion? I would like to make, this is like this is like the third time I've done it, but I'd like to make a motion to ask the mobility staff to return on February 20th to explain why their downtown traffic plan is not being followed as alleged by downtown property owners.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira, do you have new business?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. I have to do this on the Racial Reconciliation Committee, which met this week. I move to ask that City Council bring back a resolution at next week's meeting restating that Resolution 2024-344 to correctly reflect the date of August 2025 by which this committee will present its recommendations to City Council. This gives the committee an additional 6 months as requested.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, well,
and-
yeah, why don't we
Wait,
do
let's
roll-
do a roll call vote. Motion and a second. Roll call
Yes.
vote.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, what's next?
Thank you, Council. No, the rest I'll do next week for purposes of time.
Wait,
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, mine is not really business, but I want to kind of bring up something that I will bring to business at a future meeting. And it's kind of timely, but it's not timely. And it's about the City of Tampa United Healthcare. I actually experienced one of these denial things that we keep talking about. Has been in the news recently. And then when I brought this up, I found out this is something relatively common from other city employees. So I'm planning on asking the city to the department to come back to the council with a report on United Healthcare, their denial programs, and when that contract is due. And I wanted to bring that up tonight, just so that they know that I'm looking and they can be prepared for that.
You're gonna make a motion at a later date?
I'm gonna make the motion at a later date, but I just want to let them know that I'm looking at that and to expect the business to come up and the phone calls.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna make a motion. I handed the gavel to Councilmember Miranda. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation off-site to the family of Dee Wilkins, who passed away recently. Impact Magazine and at Tiger Bay. I mean, really wonderful person. So I just wanted to do that off-site. I don't have a date, but I'd like to present that to the family.
Second.
A motion by Chairman Maniscalco, second by Chairman of the CRA. Just a second, I was gonna get to it. I'm a little slow at this hour. This is Gwendolyn
Henderson.
Yes.
All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
likewise.
Thanks.
Passes unanimous.
Can I get a motion to receive and
Motion
file?
to receive.
So moved. Motion from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Good work.